Hello, hello, hello everybody. How are we doing? Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. It is WardiTV Winter Championship Day once again. Hello, hello, hello. Where we at? Where we at? Need to fix my webcam. All right. Hello, hello. Do I need anybody else in here? It looks like we're good. We can probably just start with this PvP. Alright, we're gonna go Showtime vs Creator, first matchup of the day. We've got a couple of PvPs back-to-back, Showtime Creator, then it's Showtime Cristiana, I want to say. Yes, and then we're gonna go into all of Cristiana's matches basically in a row from there. And we'll cover this group, which also features Spirit Yakov as well. So that is gonna be our 3 Protoss, a Terran and a Zerg today. We'll see who makes it through. No Protoss advanced to the playoffs yesterday, which was a little bit of a shocker. A little bit of a surprising one. We'll see what today brings as we get ready to dive on in. Thank you for joining us early. What's up, Fish1 on the 33-month resub as well. Let's get into the action as we begin. Into the bottom right corner of the map, the blue Protoss player here is Showtime. And he will be challenging the red Protoss in the top left corner of the map. We are going to have Creator. I'm still a little bit on the sick side of things, guys. I'm feeling pretty okay, just my voice is still not there, coughing a little bit. Things which, like, generally would not be so bad until you actually have to sit here and talk for 5 hours, because that's what your job is, so... apologies if you hear me coughing a little bit after a sentence or so, clear my throat, and stuff like that. I'm a little bit less sniffly today, at least, and a little bit less sneezy, so it's really just a bit of a lingering cough, so... we're just hoping that's gonna disappear, and... yeah, hopefully it just kind of chills, so that's just an apologies up front, because there's gonna probably be a couple of coughs on the stream. Hard to avoid sometimes, as we do have assimilators coming down, gates coming up, and we ready ourselves here in the early moments with some PvP with probably expecting 2 gateways each, but let's see what we do. We're gonna see Showtime not walling, by the way. It's something he did recently as well. Not walling the high ground, instead just going to choose to wall kind of his mineral line. It does mean that against kind of aggressive, you know, robos and so on, you're not going to expose your gateways. And one of the main advantages an aggressive proxy robo gets is kind of killing those gateways off and kind of working your way through those and getting damage done, right? So, yeah, definitely an interesting one to see. Let's just have a couple of gateways then coming through, getting up and running. Just looking to see what's happening here for the next couple of moments. Just seeing the probe gonna nibble at the other probe. And just gonna be having, the probes gonna chase each other for a couple seconds there, so we get a little bit of damage done, we put some damage out. Nothing super crazy in the first few moments here. It's going to be seeing the probe nibbling at the other probe once again. And, throwing a little pylon down to try and play some blockages here in the early stages too. Stalkers on the way up, Wargate on the way up. Getting that settled in also for the early moments. A lot of obviously going to be setting up kind of for the little bitty time here. We are going to see the setup from Creator is going to involve the Nexus. So he's going to expand straight away. Showtime, he's getting towards having the minerals to expand. He also has the gas to tech, so he could tech expand. So we'll see if that's maybe that Showtime, something that Showtime wants to go into. So options basically for the moment. Just figuring out which of those options we're going to try to capitalize on. He's going to expand now, a couple sentries on the way from him as well. So we get that underway, get that started, and away we will be going. Two Stalkers in the center. He's still gathering. 2 more sentries on the way from Showtime. So what? He's going to go up to 3 in total. The hallucination for Creator gets hunted down. Showtime just making sure of that. Making sure it is fake as well, though he probably already knew. And both players will go into the Twilight Council. So Creator just with a slightly faster expand. He's also on the slightly faster Twilight. He was just slightly later to get to some of the sentries. He's 1 less Stalker and so on. So I'd say overall, you got to be pretty happy about this as Creator, because your economy's a little bit better. Your tech is a little bit faster. There's really not a lot to be upset about right now if your name is Creator in this opening game. Let's just see the few Stalkers and sentries still gathering here. Taking a couple moments And Nexus still coming through as well, so continue to bring that into play. The Hallucination going to be obviously keeping a good eye on things. Sees the Adepts coming across, so gives you some information there as to the fact that that is going on as well. Stalker and Sentry will make pretty quick work of pushing that back the other way. Stalker still there to try and hit the Hallucination. Not going to see too much fortune from that, though. And, yeah, I mean, both players kind of out on the map. Creator will be the one that can benefit more from that because he is the player who's going to be ahead on the blink, so he's more likely going to get the opportunity to make use of the blink sooner. Or not be punished for being out on the map with the lack of mobility, like Showtime might be. There's a nice catch on the Adepts, because now 2 Adepts cannot get to the other side, and they cannot put on the pressure that they might have wanted to. They cannot achieve what they really set out to achieve when they set out from the other side, so that will be a factor there straight away. Nexus on the 3rd base, Robo Facility coming down, the other Nexus coming about as well. Just seen that Adept trying to shade forward once more. Yeah, that Stalker building through. Yeah, Blink is about to finish. Robo Facility and the Forge coming up. Hallucination knocked down again. Still got this scouting being done. As we check through the main base here, going to drop another Robo down. Showtime really is just kind of matching Creator, just slower on the tech. Obviously, like I say, his Blink was slower initially as well, and he will also be slower on the Robo Facility. So yeah, he's just behind on that tech, but otherwise, they really are kind of copying each other. Showtime doesn't even really have like a unit advantage or anything to show for this anymore either. Just gonna see the Stalker hitting, the Hallucination taking some shots. Just gonna make our way all the way through here with this Hallucination to see what else is up and going on. Blink building, charging +1 on the way from Showtime as well, so we got that on the way too. And this Hallucination will go down as we just have the few extra gates. Continue to come about for the moment. Hallucination again, gonna send itself down. The left-hand side of the map's going to once again journey over there. The Immortal and the Charge upgrade continue to build into place. Lots of gateways coming up. No Immortal from Showtime. Obviously, later to the Robo, so has not had as much time to kind of experiment on that Robo just yet, so we'll keep an eye on that and see what happens. While Stalker's coming through, the Hallucination still checking to see what's up. And yeah, this Hallucination continues to move around for the moment. So Hallucination on the move. And just see the Trample Archives coming on both sides, the gateways coming up as well. I'm just going to be seeing the Temple Archives, finishing again sooner for Creator. Just faster on a lot of the little tech things, but overall it should even out, because it's not like Showtime's behind on upgrades. So there's not anything that's like long-standing that's really going to be behind for Showtime, so that part at least should be a pretty major positive here. That part at least should be a pretty big plus, as we do see a Nexus on the 4th base of Showtime as well. Just going to fling that down, put that in position already, and look to see what he can maybe do with that. Stalkers wander around for a couple of seconds. You see the Sentry is able to grab the Hallucination as well. Prism Charge and the +1 all continue to come up just for now, bringing that online. Creator's going to move out. I think one thing is, I've talked about Showtime being behind, it is mostly on the tech kind of side of things. So, Showtime's mostly being behind on tech. He's actually being kind of fine in terms of the numbers of workers and also army supply he's been working with. So I actually don't know if, his army supply right now is leading. He has a lot of zealots, and as he's moving down this ramp, it's a moment where the only tech he doesn't have really are the couple of Archons that his opponent has. He actually does have them, they're just not in as good of a position perhaps as he comes engaging into this. Creator actually makes a good fight of it. However, Creator's warp in's taking a little while to arrive. They're going to arrive from the top left-hand side, so they walk into this eventually. But it feels like Creator lost a lot of his tech units because of the positioning here, and that positioning is going to end up being very costly for him. So, unfortunately for Creator, this is a lost fight. Has to recall away, and Showtime is just going to go across the map and take advantage of this now, and just going to go. Yeah, that's it's going to be pretty rough, honestly, as Showtime warps in another round of Zealots. The Archon morphing through. Just going to be seeing the +2 attack, double High Templar. All these bits and pieces continue to come online just for the moment. These Stalkers will fire their shot into the Zealot Stalker Archon. And we begin to engage through here. This is a moment where you just have so much of Showtime, and you just really do not have very much on the opposing side of things here, and that's more or less going to just doom this game for Creator. GG must be called, and Showtime takes game 1 of this BO3. And that is going to be that to start us off at least. So, Showtime is going to take the opening game. We'll get this hosted up for game 2 in just a second, guys. That was also on Creator's server preference, so that is something else to think on here. Give me a sec, guys. Just trying to. We've got issues on the off-screen matchup, which is great. Yay, one of those days. Okay, they're good. Never mind. Never mind. False alarm. They are in fact good. Very cool. Cool. Alright, players are readying up. We're gonna get set to go, and continue into more StarCraft 2, guys. Obviously, we've got 10 best of 3s to get through today. We'll try and get through most of them. Again, if we get some long games today, which is absolutely possible, there is a world where we maybe don't quite get through all 10 best of 3s, and maybe we just tell you guys the result of a couple, but we'll just see how the day goes. I'm just thinking if this... I just look at this group and I see Yakov, and I'm thinking, you know, Yakov Spirit could play some long games. I mean, Yakov and Spirit just in general, with everyone could play long games, so... Yeah, yesterday was a very quick group too, so I'm ready for the day to be very long, so just be a little bit cautious with what we're saying, especially because I'm still just a bit sick, so it might just make sense to be a little cautious here or there at certain points as we get into this next game, and get ready to go. So we're just going to have our simulators coming in, the gateways are coming through. We're just going to have ourselves the Nexus Chrono boosting out, a couple of probes there, putting some damage in and getting some work done as we have these simulators continue to come about there for a couple moments as well. So simulators coming about, gateways coming up, we get everything settled for the next few moments here. And see where things are going to go, see what is going to happen. Those two gateways will be finishing shortly, so we get those gateways finished up, ready to go, and resume on forward in a couple moments. Probe nibbling at the other probie. Damage out for a little bit. Cybercore's going to finish. There's a hidden pylon from both players, and Showtime is en route to maybe see it. Creator did not see. Well, he didn't actually see that pylon, so neither player will actually see the pylon of the other, so that's actually going to keep them in a very even position at the very least, so that is a positive. And as the couple of adepts and the sentry come through, the Stargate building up. Nexus on the way in from Showtime, building that down on the natural. Let's get that going as the sentry there is going to hit the probe, just going to energy recharge so we can hallucinate, of course, and get some scouting done. He won game 1, it was Showtime, sorry. Because I'm distracted getting the guys on the other screen set up because they're... Well, it's 18 minutes past 12 and they've only just hosted their first lobby, so you can imagine that that's maybe not quite been the process that it was meant to be, so just trying to sort that while also dealing with obviously casting this game, so apologies for a little distraction. But it saves us paying for an admin, so, you know, more money to the players is what we're about. Alrighty, a couple of adepts going to shade through. Creator will try and threaten way in toward the main base here, but they're just going to hit the wall. They're just going to cancel that shade. We do see a couple more stalkers building through. The warp gate coming online. Nexus, battery, and company coming up. Add a gateway on into that as well. Adding on a pylon. And the few sentries and the stalker will move out down onto the low ground where they are going to chase away the adept for a couple of moments. A couple of force fields miss the second force field. It was kind of in front of the adept when it obviously needed to be behind. I think it was kind of in the right place. It was just, unfortunately, it just decided to kind of... The adept kind of had to be pushed one way or the other. It just pushed back instead of being pulled forward, essentially. So, a little bit of a miscatch there from Showtime. Bit of energy wasted, which is a shame, because more energy means more force field potential in the future. More force field in the future means more opportunity to potentially get work done as well, of course. So, definitely something to be cautious of there. couple of Adepts keep shading around. The Oracle is going to come moving as well. And we just see a couple of Stalkers there going to be ready to say hello, what's up. Just help to play the deflection game where possible. This Oracle it created just dies setting up a defensive stasis ward. It was kind of pointed the wrong way, and then yeah, Showtime's just going to walk in with one Stalker. He has good numbers right now, especially because the attack of his opponent was the Oracle that's been killed. He has force fields available, decides what he wants to fight here. The Adepts are across the map. They're completely walled out, so they're not going to do much. We are going to lose a Sentry, now we lose a Stalker. I feel like this fight is going wrong for Showtime. I feel like it's starting to go in the wrong direction, unfortunately, a little bit, so not quite ideal at the end of the day. Maybe thought this was going to actually be a little bit tidier than it was in the end, as now the Adepts will hit the pylon for a few moments and just try and do a little extra for a couple seconds as well. You can see the Adepts going to shade out once more, and again still threaten to just go wherever they can with whatever they have, try and get a little extra out of this. Stasis is just going to get cancelled, so we'll just see that going down as well, being denied. So the second Oracle of the game not finding any use, just as the first Oracle was... I mean, the first Oracle actually put a stasis that did force one Stalker to not be able to fight, right? Just unfortunate it died while putting that stasis down. That really undid a lot of the positivity that that Oracle could have actually been bringing to the fight in the game, so... A little sad there, but otherwise, continuing through as the Twilight and the Forge is going to be the tech choice from Creator, and we're going to diverge our tech choices. Showtime going to go Robo Facility. He drops a bunch of force fields here to enable him to get one of these Adepts. Yeah, that Robo Facility coming online is a pretty big deal, because it means that we're going to be able to get ourselves... As the Oracle gets the Stasis Ward cancelled, it means that as that Robo Facility comes online, we'll be able to get ourselves some Immortals, some Vision, the Prism as well, but we are going to be playing without the Twilight Council upgrades, and that is a big deal. Twilight Council upgrades are a big thing, they do a lot for you. So very interesting that we're going to take a route here that kind of goes without them. A couple of Stalkers and those couple of Sentries gathering to nibble at the Oracle, which flies through as well, and X is now down on the bottom side. Creator's going to go Glaives. I kind of like it. It's very aggressive, and it gives you probably quite a lot of opportunity to get something done here. So yeah, I kind of like that. There's the +1 and the Glaives coming through. Next in the Immortal, the Sentry coming about. Get all of that underway just for the moment. See where we go. Oracle can deflect it again. The couple of Stalkers going to come across. Oracle just being kept away. We are going to see Hallucination going down. Hallucination steps up. Across the map we go. Just going to be seeing the gateways. They need to produce by. Those hallucinations do hit each other. Again, just the probe coming over, thinking about the Temple Archives. Put it down in the end, so no Archons just yet. Temple Archives would be very good for you here at Showtime, because Temple Archives gives you the Archons that will really help against the Adepts. Adepts suck against Archons. Archons splash damage them. The Archons just do really good damage. They're super tanky against the Adepts as well. They absorb so many of those Adept shots, even if they're hitting quickly. Hitting quick doesn't matter if every single shot still isn't doing much. And I think Showtime was absolutely meant to build that Temple Archives. It just got blocked or cancelled, or... I mean, the probe just turned away, so maybe it was stuck on the wrong hotkey and he just pulled it back by mistake. I mean, now he builds it again, but there's no reason he would have been waiting here. The man has 800, 900 gas banked up. That's purely for High Templar. Fortunately, for Showtime, the lack of Archons is not going to be punished because... Obviously, the gas does bank up. You can warp in other things during this duration. And then when you do finish up your Temple Archives, you can still spend that gas. And in this case, we're not seeing Creator attacking probably before Archons are still on the map. So this was a little bit of a mistake from Showtime, but it's going to come out to be okay for him. As this hallucination will get shot down, will be killed. Both players continue to deny the hallucinations of the other. I mean, Showtime will see what is a terrifyingly sized army. Starts to warp in some High Templar, still has a lot of gas to spend. And again, can only imagine it's going to be more Archons. 2 more High Templar there, 2 more again, so it's going to be 4 Archons available soon. That's already a massive increase on the army supply available to you here. And we're about to have charge. Obviously, we're not really loving the idea of too many Zealots right now because of the Adepts. That's exactly what the Adepts are trying to punish. The cannons are amazing, the batteries are amazing, all of these things that just help you to buy time for more of your Archons and just tech units to come into play. This is all going to be incredible. pushing in the right kind of direction here as this Oracle throws a stasis ward down. We see Predator looking to approach from the left-hand side. A couple of glaive shots coming off initially. First cannon going down. These Archons really do have work to do. Like, they've got so many Adepts that they need to get through, and they really do, again, do good damage to these Adepts, and they absorb a lot of the Adept shots. They are absolutely the units that you want to have up in the front. It's funny because obviously you want your Zealots to tank, but then your Zealots just melts the Adepts. The Archons really are the better force. I mean, a few Zealots leaking in when you're just trying to spend some minerals is fine. Showtime's obviously had cannons and the batteries working throughout this. Lost about 6 workers so far. He's going to lose his final couple of Archons here. Does he have gas still? He does. He whoops in a massive round of Zealots. I wonder if he's actually killed enough Adepts that the Zealots can kind of go without just being overwhelmed straight away. It does look like that's the case. It looks like Showtime is making a push through of this, as now he's going to get onto the Prism. Prism is going to go down, not even blink on those Stalkers. But that is going to make this absolutely a defense for Showtime, because now there's nothing else that Creator can realistically do. At this point, you're just kind of a little bit stuck. You can't whoop in any more reinforcements. This attack has not done what you wanted it to. This is going to be a full stop on the game for you at this point. And going back home and trying to do other things, as we are going to have a lag spike here. Indy, no, my boy. My boy having the DC early. Hopefully not a big deal. Hopefully just gets this sorted, and we'll be back with us for the next game. But Indy is going to drop from us here in this game number 2. We'll just give this a second or so. Yeah, Showtime big hold, and spending a lot of his gas now means he's got a lot of Archons available again too, so his army is getting even better once again at this stage. So we settle down for that as we have the timer ticking on down. We're going to get out of here. We will get back on track and see what happens next. There's a few Adepts already going to try and make their way in, so they're going to try and shade their way through. No fortune there just yet. We'll see a couple more units and warp in as well. Yeah, Showtime, at this point, the big thing is that Showtime obviously dealt with his opponent in the sense of the big threat that kind of Creator set up for has now been halted. What's interesting is Creator has nothing else on the way. It's not like he's going to be like, okay, well, now time for me to go into charge or so, or maybe do something a little bit different about this. So he's not going to kind of, you know, go for any sort of follow-up at all, which to me leaves us in kind of an interesting position here. I mean, it basically means he's going to just glaive Adept attack one more time, which, not gonna lie, does not fill me with confidence. That said, Showtime's moving on the map, and Showtime has more army supply. More army supply against what is typically seen as an all-in composition. Showtime sees that the army's still there, so now he realizes that he's going to come. I think Showtime's idea was, I want to get across the map and fight you before you are able to tech out of these Adepts. And the reality is that all Creator has done is build more Adepts. So then Showtime is absolutely fine to fight. And he's going to start pushing in. You're going to see these Adepts are going to get shredded by these Archons. Remember last time when it was... Oh my god, gets the Prism quickly as well with the Archon on the right side. Remember last time when these Archons had the support of the batteries and so, and that was kind of already kind of rough for Creator. Well, this is rough just because of just how good a fight this is from Showtime. GG. That is going to be game 2 and the first series of the day going the way of Showtime. So Showtime takes the first. And we are going to hop to EU and just send Creator a little message and let him know his next match may be a few moments. Cool. So we're going to go to Europe for Cristiana versus Showtime. And get into this next matchup here, which is going to be more PvP. We're going to do a couple PvPs just right off the bat today, guys. We're going to rip the band-aid off and just do some of the mirror matchups. Then we will go from there. What's up, Juvia? Thank you so much for the 70-month resub. Already the big 7-0. Guess you better retire soon. Crazy. Crazy. It's always crazy when you've seen these kind of subs kind of coming through over, you know, such a long period of time and stuff. Crazy business. Alrighty, let's dive on in to our next game, which is going to be Cristiana versus Showtime. This PvP stand up in a few moments. Let's get this ready to rumble. Let me leave this random chat channel I'm in. Here for the WardiTV Winter Championship. Again, brought to you by you guys helping us support on the Patreon page, of course, patreon.com/WardiTV, as well as some of the wonderful people helping WardiTV events continue, such as Winter, such as Loco, OSC supporting the Mondays, and some of the additional stuff that we have as well. So shout out to all of them helping to make these events possible. Alrighty guys, we're just waiting for videos to come through on this PvP and we will resume. That is the current plan of action, so see how it goes. Do 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 bum, bum, bum. How's everyone feeling? Hopefully good. Hopefully everyone is doing okay. Thanks for joining us, guys. Appreciate you all being here. Group B of this Winter Championship today, and then Group C and D will take place next week as well. As we have our first map coming up, it's going to be Ruby Rock. Start off this PvP, so get this underway, and we are pretty much ready to go and speed on through. Cool, cool, cool. Party's up, cold. Players will begin, and we'll take this off and away. Thanks for joining us again, guys, early. You can say I know there's other events going on as well. Yeah, try to avoid other events, obviously, but sometimes it's just not super easily done either. There's just a lot going on. There's a lot of events to avoid. It's hard to avoid everything all the time. So, yeah, Pigfest is on right now, as well as some great players. Trust me, I did not want to clash with Pigfest, but alas, such is the way of the world. Today, at least. I think this is the only day we clash, though. Next week, I'm actually away for the Pigfest playoffs, so will not be as much of an issue. Just I had to find a day to run this group on. I just couldn't change it anywhere. So yeah, sometimes it'd be like that, guys. The biggest problem in StarCraft 2, despite it being 2026 and it being a dead game, is still finding empty days to actually run your tournaments on. What? Why is this game so alive, man? It's crazy. Crazy, I tell you. Showtime upper left, Cristiana will be bottom right as we kick off into this PvP. Get this underway. Is it possible to gamble? It could be possible to gamble. Hang on. Just remind me to end the gamble at the end, otherwise it will all be for naught. And I don't have a good memory. Let's go, Wardy. Hello everyone on the YouTube as well. Hello, how you doing? If you are enjoying on the YouTube today, do not forget that obviously you can support on the YouTube as well if you do so wish, by liking and subscribing. It's free to do so, and it helps us out massively. We're on that road to 50,000 YouTube subs. Where are we at right now? I'm actually not sure. We have a quick little peek at the sub count on the YouTube. Where are we at? 48,491. So we are a handful away from being 1,500 away. Beautiful. Amazing. The count per day has been going down, but when we sell out for it a little bit, it definitely goes up again, so consider this me doing my doing my selling out, you know? Doing my job, doing my duty. Doing my duty. Proby, I'm gonna nibble at the other Proby for a couple of moments. Yeah, a bit of damage done there just to start us off. And yeah, a couple Stalkers, the Warp Gate, the Sentry all coming through. We'll get that underway. It's gonna have a couple pylons coming down as well. Obviously, Showtime comes out of one PvP and into another. Going to be a factor for the moment, as we just have the Stalker Sentry continue to poke. Pylon still taking some damage, and that is going to go down as well, so that will fall. And a couple Sentries continue through. Just going to see their Warp Gates coming up on both sides as well, so we do get a good idea of just obviously where this is going to and what's happening early on. Nothing super crazy just yet, as that Nexus gets back into place. And yeah, Stalker, Nexus, all the good stuff on the way. Get those Sentries going too. Looking good so far. When I say so far, I really mean in the first 3 minutes of this game, and it's PvP and they're both expanding, so there's not really much that can go wrong, but we set up decently and we go from there. Stalkers, the sentries come across. Again, hallucination moving over. Going to be having the lane coming up on each side as well, so both players are going to pretty much mirror each other in this mirror match for the moment. I haven't really talked about my thoughts for the group today, but I think Showtime's got to just be a pretty clear favorite. Cristiana, a dangerous player as well. I think all the players have a chance to upset Showtime in a best of 3. I just trust Showtime the most to deliver in the majority of matchups, where even if someone upsets Showtime, I'm not sure if the rest of them are very, are confident enough to go in like 3-0 or 2-0 against all the other guys and so and go like 3 or 4-0 in this group, So I think Showtime's the biggest challenge, and I think he's the most consistent. So I think he's very safe. Everyone else, I really actually think is a little bit up in the air as to who could advance. I think Creator's maybe the bigger favorite, but Spirit's obviously always very good. It's just he is right now obviously going to be a little bit less active, so we're not 100% sure what he's going to look like. Yakov is being on the rise. It would be amazing to see Yakov make the playoffs. Yeah, it's a very interesting state of the competition, actually, because I think this is a group where really, I say this a lot of the time, but this really truly is a group where it's like, I think not just any player's advancing, but like almost any order of results that doesn't have Showtime near the bottom of the table, like any order of 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th place, I think actually ends up making sense to me in the end, I don't think there is a set of results here, unless Showtime is 0-4, where I'm like, oh my goodness, that is crazy. And you're like, oh, Showtime 1-3, like Showtime 2-2, okay, sure, I can still see that. Anything worse than 2-2 for Showtime to me is like almost the only upset that can happen in this group. I mean, I guess if Yakov goes 4-0, that's also a bit of an upset as well, right? I just feel like if it's not Showtime to go 4-0, I think it's going to be... I don't think there's going to be a 4-0, I think it's going to be like a 3-1 at best. Maybe a lot of 2-2 tiebreakers in this group as well could be really possible. It's a really good... it's a really interesting group because of that. Like I say, there's just not really that kind of typical kind of favorite kind of paved out. Showtime losing 6 workers early. He will chase and he'll kill both these adepts, but 6 workers down is obviously 6 workers down. And he will take the trail on the economy in the early stages initially. So 48 to the 51 workers right now. And yeah, just trailing a little bit there with both players heading toward the 3rd base quickly. That sort of level of economy is important to take note of for the moment. Stalking the Sentry's just going to fight there. +1 Enclaves coming through. Extra gates and the Immortal coming up as well. Do you have the Robe of Facility, the extra gates, the charge, and the Stalkers coming about? Just going to have that +1 about halfway done. The Guardian Shield is going to pop. Bunch of additional Stalkers going to be warping in right now. Just going to see the Stalkers trying to fight. Sentries taking some damage. Decent damage being done right now. A couple of Sentries in the front taking some shots. There's one Sentry that pops the Guardian Shield just before it goes down. Don't think this is going to do enough for Showtime. I think he's in a little bit of trouble because this is obviously Cristiana on offense, and Cristiana will then be able to kind of pick his way through this 3rd base if Showtime cannot produce the defense right now. And the Immortal is going to help. Did Showtime survive well enough to just have this Immortal save the day? Might just be the case for now. Showtime trying to go Glaives, trying to go +1. I mean, obviously he's essentially trying to hit the timing that we still kind of used against him in the previous game of PvP we just won. So seeing what comes of that as the Immortal Zealot Stalker keeps moving around a little bit. A couple more Stalkers will gather together again. Charge and +1 still coming through for the moment. A little bit of chrono boosting being done. Again, the Prism on its way out. That Dark Shrine being added on. Temple Archive is going to be next thing finishing for Cristiana. Don't think Showtime has a lot of potential just with an Adept timing here. But I do wonder maybe you could have some potential with, like, DTs. I like that. But this cannon's coming up, too. I mean, it feels like the preparation is going to be there to make this just not work. Basically, at the end of the day, like, this just doesn't feel as though it's going to be kind of what you need it to be, basically. See a couple more units just warping in, and we just have a lot of Zealots there. If you sit here, sitting tight with a good chunk of Adepts, the Immortals. Stalkers blinking through, just after a couple of those Stalkers. Zealots now taking damage as well. The Immortal also being hunted. Again, +2 attack, a couple more Sentries coming through. The Dark Shrine is still about to finish up here. Just looking to get that completed. mean, Showtime doesn't really have much choice. He's kind of probably just got to send this right now, but yeah, he's yeah, it doesn't look good for him, but like I say, you don't really have much of a choice in it right now. You just kind of have to go no matter what. So, got to figure that out. As we are going to drop the recall down here as Showtime pulls a few adepts back. I don't know what that recall was for. I don't know if they were just in trouble, and so maybe he just misread it, because that does not feel like a worthwhile recall in any way, shape, or form there, obviously. So that was not pretty, as the rest of the odds, and so move around. This really does continue to feel as though we are on the kind of dying eclipse of this game already. I mean, Showtime is just... it just hasn't been pretty for him. A little bit behind early, and then Cristiana with some good attacks throughout this game to maintain the lead. And yeah, when Showtime's trying to come back in, Cristiana's been pretty well prepared. Let's see if the DTs can cause chaos. I mean, they probably will cause chaos. The better question maybe, can they do enough? Kill a pylon depowering a bunch of gateways. Showtime is not terribly far behind in army supply, so maybe if you could have killed that pylon, depowered a bunch of gates. You just need so many more things to kind of sequence into your favor, which just seems so unlikely to happen. Coming over, the couple DTs. We'll get back to slicing and dicing. Just going to see the DTs continue to put work in, so just going to put some more damage out. A few more depths getting warped in. Cannon in the battery. Still building through on the side of Cristiana. The prism loads up. A couple of stalkers blink over. And now a chunk of units show up over here as well. This cannon immediately in trouble. It's going to fall pretty much immediately. And yeah, Zealot Adept Stalker continue to push through. Everything just firing up. Prism going to come around the back. And is just going to be seeing a couple DTs drop them straight down. Getting after that cannon as well. So just looking to clean that up, push that down, get everything sorted here. GG gets called, and Cristiana will take game number 1 of this best of 3, which we kind of saw coming. The DTs were like a bit of a Hail Mary last chance effort, and they just did not come through well enough. And that means that Cristiana gets the opening game over Showtime. I wonder if Cristiana's just like, I don't know if I want to call him a dark horse in this group. Like I say, I think any results kind of can come through. I say Cristiana's played well lately, so I'm almost just not surprised to see him kind of, yeah, I'm not surprised to see him kind of showing up here. Alright, Wind of Madness coming through in a couple moments. Get this ready to go. Resuming in just a couple moments, guys. Get this ready to begin. Cristiana just needs a moment, so we'll give him a couple of seconds. We'll get ready to resume, guys. Good for Cristiana. Get back onto this. How are we all doing today? Again, thanks for joining us. Appreciate you all tuning in. Good to see you guys. Yeah, thanks for dropping by and hanging out with us as we get ready for more. In just like I say, a couple moments time. Just waiting for Cristiana to be ready, and we will send it. Winner of the Pigsty and Wardy group winners should play a show match, yeah. Yeah, what's up, DJ Chris Spear? Happy Thursday to you, mate. Good to see you. Popping by and saying hi as well. Players are ready, and looks as though we are now officially going to be allowed to go. And we will kick this off and get this started, guys. So, game beginning. It's time to send this, and we will go into Winter Madness for this next map series, which is going to be Showtime's attempted resurgence. I say resurrection. He's not quite dead. Just pushed back, held down. In the bottom right, Showtime, the red Protoss player. Yeah, for game 2, looking to be, like I say, the bounce back. 1-0 in the group so far. A loss here would put him at 1-1. Spirit and Yakov left to play. Those matches would be coming up much further down the line today. Because after this, we're going to follow all of Cristiana's games from here out into, for the first half of this group, guys. So we're going to go Cristiana versus, I think it's Cristiana Spirit is after this match, actually. So that might change, because we're actually, on the games that are live on screen are kind of going at a reasonable pace. The ones that are off screen are going at an extremely slow pace. So there's actually a very high chance we actually maybe have to rejig the scheduling almost immediately today. So yeah, we'll let you guys know about that and how it goes and so on. But for now, try and fight through and see what happens. Let's see how long this PvP takes. The format is set up so basically we always kind of go into our next match is always one of the players from the current match will be playing against the player who is currently on break. So usually what happens is that we're almost always able to just go straight into the next series because the next series is a player that just finished playing and a player that's been waiting to play. But if the off-stream matches take a certain amount of time, then obviously the player who's on break, like if they get a full best of 3 behind or more, then that whole system kind of breaks down a little bit. So we'll, like I said, we'll keep an eye on it. I'll update you guys when I know more, when I see where this day is maybe heading to, see if it is going to be a rejig of the schedule in a bit. Just letting you guys know early that it's definitely a possibility that we might have to rejig things and do things a little different maybe. Early. As the robot facility comes up, probe and the adept come through, stalking the warp gate building. Sentry as well. So getting a little bit of action started here. As we get underway, the probe pulling back around, going to turn the other direction. Sentry stalker warp gate coming through. Robo facility, and a couple of adepts coming up from Cristiana, so in base Robo as well. We'll see probably a Prism and looking to kind of get some harassment going with that sooner rather than later if I had to make a guess as to what the plan is here for Cristiana. And then from Showtime, just building purely onto the gateway unit. Sentry is going to give him info early. You can add a third gateway here as well and just kind of 3-gate Robo. From the in-base, it means you're not going to build Immortals, but you will have the pressure of the Prism and the extra gateway to obviously kind of power that up. So that is oftentimes the way that you take this as well. So possibilities for Cristiano to kind of take this a couple different ways while Showtime will definitely expand. He builds a battery that's going to be in his mineral line. That kind of suggests that he's probably thinking of coming across the map, right? Because then he doesn't want to, have to leave anything at home defensively. Oh no, he was actually building the battery at the front, so he was actually maybe a bit afraid. Oh, interesting. I thought it was in the mineral line. But yeah, he was actually a bit afraid of maybe a push coming to the front, which obviously just is not the case here. Showtime will scout, you'll see the Robo, you'll see the 2 gates. If he goes back, he will see the Nexus as well. I think he might just glimpse it anyway, but this is going to be a late expand from Cristiana and really reliant on this Prism play to try and get some damage done and to hopefully find a way to put some work into your favor. So let's see what happens. The Warp Gate coming up, Robo Facility coming through, Battery coming around. Again, the Immortal and the Warp Gate still coming about. The Robo Facility continues in. Just going to see a couple more probes coming around there. The Adepts will unload. They go after a couple of those probes. A little bit of damage being dealt initially. Not too much though, right? This is the sort of, lack of damage which is going to put Cristiano in trouble because he's definitely the player in a position who needs to do something right now. I was going to say, let's not let these Adepts get away. Good force fields are going to make sure that that is not going to be the case. We ensure that those Adepts are indeed going down tonight. So the Adepts die. A couple of stories get found here. Prism will evacuate. Showtime just after an absolute amazing start at the end of the, in the grand scheme of this, right? He's just in an amazing position. Going through, looking fantastic at the moment. Let's see, a little hallucination just going to get popped backwards. Again, the Prism and the Stalker coming about. A couple sentries coming online. Another couple of force fields is going to trap a Stalker into the front there. We keep some of the Stalker sentry at bay for the moment. Fire Council building from both players. The probes coming online. The Observer coming up. A lot of that continues through just for the moment then as the Prism sits overhead. Another sentry. Another Stalker just going to warp in for now. Destination will make its way down to the bottom side. A couple sentries will unload. The Immortal going to fight here. Unloading a couple more units up to the high ground again. Stalker and the sentry still coming up. They get rid of this pylon, so Cristiana is going to do some good damage. Obviously, the force field puts you into a good position, and he did end up building the Immortal. I was not expecting that, because usually you just don't with this Robo at home. But yeah, he did, and he brought it across the map. Now probes are going to have to be used to defend, and Showtime, you remember I was saying was in a great position, is now actually going to be taking a bunch of damage. It's exactly what Cristiana needed. He needed to do something here, and we'll finally get that something done. The Immortal from Showtime is derping a bit. Sorry, no, that's the new Immortal from Cristiana. Oh, is Showtime just dead? Showtime is just dead. Oof. Wow. That is bad. I mean, 15 workers go down. Wow, credit to Cristiana. He really killed Showtime while I was just not thinking that was really on the cards at all. I didn't think that actually killing him was just going to be something we could just sort of commit to and send in this scenario at all, honestly. That's crazy. Showtime's not dead, he's not rolling over and dying, but he's down a bunch of workers, he's down an army supply, he's related to the Twilight Council as well, he lost a bunch of mining time pulling the probes too. It does not look pretty, and again, it looked so good for Showtime, that's why I was worried for Cristiana. He had to find a way to do something, and he found that way. He got the damage done, and that's what's important at the end of this, that he did find that damage at the end of it all, and was able to put himself into a better position to continue on. Now Cristiana's position is going to be just absolutely stellar, so he's going to be loving this. You see the prism keeps moving over, just going to have the prism up the top. Going to come and drop a couple of depths down. Showtime needs to find a way back into this. Starting with some damage on the mineral line would definitely help. He's going to his own resonating glaive, so he's going to try and just match what his opponent is doing, but obviously he's going to be doing it from behind, so it's scary. It's definitely not the kind of thing you want to hear your opponent is committing to, because it just doesn't feel like it's not the kind of thing you want to commit to, because you're basically saying, I'm going to do the same as you, but from a worse position. Doesn't really make a lot of sense. The one thing that is a saving grace is that obviously in this matchup you're going to have this kind of aspect of PvP that is essentially that you know, they both went in, you know, that they both kind of only on two bases. So while Showtime was behind on workers, he catches up on workers quickly because there's only so many workers Cristiana can have to be kind of benefiting from. You know, it's not like he has a third base to saturate. So in that regard, the economic lead for Cristiana has kind of faded away now. Showtime's still behind on economy. Still behind on army. And obviously, but despite the economy issues from before, I'll get my words out straight in a moment. Despite the economy issues of before, it's kind of hanging on in there. The Adept's taking a few more shots, a little bit more damage being done, another few Adepts warping in. Probes coming about, Immortal's going to sell here. I'm just going to see a few more Adepts coming in once again as that prism sets up, and we do see a few units from Showtime lingering around the left-hand side. A couple of Adepts, it's going to be, they're going to shade their way forward and hit this mineral line, or at least try to. Come on, T-probe, 3 probes, 4 probes. With Glaives, obviously you do damage quickly, and probably could have had 5 there. I think he miscontrolled a little bit. Main army of Cristiana showing up. Showtime took a third base, Cristiana has not, so again, this immediately becomes, well, I better get rid of that scenario from Cristiana, which I think he will. Don't think Showtime's going to step forward to try and defend this. He's not crazy. He knows the current state of things, so he's not going to try and defend that. He's just going to let this go down to 2 bases each, and we will play on from there. As the Adepts continue through, battering a couple of pylons coming up as well. Adepts going to take a big shade forward and look to make their way into this and just commit. There's going to be a couple of batteries. Going to pop the Guardian Shields. I like the Force Field to slow down some of the Immortals advancing in the other units. But the Prism's just going to load up and go because Cristiana is just committed to this. Honestly, might be a mistake. I think this fight was maybe good enough for Showtime to at least give him a chance, right? Because actually the Adepts really were kind of on their own for a few moments, and the batteries have done their job quite well too. Like I say, I'm not going to say it's like the end of the world, but it definitely has given Showtime a chance in a game where obviously it did not look great for him in the slightest. Sometimes a fighting chance is all you can ask for. And Adepts going to threaten to shade through again. That's not going to be enough. Showtime's just going to tap out of here. Still only 15 army supply behind, but just not getting enough of it up and running. And just can't seem to get into a stable enough position to make this worthwhile. GG's. Alright, Cristiana's going to do a 2-0 over Showtime. Right guys, so we are going to have some downtime because the first series off stream is still going on. Spirit versus Yakov. So, while Spirit Yakov is still going on, we cannot actually start another matchup. Unless we did, because we've got Cristiana. We could do Cristiana versus Creator. Do Cristiana versus Creator maybe, and just start up that PvP and then just completely YOLO from there and try and figure out what we're going to do. Maybe. If we do Cristiana Creator, when they finish, we could just skip down to that section and just go from there. Yeah, I think let's do that. Yeah, we're gonna have to do it like this. There's no other way. All right, so we'll figure that out. Cool, we'll get this started. Sorry guys, I'm obviously trying to figure this out as we go as well. I'm just trying to do the best thing that we can that just makes sense TLDR basically. So give me a second to double check things. Let me actually get my schedule open and just relocate things. So this is not played. In fact, so those are played. So they don't matter. Strike those out the way. This is not played, so we're going to do this one next. And do this now. Which makes sense to then do that. Maybe like this. Alright, like I said guys, yeah, just one of those days. It's going to be a bit messed up. So the schedule is going to change a little bit, guys. Like I say, simply for the case of just, we can't really get around it otherwise. Otherwise we're just going to have, if we don't change the schedule, we're going to have a lot of downtime. So for the right now, we're going to go Cristiana versus Creator and just do this PvP. Which means we're going to do all the PvPs straight away. That was not the intention. It's just genuinely how this is kind of playing out in terms of just giving us the best shot to kind of get something done. So, we're just going to go for that. That's going to be the plan. Let's do it. We'll do this, and we'll just go from here and see what happens. So, like I said, I don't really know if there's a great way to fix this necessarily outside of everything else going on. This PvP is super fast, then. It's all messed up. Alright, first map is going to be Winter Madness. Let's get this hosted. Alright, I'll jump into this PvP and we'll see where we go, guys. This could also be fast. If this is fast, then I actually have no idea where we go from here. Yeah. Not really sure where we're at right now, but we'll just make do. We'll just try and make something work, guys. The players are ready. We'll kick off in this PvP. Who is absent? Nobody's absent. They're just playing. Because obviously we have a match that happens off stream. Basically, the first two series on stream have been shorter than the first series off stream, which really throws things into a little bit of a crazy situation. It's very difficult to kind of balance for this because, like I say, my match format or my match list is based on, even if the off-series stream is a bit longer than on-series, we can still just go. That fails when they get a full series behind. Now, we should be able to get back on track a little bit. Like, in theory, we do Creator versus Cristiana here, and then after this, Yakov will be on break, and so we'll do Cristiana versus Yakov or so. That is possible. Or maybe we could even do... What was the match that was missed? Creator Yakov? Maybe we could do Creator Yakov even. Yeah, I don't know. Let's just see where we're at, because honestly, they might still be in game by the time this PvP is done. I'm not trusting that they're going to finish at all right now. So, yeah, that's going on. That's the thing, guys. And let's... We'll just do this, and we'll just see where we can get to, as we are going to have bottom right, red Protoss is Cristiana, top left, and blue Protoss is going to be Creator, as we get this underway. So yeah, like I say, a bit of a schedule change. Who's winning, Yakov and Spirit? I can't tell you, because I'm not paying attention, because otherwise I'd spoil myself, and yeah, all I know is they're playing super long games, so we'll cast that later on. Cast that later on. On the plus side, we've got some long games coming up later. A positive we can take away from this, as we focus on this PvP. Alright, credit Cristiana. Let's see what they want to get up to. I liked how Cristiana approached it. If he can beat Creator, what a great start that would be in this group. But then if Creator beats Cristiana, then this group kind of enters, not quite tiebreaker territory just yet, but it definitely heads in that sort of a direction, right? So... something to think on. Probs coming up. Sentry Warp Gate on the way. Stalker Adept on the way through as well. Let's get this started right now. I'm just going to be seeing the Adept and Stalker both building up for the moment, so we get that coming. Get that started. Let's see what we can do. Nexus and the Wolf Gate coming down. Twilight Council and the Adept coming about. Just going to be seeing the Wolf Gates continue to come through. Just going to see the Stalker poking away for a couple of moments. I'll try and see what we can get up to here early as the Sentry comes about and we regather for a couple of moments. Stalker will swing a couple shots at this pylon, and Probe is there to help it along the way. Pylon goes down, Cristiana momentarily, supply block comes out of it quickly though. So well prepared in that regard, at least, as yeah, the Adept is just going to take a little bit of a shade through, look for the opportunity to see what's up. Obviously threaten that shade to the other side, see what's going on. Will cancel, recalls the Adept and actually does get out alive, so recall is good, worthwhile, and accurate, so that works. And Hallucination still just chilling out overhead. See what else is going on as it continues to scout through and to see what else exactly happens here for the next few moments. So Blink Chronoburst on that Twilight Council. Cristiana going to go for the Robo. So you can see a bit of a different kind of approach here from both. There's, yeah, no expansion from Creator though, so just committing to the Blink. I wonder if there's something which he thinks can actually do very well against, Cristiana here, just because obviously Cristiana is playing purely gateway. Blink's going to give you a lot of time. It's going to be a 4-gate Blink, so yeah, it's going to be very committed from Creator. Going to be very, very committed from him. Let's just see that Adept. I'm going to take the chance to shade forward here. I'm trying to move up this ramp, trying to see a bit of what's going on just initially. And yeah, Blink coming through, extra Stalkers coming online. Stalker is still pinging through at that Adept right now, so just looking for a little bit of extra damage potentially. As we have the Immortal coming up too, so the Immortal coming along. It's going to see the Adept still shading around. Double probes coming about, battery on the way. Yeah, Blink just finishing kind of soon. The pylon about to be done as well. A couple more Stalkers coming online. Creator is ready to commit. The Immortal building going to be huge here. There is a fake Immortal, hallucinated one at the front. We're going to just blink through. Ooh, this is nasty because we actually don't have enough Stalkers in reach of the real Immortal that just came down the ramp. Now he is going to blink on it though. Lost a lot of Stalkers already. The battery buys you a lot of time. This is so committed from Creator. He's going to have to try and blink away in a moment and regroup a little bit. I mean, at least he didn't waste time hitting the fake Immortal. That is the good news here. Gonna try and get a little bit more done. Battery's obviously in good numbers from Cristiana, doing a lot to kind of keep him on the right track at the moment. So the Immortal just continues to wander across, and we do see the Gobble Stalkers going back the other way. for a couple seconds. Just going to hold up there. Take a couple moments. Stalkers regathering for now. Stalker sending Immortal in position. Just going to push things back again. And I'm going to see the Stalker's going to go. They get a real Immortal. Reinforcement waves coming quickly because it's 4 gateways of production. Battery's now out of energy as well. Sentries don't have a lot of energy left on them. That's the last bit of energy, and the Guardian Shield goes down pretty quickly. I like that we're just targeting down sentries here. There's going to be another new Immortal. Do we have enough Stalkers to fight a new Immortal? That's a very tough question to answer. I mean, probably not right now, but then maybe soon. Pops the barrier on it. That's a big deal. Next Immortal's already halfway done. Cristiana just buy time until 2 Immortals out, because 2 Immortals at once might be too much for Creator to actually deal with, you know? Like, that actually might just be too much overall to be, you know, properly handled here, so that could be a factor as well. That could be something we're looking at. Still coming about. There is the second Immortal. I mean, we're getting rid of the Nexus. If Creator gets the Nexus, that at least is already going to be seen as something of a victory. Blinks in. That Immortal is going to go down nice and quickly. Okay, good. Lose a few Stalkers in the process, but hey, we got rid of the Immortal for a little bit. I mean, that's definitely progress. It's something that's positive for you here, so we take those. The Nexus now taking damage. Just going to see the Stalker step through again. A couple more shots coming about. Immortal still coming online as well, so another Immortal on the way. Did not get rid of the Nexus. Now we have a Prism, so the micro potential increases, but of course you gotta be super careful with the Prism. Oh my goodness, I thought that was gonna be a volley on it, but Stalkers didn't have the chance just yet. We get rid of a couple Stalkers. The Immortal's still the one that's gonna deal a bunch of the damage through this at the moment. Obviously, we're gonna look for the Immortal, but the Prism will kind of say no. Good battery healing, doing a good job as well. A couple extra Stalkers still gonna have to just peel back for a little bit longer. This Nexus is about to go down, and that is gonna be kind of the cleanup we've been looking for, I guess. So Creator finally cleans up this Nexus. Nice to have had the Prism, because it really did save that low HP Immortal a couple times over. Now Creator kind of owns the low ground, though. Where do we actually go from here? I'm actually not sure what the next step of this truly looks to be. As the Stalkers move about, a couple Stalkers and the Immortals gather around. Pylon will block on the high ground for the moment. Just knock this pylon down and open this path, but we can start to move through. A couple Stalkers going to get jumped on. The Immortals going to begin to take a bunch of damage. Stalkers do have to go blinking back the other way a little bit. I think he wants to kill his own pylon here so he can free a probe to get to the low ground to expand. So I think that's Zealot's going to start looking for that as Creator has a supply lead. Man, wonky game of the PvP right now. Definitely not the normal kind of game that you get to see. As these Stalkers push up, the gateway will take some damage. Going to shade back a little bit. If the Immortal's still gathering in. More Stalker warping in from Cristiana. Building. And Deb takes a bit more damage too. I was going to see a few probes coming down to the natural. You see another pylon going back to the high ground as well. So it's going to pull that back over in that direction. We do have a little bit of fighting setting up to go. A few Adepts, a few Zealots will get warped in here as well. So just going to get those set up initially too. I'm going to jump for the Prism. It's not a bad call in terms of what you want to get, but you don't get it, and that's obviously an issue because those 4 Maws. I mean, these 4 Maws are a problem. I feel like Creator almost needs to start building charge or something. I actually just don't know if Creator can win. I actually think these Immortals are just too powerful, straight up. I just don't know if you can actually do anything here right now. We've seen the Immortals fighting Stalkers and be in some trouble. Alright, give me one sec, guys. I have to message people for a second. Alright, sorry, just messaging people. Let me get hosted as Tourmaline. Cool, right. Sort that out. Get that to go over here. Oh, multitasking. Right. We're going to jump into game 2 of this. Then we're going to go Cristiana versus Yakov after. So we are definitely going to do that part of the order. And then I might have to rearrange a couple of things still. Players are ready. Let's start this PvP. Yeah, I might still have to rearrange a couple of things, but so be it. Okay, cool. Cool. Not really cool because I'm on all sorts of scenarios trying to figure this out and move some matches around. Like I say, we've just been having things moving at different paces. In the top right, not winning that game in the end is Creator. The issue is the moment you don't just keep trading and throwing yourself at the Immortals, the Immortal count gets high and then you're in trouble. I think he probably needed to get an expansion up or so and try and play out of the Stalker situation, but obviously that didn't happen. Oh. Cool. In the bottom left, Cristiana able to take that game in the end then. Alright, so Cristiana may get to a 2-0 starting point off of these PvPs. That'd be a great start in this group. We'll see him versus Yakov next, and then he will only have Spirit left to play. Might be able to manipulate the matchups to still have that kind of happen in something of an order here. We'll try and figure it out. Like I say, schedule's going to be changing a little bit because of the disjointedness that the matches that ended up being played in, but that's okay. Like I said, I'll keep you guys up to date. I'm just saying it out loud because I'm also kind of mentally figuring it out in my head while also trying to talk, so I'm just kind of telling you guys while I think of it myself. We figure this whole thing out as well. The probe's going to nibble at some of the probes. And we get a little bit feisty over there as the probes come around. Cybercore coming up, gates on the way. Going to be seeing this game on Tourmaline getting settled for the moment. That Stalker warp gate building up. Sentry Stalker on the way through as well. Probe will nibble at the other probe. Island coming into place as well. Just gonna get that set up for a few seconds. And yeah, Stalker Sentry warp gate all on the way through, so we get that up and running. Couple of moments. Nylon gonna get chipped down here over the next few moments as well. Gonna see that falling. Stalker Sentry warp gate all building about just for now. And this probe getting ready to throw cheeky little Nexus down. So Nexus comes into play. Get that in position right away here. Get that started off. Let's see where we go next. Destinations will clip on each other for a couple of seconds. Just gonna see the Twilight counts coming through, centering the warp gate building up. See, both players with an expansion this time going to be playing a different game to what we saw previously, plain and simple. It's not going to look the same at all, so in that regard, things definitely getting spiced up a little bit here. As we do have the Dark Shrine. Okay, definitely getting spiced up a little bit here. Ooh, hoo, hoo. Blink coming up. Again, Blink coming through, Dark Shrine coming over. Just going to be seeing the next coming through, Blink coming about, Gates in the Dark Shrine coming through and online as well, so we get that up and running. Just gonna have Robo Facility dropping down. Again, Dark Shrine will finish very soon. Gonna have the hallucination. I'm gonna get picked off there. The Stalkers and the Sentry still gathering together. Dark Shrine producing the DTs. They're gonna just walk in. Robo Facility's not ready, and it's right here on the natural. Predator might be taking an early exit from this best of 3. As you can see, this is not exactly looking to be ideal right now. Robo's gonna go down. It's GG. Cristiana G0. Alright, we are in such an absolute mess of this group. What the hell are we gonna do right now? Spirit's about to play Showtime. It might make more sense supposed to do create a Yakov instead of Cristiana Yakov. In fact, that absolutely makes more sense. Cool. Alright, let me message the players. Cool. Cool. I think I'm fixing it. So, first of all, Petrokana, thank you so much for the 1-year resub on the Prime. I appreciate you. Yeah. Cool. I think we're fixing it. I think we're fixing it. I've got 6 matches paired up into pairs again at least, so if nothing else, that's a win. Cristiana win? Cristiana did win. Yes. Cool, cool, cool. Yakov's logging over. Yep, that's ready to go. Alright guys, sorry for that. Obviously, like I say, I'm just trying to figure out the best way for us to kind of get us through these games with the fact that the schedule's falling apart. I think we're back on track. I think we're kind of, like I say, we're paired up. There is a possibility, so the issue with the paired matches right now is that they don't necessarily correlate to each other. So there is maybe still a possibility of downtime and stuff, but like we can't really do anything else about it. But yeah, we ended up essentially being 3 best-of-3s ahead on mainstream. What it does mean is we're going to get 6 live matches a day, and then only 4 matches will be cast on replay. But I will let you guys know the schedule update as soon as I can get to it fully. For now, we'll just kind of go with it as we can. So for now, it is going to be Creator versus Yakov, because it just makes the most sense, because this lets us pair things up. I know I said Cristiana Yakov. The problem with Cristiana versus Yakov is if we go Cristiana Yakov, then Creator's just sat here waiting for even longer, and he's got 2 matches. It just doesn't make sense. So we're going to go Creator versus Yakov now, and we just go from there. Thumbs up. Cool. Ay. Alright. That's the problem with doing PvPs first and having TVZ on the off stream, apparently. Hey, look forward to the TVZ, guys, because apparently it's over an hour long. from what I'm hearing. The fact that we're so off schedule with them, so... Yeah, I mean, we can take that away as a positive, if nothing else. Bidders are coming through. It is going to be for a server preference for map 1. Just waiting for their first map pick, and we'll be off and away into that. 10,000 feet Celestial Enclave, Mothership, Old Republican, totally vetoed. Waiting for one more veto and some map picks, and we can go. We can go. Taito Citadel, vetoed as well. Ruby Rock. Gonna be map 1. Let's get this hosted for them and get this ready to go, guys. I appreciate you guys putting up with me. I'm just yapping on about all these things. And like I say, I'm just trying to figure it out in my own head as well at the same time. On the plus side, we have gotten rid of all of the freaking trading tax resource mod keeps overtaking my game hot mod for some reason. But yeah, on the plus side, we are going to have the PvP is done already, so we have no mirrors for the rest of the day, so I mean, that's good, right? You know, if nothing else, so, you know, it's a positive. That is a positive. Ay. Okay. Everyone in here, swap players around, and we should be pretty much just good to go. Should. In theory. Alright. Ready? Let's do this. Let's count down into Creator vs. Yakov. Let's do it. Let's send it, guys. Whew! So yeah, it'll be Creator vs. Yakov. I'm not going to say what match is next, because we might change it a little bit. Like, it's either going to be Cristiana Yakov or Creator Spirit. Does it make more sense for us to do Creator Spirit? No, it makes more sense for us to do Cristiana Yakov, and then we can do it like this. Okay, I fixed the schedule. I have fixed the schedule. Beautiful. Alrighty, guys. I fixed it on our side as well. We should, in theory, have pretty much non-stop matches from here, actually. We should, in theory, have pretty much non-stop matches, unless we go super fast and the off-stream games go much slower. Which, again, shouldn't really happen from now, but obviously it could. Kind of wild if that happened twice in a single day of group games. Oh, and breathe, they say, and breathe. Alrighty, guys, how's everyone doing? Again, thank you so much for joining us in a bit of a hectic day of the Winter Championship thus far. We're manning up with a few drones here as Yakov sits in the bottom right corner as our red Zerg player going to be taking on in the bottom left. The top left, the blue Protoss is Creator. As we get into this one, we get that up and running. So, get this PvZ underway, have a look to see what's going to be taking place for a couple of moments, and a little peek to see just what is going on here in general. So, Look to see what's happening, look to see where we're going to in the next moment or so. Get this all underway. Hatch Casting Pool coming through initially as well. It's just going to be starting with that. And so we have ourselves Hatch Casting Pool coming online, the Nexus and the Cybercore coming into play. Everything is looking pretty responsible here for the first few moments at least, so just getting that all started just for the moment. I have the Nexus and the Cybercore both building, so both of those coming up and online. And similar coming through too. Spawning pool also on the way. Had a couple of drones on for good measure. Into a pretty cozy first few moments of this game for sure. Because Nexus and that Cybercore will be finishing up. The warp gate will start. The link speed will be on the way as well. Bringing all of that through for a couple moments. Getting that all set up here as the Queens of the Lings. Link speed is mentioned coming through. That robotics facility is going to be starting up as well. So we get that also underway right now. And just take a little bit of time to get settled. So obviously Cristiana 2-0 in this group. Creator 0-1. Creator 0-2 in this group because he played against Showtime as well. So Creator needs to definitely get a win here. Losing this 0-3 is obviously a very miserable position. That really puts him into pretty much just kind of this group is kind of out of your reach territory. So Creator with a must-win PvZ right now. Of course, we've not seen anything from Yakov. He's been playing Spirit off stream. We'll be casting that later on. We don't know where they sit in that regard just yet. Hold on, the sentry coming through, warp gate building. The Bane is about to be done, so Yakov is just getting aggressive. He's going to morph the Banes, he's going to Bane bust Creator right away in this game one. He is not messing around, he's bringing the fire in this opening map. So, Yakov getting ready for the full send here. There's a Stalker poking out an Overlord as well. Overlord will take a little chip or two of damage. And Bane still coming up, the Immortal warp gate coming in. Get that all settled here as the Banes are going to try and crash in the front right now. Force field available is going to be a bit of a killer to this. I mean, the force field is just incredible. You're going to lose the gateway, though. There's going to be a chance of a secondary breakthrough, potentially. As you lose the warp gate, what's funny is we actually have the Immortal behind this. We will drop another couple of force fields so we protect that wall. So the gateway is kind of low. I'm surprised we don't feel it worthwhile to kind of keep going for that gateway. Clearly, he just wants to go through these pylons. That is going to be actually an interesting bailing because it actually hits the sentries and drains a little bit of their shields. Just don't think that this is working for Yakov. The attempted aggression is falling through a little bit right now, unfortunately. And that's not quite going the way that he wanted it to. Oh, with the Prism, it's going to be very difficult to kill anything. The force field again, going to save the battery. And this doesn't work straight away whenever you're going into like the extra efforts of trying to make this happen. It's never really a good sign, and that's pretty much where we're at right now. Yakov going to say GG's. And a speedy 1-0 advantage for Creator in this BO3. Oh, is everything that we cover on stream just going to be fast? Is that what's happening here? Ay. Alrighty. Take a second or two. Second map here will be White Rabbit. Alright, White Rabbit for map 2. Get this underway. Let's see what our second map gives us. Cool. Let's do this. Alright, great. Yakov Game 2 coming up, guys. Thank you for your patience, like I say. Let's get into some more PvZ. It's been a day. It has most definitely been a day thus far. Alright, game number 2, White Rabbit. Let's send it. In the top right hand side, blue Zergy is going to be Yakov. And he takes on the red Protoss who was able to withstand the Bane Bust in Game 1. It is Creator. So we'll get this underway, get this started off. Team number 2 of this BO3. From across the map to go see what's going on. Hatch gas, soon to be the pool. As the probe did not block the hatchery, so hatcheries at least get down on location. So that's a good news for Yakov initially. Going about, a few drones. Will take a second to gather against Cybercore and the Nexus. Continue to come on in just for a couple seconds. Not too much happening. Early game Pvs each other. Couple queens on the way through. Link speed building up. You can see the Adept and the Warp Gate building for a couple of moments here. Couple queens, lings, and that link speed all coming online. Getting brought up into play. Just going to see the Pro patrolling about for a few moments. Get that all settled. The Adept still chilling on the high ground. The Stalker gathering about up there as well. Couple probies going to run down, get involved with each other. A couple lings in the drone will chase about for a couple moments too, of course, so I'm gonna run around with that for now. Some action. A couple lings. Come back the other way. Rocks will take some shots. And Twilight Council finishing in just a moment. Blink speed, blink, both being added on right now as well. So just continue to bring that up and online. Facility in the gateway, continue to produce through. And yeah, link speed drones all being added on as a byproduct of this at the moment, so straight up blink. I mean, Creator is the kind of guy who plays a lot of kind of off center builds, and I say off center just because so much of PvZ is centered around the Oracle. And so to kind of go into so many of these non-Oracle build orders so frequently, like that is just what Creator likes to do. And he mixes it up so much, it's hard to know what's coming. So in this case, he's just going to go for a massive 2-base blink timing. When, if I'm Yakov right now, maybe thinking more along the lines of, oh, maybe it's like an Archon drop or so. Rotron coming up, Queen on the way. Just gonna have the couple extra gateways coming through, the Prism, the Blink. Still setting up, the Assimilator about to finish. Stalkers gather together, Prism about to pop from the Robo. These Zerglings looking at a chance to maybe possibly put some damage in. That Prism loads and is gonna move over for a few moments. Yeah, there, Roaches, Queen will continue to come up. Extra Stalkers warping in. Gonna be go time very soon. It's a decent chunk of lings. We've not over-droned as Yakov. The lair may not be something we can really get away with going into right now, though. Poor Overlords. There's a lot to build at one time as well. I'm killing a single overlord here initially. It's a nice little catch, but I guess in this case, the 4 overlords are going to kind of work out for you, so that is a benefit as the Stalkers step forward. Queen them does some fire. Ling's going to be shot out. One more Stalker warping in from the Prism. Again, Ling Roach Ravager still continue to build through just for the moment. The Stalker's still pressuring. Observer overhead. And we'll throw down one more inject. Again, the extra Lings in the lair all continue to come online here, so we bring that up and running. Keep this very much so ready to continue as the Roach Ravager Ling gets ready to fight these Stalkers. Stalkers set up, in position straight away. It's going to be having the Roach speed, the Roaches, the Lings all still building through. Stalkers trying to get rid of some of the Roaches here and there, blinking back at a few Lings as they chase. We've warped in a few Zealots, so you can see the importance of kind of getting something to tank the Lings starting to come to fruition here with the Zealots being added on. Trade a little extra with a few Stalkers right now. Again, the Lings and the Roaches come by. The Roach speed still coming up as well. Lings again chasing after the Stalkers. Roaches too. Stalkers have to keep on blinking back. Another Corrosive Bile coming down. Roaches going to get jumped on. Just going to see the Stalkers still pulling back there. A few more Zealots coming about. Extra Stalker or 2 on the way. I mean, numbers are still good here from Creator. I'm worried for Yakov, who's only equal in army supply. He's going to have Roach speed soon. I mean, it's definitely a helping hand. Doesn't have many Lings left over in this army. It's becoming very Roach heavy. Creator even going to find the money to start a charge behind this, so we'll get that charge upgrade started too. Stalkers still just blinking back, pulling away from here. Roach Ravager will take a lot more damage. This is where the Zealots are going to get involved. They get in front, they tank. I love it though. Creator just lets the Zealots tank for a bit, then pulls them back. He doesn't let them keep chasing for no reason. He just says, cool, I can preserve you guys. I can keep you guys alive and go again with you all in the very near future. Roach Ravager still pushing through the Stalkers. Actually not fighting back as well as I thought they might. He's going to try and get the Zealots in range here again. Prism still sitting safe off to that side. A couple more Stalkers warping in. The charge coming up again. Gonna have, say, these Zealots are trying to tank where they can. Numbers looking a bit better for Yakov. His numbers coming up in a good way. Having that Roach speed definitely going to be helping him. Obviously very committed right now for Creative because he's only on 2 bases. He's not setting up into anything future behind this. I think Yakov just keeps getting on top of these Stalkers because the Stalkers aren't expecting these Roaches to kind of run up so aggressively. And so they keep getting rid of a lot of them. The Zealots go down quickly here, and Creator, not sure the Blink Micro is going to save you. The Prism is going to have to relocate because of the Biles. Only a couple of Ravagers left, though. Can these Stalkers hold on, trade well in the final moments of this fight, and maybe make this okay? Half the army supply for Creator is going to suggest this probably is just not okay, because he's been in much better positions at previous points of this, so it is going absolutely the wrong way right now. Oof. Couple of Biles, Stalkers taking hits. And Roach Ravager still moving through, extra Stalkers warping in. The Ling's still producing by. A couple more drones coming up as well. We have the Stalkers having to pull back again. A couple more Lings getting shot at here initially. The Roach Ravager will push through. Gonna blink across. A couple of these Ravagers still getting shot at. Roach is just gonna be there. Okay, these Stalkers are doomed. Yakov is gonna bring it back to a game 3. Fortunately for Creator, will be his server preference for that game 3. In what is, like I said before, kind of a must-win series for Creator. I don't love it though. Like, I mean, if he wins this, I mean, he's maybe looking at 2-2 tiebreaker scenario as well. And a 2-2 tiebreaker scenario is not exactly ideal, right? Yeah, 2-2 tiebreaker is not ideal if you've been 2-0'd twice. Just try and check what map it is. It's Winter Madness. Yeah, if you've been 2-0 twice and then you lose a map in the series that you do end up winning, it's really not ideal for you overall, so... yeah, still don't exactly love that. As I get ready to host up into this game. 3. Alright guys, Game 3 coming up. Get this on the go in a second. Again, thank you for the patience between the matches. Things seem to be calming down and kind of staying on schedule right now, at least. So, getting a little bit more back on track. Yakov readies, Creator readies. Let's go game 3. Send it. Let's do this. Alright, thank you for the patience again, guys. A bit of a hectic day. It's been one of them ones. Time for us to resume and get back on at it. Sweet. Countdown is on. We are in Game 3, Yakov Creator of this best of 3. Creator will be the blue Protoss in the bottom right-hand side. Yakov will be the red Zerg in the upper left-hand side. And like I say, Game 3 of this series begins right here. Get this ready to go, go, go. The building pile and the probe coming about. We're just going to be having the extra probe building as well. Drone in production. Hatchery in production. Well, this going through right now. Nothing crazy. No probe to block the hatchery. Probe is going to come across the map a bit later in this game. Went across early last game and did not get the block, so not too surprising to see it go a bit differently this time. Just retiming things, changing up exactly what time you scout at, and so keeps your opponent a little bit on edge at least. Well, hatchery to block initially, so Yakov going to be the one to get a little creative early. See if we can put some pressure on with this. Probes and Zealot pulled in to deal with this right now. Gonna be seeing the Hatch and the Queen coming about. A couple of depths coming through. Just gonna be seeing the drone pulling back. Probes and Zealot gathering around for a few moments. And yeah, let's extract it. I'm just gonna be coming about for a second or two. Just gonna get that on the way. And we're just going to be trying to be a little annoying for a couple of moments. So, a little bit of an annoyance being brought to the table. Zealot's still swiping, swinging, and that little extra done just for now. And the Adept's going to be there to help finish things off as well. Queen's going to fight the Adept. Stargate still building through. Similar coming up. Adept very much so on its way in. Just having ourselves the link speed. I think it's Stargate as well as mentioned, obviously, just coming through, and well, a lot of this still being just set up for now. Is do you have a couple of Adepts together? Will combine to get some damage out. So Stargate up, and definitely looking at the most normal game of PvZ between these two that we've seen so far. Getting this kind of properly up and online. That Void Rain, a couple of probes. Still building through as well. A couple of Depths are going to try and shade their way forward. Still got the Link speed, the Queen coming through also. Overlord and a couple of drones coming about. Depths will fire, the Lings are going to come around. Looking for a catch. And these other couple of units, Zealot and the Adepts. Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's a good amount of units here, so Yakov will lose quite a lot of Lings. The Queen should make sure that these units can't do anything afterwards, really, and they do start shading back. And he built okay, when Void Ray first, the Void Ray will kill some Overlords. That will deny the vision of Yakov, so hard to know what's going on. In a series where Krea's been very kind of suspicious and doing a lot of things that are not quite the norm, the Void Ray really adds to that kind of, like, ooh, what's next kind of, vibe, So, I kind of like the Void Ray in this scenario. I think it's cool. Void Rays in general have been so much more popular lately, but this is definitely one of those scenarios where it just keeps coming about. Steps will shade again. Roach, roaring. Going through here. Flare as well. There's nothing really coming from Krysti to kind of stop Yakov from teching up this game, so he's going to be fine for that for the next few moments at least. Queen going to be able to hit that Void Ray in return. Just for a moment or two. A bit more damage being done. Twilight Council Forge and the Nexus all coming up as well. Yeah, the Oracle and the few Adepts just going to gather and see what it is they can find for themselves here. As the Adepts can gather about, just going to be seeing the Queens slipping some damage in. A few drones going down already. Oracle and Twilight Council building through as well. Continue to get that on the way right now. Just going to have this Oracle popping. Still got the Blink moving through. Again, setting ourselves up. 6 Overlords from Yakov as he tries to unsupply block himself here for a couple moments. That's coming through. Just going to be seeing a couple of those drones already going down. Wings that try and play the follow-up as well. We are going to have the Link counterattack is also just going to get rid of quite a few probes. The Link counterattack looking decent here for a moment or so. Not bad, not bad. Four probes, 7 drones going down, a few Lings coming about, a few more probes going down already. He's just going to see a little extra there. So both players are going to take some pretty heavy hits on the economy. Not so much that, especially because it's pretty even, not so much that either's going to be really kind of thrown down and away from the kind of option of continuing to play this out, but definitely a few hefty moments in that regard kind of coming through. Things are still trying to get more. I'm going to find 2 more probes. Oracle at least here to play defense, so should be able to hold eventually. Oracle's going to set up 3 probes going down. Hydrogen Hive building, plus 1 missiles in the Roach tree coming up as well. Oracle's gathering up again. The Blink about to finish. Plus 1 attack coming through. A couple Lings go down. 8 still coming about. Roach coming back through that. We are going to have the couple Stalkers still on the way. The Lurk Den halfway done already. That Hive finishing up soon from Yakov. A couple Oracles trying to fly across. The Queen is going to get a good shot off. Hits one of the Oracles quite nicely. Square in the face. Plus 1 attack upgrade about to finish up on the Forge, and a few extra Stalkers still building through as well. So we get those online. The probe full to kill off a Ling. Very nice catch. And again, 5 more Stalkers still very much so on the way through as well. So the stasis just to try and get ready to back this up as Krysti starts pushing up the left side. Lurkers are ready very soon here though, so the moment that Lurkers are ready, this is going to become very difficult for Krysti to keep pushing just with Stalkers. Size Expand Star in the first Lurker on the way. We set up the stasis with just a Ling or 2. Yakov needs to be careful not to go too far forward. As mentioned, he's not far from having Lurkers and things are going to just trade a whole lot better. The Oracle's just diving into Queens and the Hydras. Very reckless from Krysti. He's given up a lot of supply to try and force things to happen right now. Can't really say I'm loving the option or the choice or the direction that that's heading in at the moment, honestly. Not exactly ideal. So we see the Roach Hydra still building through. Roach still going in, a couple of Zealots. Just getting caught. And the Stalkers continue to come by as well, so extra Ling Hydra Bug coming through as well. Folks go back the other way. 3 more Hydras and the Lurker Den coming up as well. And we reposition for a few moments. Stork's gonna relocate themselves, figure out where they want to go. Roach Hydra coming about. Just gonna see the Storks continue to come through. Coming on to again a few more of these Zerglings. The Roach Hydra still setting up, getting ready to go. And a couple of these Lings will chase Yakov. Definitely again the defense at the end. Krysti just felt so committed in that attack, and I mean maybe he was right. +1 blink. He didn't have anything else really coming behind it. I'm just surprised how committed he ended up being, because it just didn't feel like he was really that committed in the first place. And then all of a sudden it was like, actually, yeah, we really are. So yeah. Now he's getting all the follow-up things, but Yakov survived through to his own tech while this was going on as well. Roach still just going to push through. A couple of Lings going to get caught in the stasis there. The Lurker's going to get to the high ground. This is going to be tough to defend because you don't have the tech that really goes along with dealing with Lurkers. So Yakov is going to end up in a very solid position here. Great position for him to be in right now, and Krysti in a world of trouble currently. I'm trying to look and trying to just hold this position. I just don't know how Krysti really just lodges this army from the place it is. Damn. Krysti is on his way to 0-3 in this group, which is kind of wild. That's what I'm kind of processing. I'm like, Krysti is dead, no? And he really is a bit dead right now. I'm just going to try and fight back. A couple of Zealots, and the Stork is coming back through. You'll see the Overseer going to get locked down. Okay, I mean, that attack's doing a lot of damage. Yakov, though, is in the main base of Krysti. Like, yeah, these units are doing work, but surely that's not enough work to just undo everything that Yakov has set himself up for. Because I don't think this army of Yakov is dying anytime soon. 87 to 40 army supply. This gives Krysti a chance because it's going to remove the economy and the rebuild potential as well. Hydra gets picked away. The few drones, the Hydra still pulling through. Roach Hydra Lurker going to come across as well. The Stork is still being chased away. The Stork is continuing to pull back, blinking away. The couple of drones continue to come forward. General Gland's about to finish up. That's going to be GG. Yakov is going to take a 2-1 victory over Krysti. That's going to be big for him, as it does mean for us. We can go into our next matchup, Cristiana Yakov. I'm just going to let Krysti know. Cool. So we're going to go back to EU for Yakov Cristiana. Like I say, we're off the original schedule, guys. So we'll go back to Europe for Yakov Cristiana. Then we'll have Showtime Yakov. So yeah, we're going to follow basically all of Yakov's CVPs in a row, just the way it works out. Just kind of makes sense for kind of, like I say, fixing the schedule up a little bit. So we'll get this ready to go. Yakov Cristiana, Yakov, Krysti. Alright, I'm going to give you guys a quick little moment or two with the Winter Championship video. I'll be a second. I'll see you guys on the other side of this for our next match.
Welcome to the WardiTV Winter Championship, our first WardiTV major in the 2026 series. We're super excited to let the event begin, but first let's have a look at how some of the players got to qualify for this year's Winter Championship.
Gonna step through. Classic aggressively going for it. Gets the Void Ray so early. Well, maybe not, because these Stalkers dive in again. It's enough Stalkers to two-shot the Void Ray down. Classic! And we see some fire. We're gonna greet these units straight away here. Uh-oh. Stalkers on the other side of the map already. The main story is that there's not gonna be units left here from Fewer here, so MaxPax has to kind of, is forced into the fight. He can't cherry-pick what is a better moment or anything for him. Good Micro on the Prism. Saves the Colossus. That's massive. Bjorn's going to realize he needs to just pick up and get out of here. Storm available on the right-hand side of this. Bjorn sees it, hits the High Templar with the EMP, and he gets the Prism as well. This is not it so far. EMP's coming down. High Templar yet to find a single Storm of value. Forge just going down. Upgrades being denied. Probes are pulling through. His hero looks to stop the 2-0. Probes are coming as Creator's going to walk up this ramp and try and take this fight. The Vikings doing what they can against the Colossus. They're going low, but they're not dying yet, but it will not matter. We can catch these Disruptors. That's massive. We're going to move forward. The Prism low doesn't go down. Will go down in a second, though, as Cure
Gets a lot of value here. Flanking is massive for him. No Guardian Shield, no Force Field. The probes will pull in from the other side to try and make the difference. Can Hero capitalize and kind of push into position during this? Down to the bottom, all the Hydras are up top. We're going to blink on the Hydras. And you can see Shin's supply just plummeted here. These Vikings get rid of the Colossus. The Bio Army might be okay against the Gateway forces. Oh, he's going to have Marines left. Like I said, we're going to have to land the Vikings. Not ideal against a lot of damage here. I mean, specifically just knocking through so many of these workers. Prism is going to get the warping off. What the Zealot's going to do? The Stalkers need to help because they are going to be a big part of the damage dealing in this. It's going to be enough. Trigger's going to get it done. We have an upset to start off 2026 on the WardiTV Mondays. Stalkers are a little bit behind everything else. The Siege Tank should absolutely target fire that Colossus as Bunny is making his way through this army. Oh, Bunny, he is getting it done. Stalkers are stuck in the back here, so we don't have a way out. And this is a great catch. Hero gets caught, but the Stalker's blinking on top of his Immortals. Those are good force fields. Can he actually finish these Stalkers off before the Prism Micro gets there? He's actually doing pretty well. He's killing off a lot of these Stalkers. He'll pull up a few probes in again. Showtime is coming out with a hold right here as he continues to chase forward. Alrighty guys, welcome back. How are we doing? As we are just heading into next matchup. In a couple of moments, it's going to be Yakov versus Cristiana. We're going to continue through Yakov's games right now as he gets to a 1-0 start on the day. We'll get into this Yakov Cristiana in a moment or two. Video's about to finish up. We'll get this hosted and ready. Go, go, go. So yeah, pretty much set to rumble here. To kick this off in a moment or two. Yeah. Coolio. Sweet. Winter Madness is going to be map 1. Even better. We are going to be set to go in a sec. Try and host this up, guys. Give me a second. Cool. Cool. Alright, video's done. Players being invited. There'll be a game very shortly here as we continue into our next matchup, which is going to be Series 5? Is it Series 5 for us? Yeah, because we're going to end up 1, 2, 3, 4. This is going to be Series 5. So we're going to do Cristiana Yakov. Then we're going to do Showtime Yakov, and that should overall kind of fix our scheduling. As Ready and Go gets called, so players are set. Let's do this. Let's get this ready to go. Cool. Sending it, guys. We are sending it. Let's get into Winter Madness. In the top left-hand side, kicking off this next series, is going to be Cristiana. Excited to see what his PvZ looks like, as he's going up against a man who is 1-0 in the group, but Cristiana's 2-0. I mean, this is a chance for Cristiana to either be 3-0 or Yakov to be 2-0. Kind of a crazy little situation. Genuinely a very crazy situation, actually. Very excited to see how this goes, how this turns out, and see what happens as we get into this PvZ for a couple of moments. Oh, what a day. And some fun results here. I mean, Creator is now pretty much guaranteed out. That's going to be crazy. That's obviously going to set you up for a little bit, you know, that sets you up as it's a little bit of a shocker, right? So, Creator's going to be out. He won't advance. Here's this group wide open. We're getting some fun players in the playoffs, man. There's a lot of upsets and so on and so forth coming through. It's been kind of fascinating to watch happen. Been very, very fun as well, for sure. So, yeah, exciting times as we do have this game at number 1 kicking off. Cristiana Yakov PvZ coming in right here, getting this on the way, getting this started. Away we go. Away we go. What's up, Chili McBilly? Thank you for the 15-month resub on the Prime as well. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. Appreciate the support. And next Cybercore, hatch in the pool.
coming up. Get a lot of this on the way nice and quickly, so it's going to bring a lot of that straight through as we get all ready. And yeah, Cybercore Nexus early game PvZ, looking like early game PvZ, aka not a whole lot of stuff going on just yet. Take a few moments to get this all settled and into some proper action and see where things will go with a little bit more future. Step coming by, the couple queens still building up. That Zergling speed will start. Billings will go. I'm just going to chase after the probe for a couple seconds, get that going. Definitely going to shade. A couple Lings going to be there. What's up? Hello, Perito. Thanks so much for the 9-month resub, also on the Prime. Thanks, Wardy, for everything you do for the SCT community. Thank you so much for supporting it. Wouldn't be here without your guys' support, obviously. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. As the couple of Adepts will shade. Queen and the Lings looking to get back toward those Adepts for a couple of seconds. Get that underway. Oracle on the Wolf Gate coming through. A couple of Adepts still continuing over for a few moments. Those couple of Lings just going to give chase for a few moments as well. The Adepts are going to shade. Look to see where they can get to. Try and get something on the go initially. The hatchery about to be done, and we are going to see the future drones and the Queen still coming up. Oracle and the Warp Gate still building through. Nexus in production from Cristiana. So the Oracle going to dive in again, going to go after the drones. Good spore twice in a row. Cristiana not going to find damage he was maybe looking for at first here against these drones. Good defense from Yakov, making sure to be very secure in this early game. Win this, and obviously Yakov going to be in a pretty good position in this group if he was 2-0. Obviously, when this is Cristiana, you're in position to maybe win this group. Kind of a big deal as well, so lots that can be kind of happening there. This tournament's definitely had a lot of kind of fun results so far. It's been kind of fun to see. Been enjoying kind of seeing where kind of, you know, what's been happening for everybody. It's been kind of cool. Yesterday's group was cool. This group's turned out to be very cool as well. Obviously, nowhere near being decided yet, but yeah, it's been a fun way to start for sure. There's a couple queens will be there to hit the Oracle back the other way for a couple of moments. Just gonna push those back the other side for now. And the Oracle will activate for 2-3 drones right off the bat. But a queen still chasing. Gonna get one more drone, so we finally get some damage out of this. Finally, the Oracles see a little bit more success. It's been a little while coming. Finally get there in the end. The Adepts are gonna throw themselves a shade across the map and look for even more damage. Gonna go charge straight away here as Cristiana. So charge, follow-up, no blink. Very aggressive, and if Yakov's gonna stay very Ling heavy, that could be very bad for him. And right now, no Evo champion for the melee. As the lag comes up though, there's also, okay, there's a Rotron. So we finally see something that might give us a little bit more of a little bit more leeway in terms of what happens here and how this plays out. So Ling's gonna look for a hunt around, looking to get a catch on these Adepts, and they are starting to catch them. Queen's going to be there. Adepts still taking damage. A couple of them going down. Lings on the counterattack I like a lot. Everything from Cristiana right now is focused on being on this other side of the map and trying to fight a little bit. So I do in fact like that, like I say, quite a bit right now. Let's just gather up. Just going to see a couple of probes going down. 5 works being killed. A couple of Zealots coming through. This one and the charge coming up as well. Like I say, just getting ready to be aggressive, but I mean, imagine you throw a Temple Archives down with this, then you have charged on Archon. The Roaches really do save you here as Yakov, though. Like, the Roaches as a choice from Yakov really put you in a position where this is super manageable compared to what it was going to be otherwise. See the couple of Oracles going to fly through. 2 drones go down initially. The Oracles get turned away. Roaches and the Queen still coming up. Roach speed being added on as well. Need to bring that straight through. The Prism again heading to the bottom right side of the map currently. Going to make its way down over there, so away it goes, looking to journey across and to get some work done. Gonna see the extra zealots coming through as well. Archons will step forward. We just have a couple of oracles going to be overhead. The prism going to be nearby. Archon's going to come through. Going to go after a queen. The roaches come back the other side. Just going to see the extra zealots coming through as well. Infestation pit, roaches, roach speed continue to come about right now. We are going to see those extra zealots getting warped in as well. Immortal is going to take a chance to continue pushing through. The Archon still swinging at the roaches. Roach is taking a lot of damage. Cristiana's attack is doing work. I mean, the roach count going down. We're going to get to reinforce roach straight into this. We do not lose that Archon. Keeping that healthy and alive is huge. And I thought we were going to lose the Oracle to the spore. We even pulled that away in time. Cristiana does a fantastic job of executing this attack. Cristiana is just looking absolutely solid in this group right now. Man is just sweeping through the competition. Absolutely no cares given. He's just sweeping through everybody. Like I say, not a care in the world almost. Not a care in the world. Jeez. Well, Yakov's going to try and counterattack, and he catches one Immortal as he comes across and just does find that kind of part way over the map. So forces the recall. It actually doesn't go down, so the Immortal even gets to live. So Cristiana in a lead, and even the little things going wrong seem to not go completely wrong for him at the moment. As you see, a couple extra batteries will come down into place as well. The Archon Immortal just going to sit tight there. Prism falls back home, and we'll retreat home to put a couple more units down, set those up for the next few moments as well. Falcon will shoot, Overlord will drop, Scorecrawler will fire, and the Oracle's taking a few additional shots already. Queen is there to push the Oracles around as well. It's going to see the couple of cancels as Cristiana realizes he does not need to defend against an all-in, and that means that he's going to get offensive again. So he was just prepping in case his opponent was coming at him. He realizes that that's not going to be the case, so on we go. Archon Immortal pushing down, away we go. Just going to see the couple of Immortals in the center. He's going to be there, so we ascend it. Unless we do have those Ravagers morphing, going to get caught as they're morphing. GG's Yakov, this one went too far wrong already. Cristiana 1-0 lead in the BO3. Alright, Cristiana off to a 1-0 starting point in this one. Man, Cristiana's just killing it today. We know Cristiana's been good lately, but he's looking especially good today, as nothing is stopping the man. We will go to Ruby Rock here in just a second. It's going to be a very interesting group, man. Cristiana getting out in first place, maybe. All these other results are going to be interesting to see come through. I was saying, obviously, at one point I was saying how I didn't think any real result was going to surprise me in this group. And I can see a world where... actually, what I did say is I would have been surprised if anyone went 4-0 if it wasn't Showtime. So far, Cristiana might actually prove that wrong. I think that's... That would be a bit of a surprise to me. I didn't really see that as a possibility of something that could happen here, so... Yeah, alright, we are getting into this game too right now, guys. Loading up, ready to go in a sec. This off in just a moment. Countdown's good. Ruby Rock is loading. We are going to be good to go, go, go. Let's take it in game. In the top left side. The blue Zerg is going to be Yakov. He's down a map against Cristiana, who has that 1-0 lead right now. Turn this up and operational in game number 2. See where things are going to go. Two of this BO3. So, let's see what we get. See if Yakov can bounce back, or if Cristiana is looking just a little bit too solid, maybe, perhaps, possibly. It is possible. It is possible. Drone's just going to go back and forth, and we settle ourselves down just for a couple of seconds. Yeah, definitely a bit of a wild day to begin with here. Again, after this, we're halfway through the matches, so we're about halfway through. Soon. Well, I just need to tap out for 1 second to check something, guys. Alright. Sorry, tap back in and stop the FPS dropping. I just had to double check. I have no idea what the schedule is, so I had to double check what I've written down. Just making sure I'm not sending people to play the wrong people. So, yeah. Oh, alrighty. Couple queens, couple drones going through the Overlord building. Nexus and a Cybercore will be coming up as well. So have ourselves the Nexus coming down over in that natural as well. Get that on the way here. And yeah, a couple queens, the Lings, the Link speed will all build through. Nexus on the way up. That will come into place. I'm just going to see there's Adept Chrono boosting out as well. Bring that over. Get that operational. Stargate building through. Nexus is about to be done. Link speed and the queens building for the moment. Couple Lings, we'll just go after the probe here, and the probe gonna pull away. Stargate still coming by. We'll continue to come through, and we just have ourselves, yeah, the Overlord, the Queen, that Link speed all continue to come about. He is just going to be seeing the Adept going to shade up toward the high ground. It's going to cancel that shade for the moment and not commit for now. It's just going to sit tight. Wait a little bit here. 14 Zerglings on the way, by the way, so good amount of Lings from Yakov. Maybe look to put a bit of pressure on here in the next moment or two. Adept come across, one drone goes down. Evo chamber gets placed, still got a hatchery, the Ling speed, and so continuing to come up. Just got a couple of Lings to go. Chasing after that Adept for a few moments as well, so you go hunting on that straight away. And one Adept goes down, second Adept will go down. So we at least clean this up. Yakov is still down 5 workers though, so not exactly ideal. As we just have, again, Hatch and the extra drones going through, Oracle, the Warp Gate, and the Gateway coming up. As we just have the Lings coming around. Again, Warp Gate coming by for a couple moments. Oracle active there. I'm just going to, again, help to push the Zerglings away for a couple of seconds. Queen's still coming by. Again, the Gateway and the Warp Gate continue to come up just for the moment. So we bring that straight over. Again, a couple Queens, a few drones continue to come in. Just take a few moments there. The Oracle going to get some energy back as well, even as the Oracle's activating, going after the Zerglings. Spores, drones, the Queen, the Twilight Council, the Forge, Nexus, and the Gate Probes, the Adept. Bit of everything really just on the way through at the moment. A lot getting settled in at the moment, and a lot getting set up still. The Oracle will head the middle of the map a little bit more so. Just a couple seconds there too. And yeah, Robo Facility building, Twilight Council and Forge both building. Rotor on the left, guess what? Both building. But yeah, a lot of just getting settled down right now. As it's using the Oracles, going to move about. The Queen's going to put some damage onto said Oracles. We'll take a few hits right now. And charging the +1 coming through as well. Oracles just fly through, and there's going to be a few drones going down as well. So more damage dealt there. A couple extra Zealots still getting warped in. Charge is going to be the option here from, yeah, Cristiana. See, again, charge before any sort of blink play. It's very aggressive and very much so sticking to that aggression from game 1 to the game 2. So it's pretty clear in terms of what he wants to get done in the grand scheme of things in this match. There's a depth shade straight across. Lings do threaten this around. They don't just threaten this around, they straight up get this around. Those depths will be dropping. 1, 2, and very soon 3. As, that will be a shutdown. The few Queens going to gather up. +1 on the charge still on the way. +1 missiles and the roach speed still coming up. 7 extra roaches coming through as well. We have a chance to kind of get aggressive here as Yakov. Not really. He's not committed a ton of units instead of drones or anything. And he's going to build a lot of roaches off the 3-base saturation while his 4th base is finishing up. But +1 missiles and roach speed are so far away. I can't imagine this is truly a case of him feeling like he has an aggressive opportunity or something. Also just a case of, like, he may as well just build units now while the 4th base is not ready to be saturated. It's the Archon drop this time from Cristiana, so Archon drop obviously has the charge if he wants to warp in a few zealots, if he sees the opportunity. I think where the Roach is coming out so soon in this game, I don't think the opportunity's there. We also see Yakov, though, going to the Spire, so he's going to tech up very quickly. It's something that is actually going to be very potent, because we are playing, obviously, against somebody that's skipping past Blink, so they're kind of skipping through one of the maybe arguably more important parts of this altogether right now to kind of deal with mutas. So that's maybe a factor, but it does mean it's money invested into a Spire that's not here defensively. Some Zealots on the left side, Roach split there, looks good. Zealots and Archons in the main base looking pretty decent as well as these Roaches continue to dance about. A couple of Roaches keep on taking hits. The Archon's putting in the work so far. I'm just going to be seeing those Roaches in the end going to get through to push everything else back the other way. Again, a few extra Archons, the Immortal coming through for the moment. We bring that all up and running here. Storm, Immortal, Robo Facility building through too, so we just keep that going. Four drones going down, a couple oracles going to be overhead, and you see the Roach still gathering up. 6 drones have gone down thus far. A good amount of drones that have fallen, but obviously we've got the mutas coming up. They can play a bit of defense. Mostly the mutas want to go across the map and be aggressive though, so that's something we're going to have to watch for as well here. See the Zealot Archon still gathering together right now. And that Storm coming through, the Immortal and the Robo Facility all coming up. Action will be set to go soon. Raiders are going to make their way in, so here it is. Time to be aggressive with the Mutalisks. As they are going to go into this mineral line, and they are going to start killing some of these probes. A bunch of probes begin to take some damage. A lot of damage being done there right away. Pretty successful starting point, in all honesty, as the few Zealots now going to leak up to that high ground as well. Well, there's a lot of probes going down. Let's see what Cristiana can do offensively, because I don't think there's going to be much to defend from Yakov, so I do think that'll be a factor here. Let's just see the Immortals swinging. Cristiana's supply is terrible, though. The problem is that the Archon count is probably good enough to deal with the mutas. 20 mutas? It's a lot of Archons, though. I mean, yeah, Cristiana's army in the base trade does okay as well. A lot of Immortals doing damage quickly. It's just not a high mobility army. A lot of Yakov's supply right now is mostly in the workers. Like, the army supply is close enough that I think Cristiana can still be fine in this. So, let's see how the base trade element of this goes. Now, obviously, if you start splitting this army up, that's where the mutas can maybe start to see some success as well. So, you've got to be kind of careful playing around that concept too. Let's see, keep enough of these Archons alive. The probes in the corner are going to get found. The Archon's not going to get close enough. There's a drone there we maybe spot. There's a Mutalist we can kill. That's nice. Like I say, the Archon's going to be difficult to get rid of here when the majority of your army is going to be these Mutalisks. But going home, actually, as Cristiana, I kind of don't hate it, because I actually do think by going home, you're going to give yourself half a chance at least to actually... I mean, these Roaches get trapped in the base, no? Like, if Cristiana wants to, like, these Roaches are dead. If he wants to commit to that fight, he can. It's just, does he believe that this is actually the right fight to kind of commit to a little bit? Like, yes, the mutas will get out, but if you get rid of the Roaches, then it's only the mutas. Maybe there's a way you can kind of sit on a single base. He's kind of going to have to sit on the main, though, because he has... Well, he's doomed, actually, because he has no probes out, and he's got no minerals. So he can't even build a probe, unless he has something in production he could cancel, but he doesn't. So, yeah, I think he's actually just doomed to bring through. Like, because these mutas... I mean, basically you can camp out on a structure, and as long as Yakov has some amount of mining, he will slowly recover in this game. We're actually going to fight, which is probably the best case situation for Cristiana. If he can kill these mutas, it gives you a chance. The problem is you can't go out across the map because you have no structure remaining. You have no way to build structures either. Like, Cristiana did not navigate the base trade aspect of this well at all, unfortunately, and that is going to probably be one of the more costly parts of this in the grand scheme of things at the end of the day. Unfortunately, as it may seem. 8 drones coming about. Yakov, like I say, he will just recover, and eventually you build enough stuff that it just doesn't matter. I like this, though. We're threatening to kind of... I mean, we go across the map with the Zealots. If you can find a way to kill enough, it's just so hard to kill enough, right? At the end of the day. Mutas are going to chase those Zealots down. The Zealots will see it. The Archons go. Then there's actually going to be units in the main base still dealing damage as well. It's very tough to, like I say, do enough here overall. Yakov is just way set a bet up for the base trade scenario now with a few structures here and there. And maybe we do just send it, but then, like I say, the Mutas are going to be able to threaten the counterattack themselves. You just don't have the damage output here. Too much else. Yakov building a pool, a hatchery. He's got drones being chased. Another hatchery here. It does get found. I mean, these Mutas are just going to go after buildings. So what do you do with Cristiana? There's no recall here. The Nexus is long gone. Yeah. When Immortal goes down, the Archon's coming back through as well. Oh, so the Archon's getting back over and playing a bit of defense. I tell you what, Cristiana's making this... He's giving me half a chance of some hope, you know? Like, I'm half a believer at the moment. Oh, he misses this base, to be fair. Why would you expect a hatchery there? But he saw the creep, no? Oh, okay, he did see the creep, so you should know there's a base there. If he recognizes that, that would be huge. Yeah, he's going to realize where some of the structures are. There's 8 drones left. The drones are there, by the way, so we could kill some of the drones, and that at least forces your opponent to rebuild drones, which wastes some of the money that you have otherwise. That's less chasing around the map you have to do. The Mutas are going to get after those Zealots, though. I think you just got to commit to a play right now with these Archons. It's so difficult because, again, the moment you move away from your base, it just feels like the Mutas go across the map or they win the base trade. Now 10 Lings start to build. Are 2 Archons enough against the Mutas? Probably not. Only +1 attack. Cancels a couple of the Lings that were on the way. That's nice. Just setting up. Where's the rest of the army at? Oh, he didn't full commit to sending some of it home. Maybe he should always just leave 1 or 2 Archons at home and then everything else runs around. He doesn't really have much choice now. Now he just has to sort of try and make it happen no matter what. These Archons are going to run up here. I honestly think these Mutas might just be good enough to clean out these 2 Archons. Cristiana had to try something of a split. It's obviously just not going to work. GG. Yakov takes game 2. Cristiana's kind of relentless, kind of murdering nature in this group is going to be halted for the moment, at least. We will have to go to a game 3. This will go the distance in the end. How exciting is that? Alright, guys. We will take a moment as an exciting game comes to a close there, and our third map will be Taito Citadel to decide who gets the win. Again, big one, because right now both these players are undefeated. Winner of this stays undefeated in this group and will have clear chance tournament in their own hands to send it to first place of this group. No one could interfere with that if they go undefeated, obviously. So a big match. And for Yakov, if you beat Cristiana here and then you lose out to someone else, but you have the win over Cristiana, you might still get the tiebreaker advantage too, so you can still contend for first place there. Yeah, there's a lot of ways in which this can play out. We're going to see Showtime Yakov after this, actually, which is going to be also very interesting. So, yeah, very, very cool, guys. Very, very cool. Let's jump into this game 3 and see what goes down. Get this ready to start off. Go being called. And that countdown will begin. Taito Citadel coming up. Side and game. Cristiana Yakov. Who's going to do what? Came down to the base trade in this previous one. Mutas were able to do enough. Cristiana was honestly like a couple probes surviving and being on the map away from just being fine. Because if he could just ignore his main and just have some probes elsewhere and like ignore the main base and rebuild elsewhere, like then he never has to do this whole pulling back business, and then you're going to kill a lot of the bases of the Zerg, and your main army never has to split up and take silly fights and get picked apart or anything as well. I'm not saying it's going to win him the game, because I actually do think you can still win that from that scenario as Yakov, but it's going to put you in a much better position to play that game forward. So that part is very true. As we jump into game 3 of this series. Yakov, Cristiana. Game 3 coming up here on Taito Citadel. Who will get it done? Important game, important match. Working through this just for the moment. Gonna be a hatchery across the map, by the way, so I'm gonna start off with a little bit of a commitment there to the hatchery on the other side, and just Yakov trying to throw Cristiana maybe away from some of his comfort in this game, take him away from what he feels kind of okay with right now and so on. So yeah, starting off with that, never a terrible choice. I'm just gonna see the Zealot and the Probe. We'll take some slices and dices, slowly work their way through this and try and clean this out. This is going to force a second gateway, which does encourage more unit production here from the Protoss. Typically 2 Zealots will be out, then we build 2 Adepts in sync. And that's very powerful because 2 Adepts across the map with 2 Zealots can actually do a lot. They can force a lot of units. You don't have a super easy way to deal with that early on. So it's definitely going to be one kind of, one of the follow-ups that you kind of have to watch out for here, like I say, and we'll see how that plays. See the couple of Zealots and the Probe still nibbling through and doing well for themselves at the moment. So yeah, a little bit of cleanup, looking decent. A couple of Depths still building by. The Queen's coming up. X is on the way through. Just going to see that drone still patrolling back around. Going to try and come back around this corner, around that right-hand side. Probe's chasing by. The drone running about. Again, Nexus coming through from Cristiana here currently. Ling speed, the Queens, the Lings continue to produce. Those 10 Lings on their way, that Ling speed still coming by. The couple of Depths and the Zealots start to swing. Stargate's about halfway done, and we do have the Overlord pressing forward at the moment. Depths will shade. Speed coming up, couple Queens, those Zerglings coming by. The Adepts will go for a little bit of movement through the hatchery, in some trouble as you can see. It's obviously going to already be pretty low. Just going to be seeing a couple Lings and the Queens together. We'll continue to try and fight onto this position. So this is the annoying part. You made this happen. Like, you forced him to go second gateway, or you gave him the opportunity to go second gateway. It's just so annoying because it's like, wow, he took what I made him do and he's actually doing useful things with it. Like, gosh darn it, how dare he? But yeah, kind of a true scenario really is. Those few Lings threaten this around on the Adepts. Going to get one, looking for 2. And we'll actually end up grabbing the double whammy there. Grab them both and take that for the ride at the moment, as we have the extra drones and spores building as well. I'm just going to go for a journey. Just going to see the couple of gates in the Twilight building through as well. Things will try and put some pressure on. So Twilight counter straight after the Stargate here. Obviously, we've seen a bunch of different builds on Cristiana. Kind of just across the course of the day, but especially in this PvZ2. So continuing with that for the moment. 12 drones coming up. Stalker going to poke at that Overlord. The Oracle there to keep an eye on things as well. Maybe resonating glaives coming up right now from Cristiana. So I'm going to glaive this immediately. Four Depths warping in, that Roach Roaring coming up, as you can see, the couple Overlords still coming by. And the rest of these units just join up there for a couple of moments and see what their next step of this looks to be. Is we have Roach Roaring lair, drones all building through, the Roach speed coming up. Once that lair finishes, I imagine, but most importantly, that glaives, as Cristiana looks to utilize his glaives for some damage early. He's only on 39 workers, he's down 20 workers. Yakov needs roaches right now. He just started to build a few of them, but not too many straight away. It's going to be interesting to see how it pans out. Glaive's still coming up. Just going to be having, again, the roaches and the Lings coming through as well. A lot of that's still being set into play right now. Continue to bring this into action. We're going to set up a few Adepts ready to try and fight as well. Just going to be seeing the few Lings, the Roach, the Queens. Also doesn't do too much, and with more Roaches coming out, I think we are indeed going to end up being what we call just nice and safe here, believe it or not. I think it's going to be kind of fine at the end of this. Let's just see those Roaches still gathering as well. So they're just going to chill. Blink, Roach speed, missile upgrade. I should knock down this spore. I mean, one of the things about the Adepts is obviously their mobility. Knocking down the spore, which was kind of the wall off, is going to create, or I guess the doorway, the door of the wall off, I will call it. But knocking that down does open up kind of more mobility for these adepts between the bases. Yakov continue to defend pretty well. I'm a bit concerned about this hatchery and this, yeah, okay. Couple transfusions come down. I was going to say the stasis ward obviously threatens it as well, because the stasis is something the adepts can kite into. They're going to kill the third base, so in the end, Cristiana knocks the third base down. I still don't love where we're at in terms of Cristiana's army, though. Like, this is still just a group of adepts, and it's honestly not even that many adepts at this stage, because their numbers just keep on getting slashed away at. Adepts will come chasing about. You see the Hydrogen coming up as well. Matches, flings, melee upgrade missiles, road speed as well coming through. The adepts will go after the hatchery here. Get a grab of that. I mean, kind of a big deal, denying the base rebuilds and trying to keep your opponent slowed down at this stage, going to drop a stasis in a cute position. They were seen. If this wasn't seen as the sort of position that might catch drones, they come back and it's just even more economic damage that just stacks up against you as Yakov. What do you think of Yakov just being able to attack, though? Like, this has been very adept heavy, very adept committed from Cristiana. His economy was terrible to start it off, and he's rebuilt it during this, but right now it's just adept stalker. If Yakov just attacks, does Cristiana truly have a way to kind of make this alright? Like, he's going to have the threat of the adepts counterattacking, and maybe kind of keeps Yakov away from it. Yakov's not full sending it because he's going infestation pit, right? He's going hatcheries, he's getting drones. He's not just putting all of his resources into one push. He's not putting all those eggs into the attacking basket. I honestly don't think it would have been bad if he did, though. I actually think there could have been an opening for him. Now Cristiana's going to push with Adept Stalker. We'll see how well this can do. See what this maybe gets out of the next few moments. Adept Stalker's going to go. Roaches and the Hydra's going to be there. Hold this off a little bit. A couple of these units start to go down. Stalkers will take some damage. Roach Hydra fighting the Lurker Den. Coming up as well on the side of Yakov. We do see those couple of Zels going straight in after the Zerglings too, so we just begin to put some pressure down. Roach Hydra just going to be there. The Stalkers going to jump onto the hatchery. This base on the top side is going to take some hits. It's going to go down. It's dead, not even cancelled. So, unfortunately, that is going to be pricey early on. Look, Den still coming up. That Hive still coming through as well. We continue to bring both of those factors into play here. And as the Muscular Augments comes around, we'll be seeing the upgrades continuing through too. We'll Corrosive Bile onto the Stalkers for a second or so. A bit more damage out. Look for a little extra at the moment. +2 melee, +2 missiles, both building through here. Roach Hydra will go back the other way. Jumping onto a few of these Stalkers right now. A little bit more damage being dealt again. A couple of these Lurkers already set up. Going to do good damage to these Stalkers as Cristiana takes a daring little attack forward there. Need to be a little bit more careful about that. As you see the Lings now running over, and they're going to try and come through too. Bring up these Zealots and push that back as well. Also looking pretty reasonable right now. Lings going to fight. Storms come back over. Storm Zealots continue to build. Storm's just going to gather up again. That Storm is already building. It's halfway done. Seismic Spine gun, +2 missiles building over right now. Roach Hydra going to hit the rocks. I think Cristiana does look good. They're very reasonable at the moment. But those Lurkers are very scary as well, so to get invited into a later stage of this game, we'll see how it plays out. Oracle goes down. It's never a bad catch because you're going to remove stasis wards. Stasis wards naturally very useful. More storms is coming down here as well. Try and trail in for a bit of extra damage. The Lurk is going to unburrow and Fulmo make an attempt to step forward as well. Going to hit a couple of those Stalkers. couple of little Stalkers begin to take some shots. Just going to see +2 missiles and +2 melee on the way in. The Hydras and Roaches and Lings there. Fighting Stalkers too. The High Templar getting kind of jumped on. Most of their energy is dying, so a lot of that High Templar energy disappearing very quickly right now too. A couple more of these Hydras getting kind of caught and jumped on as well, so they're also going to take a few extra hits already. I'm just going to say GG. Yakov is going to have too much, and he's going to win this out. Yakov is going to go 2-0. Cristiana will not go 3-0. So that will be that. And we are going to continue in with Showtime versus Yakov for us up next. So we'll actually get to see how Yakov continues to play. We'll get into that. Cool. I just need Yakov to rejoin chat channel, and we'll be good to send this. So yeah, I'm gonna throw us into a quick break, guys. I'm gonna grab some lunch for a couple minutes here while we get ready for the next match. It's Yakov Showtime up next. I'll see you guys in a sec. Hello guys, welcome back. I was just sorting our way through. Well, I was getting some food. I'm just waiting for a couple of videos to come in from the players, so just waiting on them, and we can kick this off. Videos are underway now, so we should be kind of just fine to move through. But we'll give it a couple moments and see how things will go. How's everyone doing? Welcome, guys. Yeah, I'm fed, I'm powered. We've got some series left to play, so we're going to go into Showtime versus Yakov, and then we are going to have a few matches going on afterwards, which is going to be, we still need to do Cristiana versus Spirit, Yakov versus Spirit, Spirit versus basically all the Spirit games, which have been playing kind of off stream. We're going to start making our way through, so that will be the plan of action. Plan of action. Cool. Cool. Alright, guys. Give it a couple moments. Like I say, videos are on the way, so we should be in game kind of soon. It's just been taking a little while to get this one started, but that's all good. Sometimes it happens like that. Sometimes it's like just says that way. Players are AFK for a moment or so. We're about to have a map pick, so really not far picking this off. And I'm ready to host it for you guys ASAP. ASAP. What's up, TKL on the right as well, by the way. Hello, welcome, guys. What will Yakov pick for map 1? Titus Citadel for map 1. Alright, well, Yakov undefeated, guys. So again, the way this group stands right now is that Yakov sits 2-0, Cristiana 2-1, Showtime 1-1, Creator 0-3, and then Spirit currently 0-0. We'll be watching, I think, all of Spirit's games basically at the end, so I'll be coming up just after. As we get Yakov and Showtime into lobby, ready to begin. Yeah. Cool. Double checking everything was looking good, but it seems like we are. Perfect. Yeah. Showtime ready. I'm just waiting for Yakov to join the lobby and ready up, and we can go. Awesome. Alrighty. Like I say, thanks for some patience, guys. Yakov joined the lobby, and we'll be going. Into this BVZ. Titus Citadel coming up. Get this ready to go. Get this ready to go. Cool. Alright, let's kick this off. Get underway. In the bottom right-hand side is going to be our red Protoss player. This is going to be Showtime. He had a great start. Knocked Creator down. Was the last time we saw him. And then got a little bit scary. Lost to Cristiana. Now this group a little bit more up in the air for him. Taking down Yakov would be big, because obviously Yakov is 2-0. Our blue Zerg in the top left. So if you take down Yakov here at Showtime, that immediately kind of helps slow down somebody who's otherwise looking very good for themselves, you know? So definitely a lot of positivity to think on there. As we have Yakov in this upper left side. So it's going to be interesting to see where this group comes out to in the end. To get this underway and see what Yakov and Showtime have to bring us over the next few minutes as we kick this off. Get ready to resume. Nexus building. Hatch gas pool coming up initially. Get this on the way. And hatch gas pool coming about. Next in the cyber core coming up. The assimilator will come down for a couple moments as well. Just going to bring that into place here for a couple moments and get things set up. See where we're going to go to. Queen begins up in the production tab. Nothing crazy there. Cyber core, the Nexus building also. So again, pretty reasonable across the board currently. Nothing too surprising just yet. Probe keeps on moving, and we do have the couple of things going to come across after the probe for just a couple seconds as well. Just going to also bring that over, and yeah, really again nothing ultra crazy in the first handful of moments of this right now. So things looking very standard here to kick it all off. You see the couple of things are going to come back through and going to turn themselves onto the rocks for a few moments as well. One adept just shading about. Obviously would like to do some damage, but there's not going to be too much opportunity just yet. Continuing by for the moment. Queen's gonna chase. Adepts will take some damage. For a couple seconds then, get that all set up. You see the Ling's going to try and chase the Adepts for a few moments longer. The Adepts going to try and shade back. The Lings are going to be there, putting some pressure on. Oracle going to show up. A couple of Lings getting grabbed. Again, the drones in the lair continue to come through just for now. Oracle very nearly goes down, actually. Doesn't quite just yet. And 6 more drones building up here, so we get that on the way. The last still building. And again, the Queen, the drones, all of that coming through. The Nexus, the Twilight, and the Gateway building as well. All of this good stuff being added on right now. That's up Raynor, thank you for the raid. Welcome everybody watching some WardiTV Winter Championships. Group B today, it's kind of an interesting group right now. Yakov, undefeated 2-0, Showtime 1-1, lost to Cristiana. Cristiana 2-1. Creator 0-3, Spirit game is going to be all played after this. All the Terran games are coming up soon. As you see, the Queen's going to get there. A few of those drones going to go down, getting punched away. Those Oracles just a little bit right now, so it's going to get forced out of here for the moment. You can see the Adepts coming about, a couple Lings taking damage. And yeah, and Hydrogen coming about. We've got a couple drones and the Overlord still building. No Hydra speed coming through as well. Oracle is going to try and activate after that drone. Not quite going to find it just yet, though. Pull themselves back around the left-hand side. Hydra's Lings, the Groove Spine's coming about. Temple Archives on the way. Showtime. I'm going to be moving straight there. Obviously, get into the Blink, something we've just not seen Yakov play against in that previous ZVP. As funny as that may be. Definitely a bit off from the typical expectation. So you can see the Lings coming through. A couple probes begin to go down. Again, the Hydras, the Groove Spines, all those upgrades continuing by. You have the Temple Archives coming about as well. A couple gateways continue to come up. Stalkers get rid of some creep spread here, so some of the creep team is still going down too. Continue to knock away at that for the moment. Pinging. Overlord still dropping. Some pretty substantial damage, to be fair, as we do have the recall going to be dropped. Cancelled the stasis for the recall just to get units back home. Showtime ready himself against this Ling Hydra commitment. 60 drones only, so it is pretty committed. Depths. Just going to shoot the few Hydras coming up. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers there. Coming back over. Couple hits coming through, couple shots coming off then. It's going to be seeing the Hydras taking that chance to nibble through some of the rocks again. So just open this up. I'm just going to knock the rocks down, and again the Stalkers on the right hand side going to come back over as well. I think Hydra wanted to push forward. A couple Stalkers go down immediately. This nice push from Yakov. Splash is not ready yet from Showtime. He needs to start dealing with this, especially because his natural has no stack defense. He's got nothing to kind of aid him kind of along the way, and to kind of push him in the right direction at the moment. So feels a little bit scary right now here. On that side of things, you're going to be seeing the Hydra's going to try and fight back. A few more Stalkers showing up to get involved as well. Hydra's still swinging away, getting a little bit more done here just currently. Trying to find a little extra out of all of this. Just going to see the Hydra's still coming over. Stalkers taking shots again. A bit more being done. The Hydra's going to go now back onto the pylon. Looking pretty doomed for Showtime. I mean, it just does not feel as though he's going to have a way to really deal with this at all, as these Hydras continue to push their way just through a bunch of these units. Nice storm comes in over on that right-hand side, so that's going to get a nice catch. Another storm towards another couple of Hydras that were still on their way up. The Hydra's going to keep on fighting. The Stalker's still taking damage. High Templars still continue to warp in. One more storm going to hit the Hydras again here as the Oracle pulls back. Ling Hydra gets back to the top side. The few High Templar gathering around. The Archon still coming up as well. Lurker Den, Infestation Pit, Evolution Chamber, and the drones continue to produce through. Stasis is going to fade. We'll see another Stasis into the natural. Just have our Cybercore up to the high ground. High Templar. The cluster attack will continue to come by for the moment. Oracle chilling overhead. Again, Lurker Den needs to come through. Archon going to fire a few shots. Lings will take some hits. A couple Zelds go back the other way. I've Evo chambered a couple spines coming through. Those Lurkers still building by as well, so we get a lot of that coming up right now. Let's see the Archons, the High Templars still gathering themselves together, looking for an opportunity to get a bit feisty. Hydra Lurker going to go after the rocks, open those up, open up a bit of space here as well. Overseer still coming up overhead, those extra Lurkers coming through, +1 missiles, +1 melee, Overlord speed. All of that continuing to come into play right now. A lot of those extra little bits and pieces just continuing through currently. Again, Lurkers coming up, missiles and melee continue to come by. Just going to be seeing the Hydras coming through, the Hive in production. +3 attack upgrade still building on the side of Showtime, just bringing that straight through here. Nice storm, we're going to hit some of the Ling Hydra over on the right side as well. Going to be some damage dealt. You'll see the few Lings and the Lurkers setting up on the left-hand side, also going to get involved. As you see this Nexus continue to take a little bit of a beat down. So the Nexus will fall. That will go down. The Zelds are still trying to push through. The Archon setting up as well. The other Lurkers all going to burrow. The Ling Hydra still settling down over here. Storm is going to fade away. The few Zerglings going after the pylon. One more Storm, a few more Lings taking damage again. They clean up on that. The Lurkers going to settle in the center of the map. And again, Seismic Spine's coming up. +3 missiles, +1 melee, all continuing to build here currently, and we just have another Archon morphing in as well. Archons and Zelds will go after a few of these Zerglings, just going to get some damage dealt. Once again, you have the pylon coming through again. It's just going to be having that, still taking some shots just for the moment. Lurkers will keep on burrowing. The Hydraling rotates back around to the left side a little bit. You see those Archons, the High Templars continue to gather through. Just gonna see the Lurkers all burrowing up as well. Just gonna have a lot of those coming straight into play. Good storms onto said Lurkers just at the moment. The Oracle gets taken out. Yakov obviously put himself in a good position with the initial Hydra push in this game. He's kept that pressure up, most importantly, because now he's being able to keep on firing, keeping on in position, and making it so difficult for Showtime to recover. Now the Lurkers just sit here aggressively. Can Showtime break out of this position? Definitely going to be tough to get out of here, to be honest. I think he's... It's not impossible. He's got the storms, right? He's got some of the tools necessary, so it's not impossible. It's definitely difficult, though. You can see he's got a bunch of low HP units on the left-hand side. They're having to hold back and just try to regenerate some shields so they can maybe come back into this fight. Until that fight is able to resume, like, this really just isn't pretty. And like I say, if you come back in too soon, those units are going to die so quickly, then Showtime's army's going to disappear. There's one Archon that goes down immediately here. He does engage from two sides. It limits the effectiveness of the Lurker splash damage. Man, so many of these tech units. I'm looking at those two Archons that are super low. They have no shields left on them. Showtime going to say GG. Yakov going to take a 1-0 lead in a series that could put him 3-0 in this group. What are we watching today? Okay, you know what? I'm going to put my hand in the sky. I said at the start, I don't think there's a set of results that can really surprise me. I did say the one thing that would surprise me would be Showtime kind of being down, like, towards the bottom of the group, I guess. And that's kind of where we're heading to. And like I say, in a group that I think was not going to surprise me but could have a lot of possibilities, we're definitely seeing one of the more surprising options of possibilities kind of coming through right now in terms of the results that keep on happening. So, pretty crazy business. We get this game 2 ready to start up in just a couple seconds, guys. Get everyone in here, and we'll be going. In a sec. Players are good. Showtime is already ready. And Yakov is ready too. Perfect. Game 2 is on the way, guys. Counting down. Getting ready to go. Alright, Winter Madness coming through, guys. Game 2, Yakov a map away from going 3-0 in this group. Can he get it done? This tournament is turning into some upsets, man. Creator is pretty much already eliminated as well. I think Creator is not officially eliminated if Showtime loses. Because if Creator beats Spirit, there is a world where Spirit could beat Showtime but lose to Cristiana and Yakov. There is like a 3-way tie possibility for third place at 1 and 3. So we're not we're not lost yet. We're not out yet. If as creators, despite being 0-3 right now, unless Showtime wins this series, but Showtime is down a game against the Blue Zerg in the top left corner of the map. It is going to be Yakov, 2-0 in the group, 1-0 in this third series now against Showtime. A chance to go 3-0 and take complete command of this group with Spirit left to play for him. In terms of the standings, bottom right side, our red Protoss is Showtime. What's up, Pig? Thank you for the raid. Hello, everybody. Hope you enjoyed day 1 of Pig Fest. So sorry we overlapped. I was talking about this earlier. Like, I just had no other day to realistically run this group on. So sad we overlapped a bit, but hopefully I think it's the only time we're overlapping the next 2 weeks. So hopefully you guys had a great time. Welcome in. I hope you guys had some great games and some fun matches. I obviously haven't been able to watch myself. I didn't even get to watch a little bit earlier on when the day was just starting up, actually. I probably should have had it on early this morning. I didn't think about it, though. But, yeah, I hope you guys had some good games. We're in this WardiTV Winter Championship Group B. It's actually been a crazy day. We've been completely off schedule because our first 3 matches took no time at all, while the first off-stream match took ages, which is still coming up. So we've got a 1 hour plus TVZ coming at some point, and, you know, based on what we had to wait for. So we've been all over the place schedule-wise. We've just about managed to fix it. But the results are crazy. Creator 0-3 in this group. Showtime, if he loses this, is going to be 1 and 2. Spirits games all coming. We're going to see all 4 of Spirits matches coming up after this as well. So yeah, all 4 of Spirits matches are yet to be played, guys. We play 2 matches at a time typically. One live match. We cast the other match replays afterwards. So yeah, it's kind of turned into a pretty crazy group. It's turned into a lot of fun. And like I say, let's see how this game 2 of Yakov and Showtime goes as we settle ourselves down on Winter Madness for a couple of moments here. Things be coming through. Queens are in production. We just have ourselves the extra lings and the hatchery still coming about as well. Let's just see the probe coming around. Again, that hatchery on the low ground from Yakov. He did get blocked on the natural, so he's not able to take the expansion here with the pylon in position. He lets his hatchery straight up finish up as well, which means he'll get a few lings out. It's interesting because it means that Showtime did not pull enough probes to deny this quickly enough, but it does mean that as Yakov, you can maybe keep the adepts and the lings at home for longer. Or is he actually just happy to kind of just... apparently he's just happy to let these lings run away. So I was wondering if he was just going to use this as a way to kind of keep the adepts and the zealots back at home so they didn't get to come across the map as quickly. He actually just sends them out, but that's probably fine too, because it means he got 6 lings out of this that he was maybe not going to get otherwise. Now you see the Bane Nest coming up, and so we're starting to talk about a very aggressive follow-up here from Yakov as he gets a plotting as to what he does next, which obviously, you know, he can plot, but we can see what his plans are. Ling Bane Burst, Oracle on the way from Showtime. Showtime is going to see more lings popping out of this base, and the more lings you see, the more kind of like a oh moment you maybe have about this. Ling speed finishes. The lings are going to attempt to threaten this adept. There's no battery, by the way. Warp gate's only halfway done. Going to build a battery behind this. The adept should be able to shade behind this wall up and stay safe for the moment. The lings, though, are going to get a catch on the adepts on the other side, so Showtime distracted is going to lose these adepts. They are all going to go down. The Oracle sees the Banelings, though, and that's amazing. So you are at least going to be able to stop the Banelings from coming through here. That's actually massive, because then what do you actually do next as Yakov if you can't get the Banelings online? I mean, the Oracle's out of energy. It's going to need an energy recharge already. But now if you just have no Banelings, does this go anywhere? It felt like this was great for Yakov, but he needed the Banelings. Morphing them right in front of the base was a little bit cheeky, and unfortunately, maybe more than a little bit cheeky, a little bit expensive in the end, because it's going to cost him the chance to really make something of this. That said, there's not a lot of damage output against these lings, and this gateway in the front of the sentry building is looking as though it's going to go down. Before the sentry pops, we do kill it off. The sentry does not come through. Warp gate is now finished, so Warp gate will come over. A little bit of mayhem, guys. A little bit of chaos coming through initially. A couple of gates coming online. We got the rest of this setting up as well. Where do we go from here? Ling's going to get chased around by the couple of oracles still. I mean, kind of a weird game, because I actually think this went all of a sudden very well for Yakov, outside of the fact that he actually did make the mistake of just having the Banelings. I mean, make the mistake. It's possible if the Oracle flies from the main base, right, and just goes across the map, that this was the safe place to have the Banelings morphing, where they may not have been seen. So we can criticize them for being in an obvious place, but actually if the Oracle had just flown straight out across the map, maybe he doesn't see them. So unfortunately the RNG of where the Banelings morph is where the Oracle moves to goes against him. That kind of saves Showtime. I actually really think Showtime was in trouble if those Banelings finished morphing, especially with all the other units being caught around the map. He was going to have one Oracle with okay-ish energy, and then one Adept only to play defense. That was good. That would have been very, very difficult, because Warp Gate was not even done, so Warp-ins were a long way away. Now Showtime, I love this. Building a 4th Oracle. At this point, more Oracles are just good, because Yakov is only a 2-base Zerg. His 3rd hatchery is extremely delayed. He's obviously on a higher link count than usual, and that means that more Oracle energy to help play defensively can only help you out as well. So just through and through, I look at this and I think we say, yeah, Yakov is actually in a bit of trouble, and the extra Oracle is great for Showtime, and these Adepts and Oracles combined... Unstoppable is a strong word, but like it's actually going to be very difficult to remove these. The Oracles activate. They're going to run over here. The Lings will just melt. Oh, the Banelings, though. We can target 1, 2, 3. It's decent. I mean, the Adepts get forced to split. The Oracle's now going to target fire down a Queen. They're going to dive for the 2nd Queen. Showtime can give up an Oracle or 2 if he wants to. He may not even need to, though. As you can see, the Spore Crawler doing damage, but we pull away nicely. 7 drones go down. Couple of Queens. A bunch of the Ling Bane in that main base dying off as well. That's going to be good enough for the moment here for Showtime to just get out of here very happy. It's going to be very low energy, if not no energy Oracles. So the Oracles have no energy left, and maybe Yakov can do something based on that info. But he's playing catch-up on drones from a very bad position. And his tech is just non-existent as well. Like, this is hatchery, tech, Bailing Nest. No lair, no upgrades. Really just nothing that's on the way here that's going to be like, well, this is what I've got in my back pocket to kind of save me and to push me through into something a little better right now. No, there's nothing like that. He's going to start the lair now. But this is him absolutely trying to play from behind and trying to recover from the deficit that's being built up early from his failed Bailing Bust. So yeah, trying to play the recovery game at this point of time. Drones coming up, Queen's on the way. Lair coming through, the hatchery and a Spore Crawler building in as well. +1 and the Blink will come online for Showtime. The couple of Lings going to run back up to the high ground here. As you see the extra gates coming through as well. And get that ready to rumble. I just love that Showtime can reapproach, the other side of the map with Adepts and Oracles again. It's going to do so much for him. I mean, once again, 4 Oracles will kill Queens so fast. 1 Queen going down, 2nd Queen likely going down. There's 2 more Queens here, but if they're busying trying to hit Adepts, that's now 3 dead Queens, 4 dead Queens, and the Adepts are left to fight a 5th dead Queen. And the Adepts are left to fight the drones and a few Lings. Beautiful once again for Showtime. 12 workers killed, 5 Queens, was it? Those Oracles are paying for themselves so much right now. 4.8 to 2.3k resource loss. The Adepts full shade to try and catch a couple of extra drones in a different base. But yeah, this game is slipping from Yakov so very quickly. Showtime 1-1 in this group. This becomes an important match. I mean, obviously, you lose this, you could still beat Spirit, be 2-2, but tiebreakers are not necessarily something you want to rely on, and 2-2 oftentimes does come down to tiebreakers in these 5-player groups. So yeah, it's kind of a rough one from Showtime, who needs to kind of win this series realistically to be in with a good position. Like I say, he's not out if he loses it, but winning this does a lot for you as well, because winning this also eliminates Creator. Whereas if you lose this, Creator is still in place. There's one more player that can maybe tiebreak into kind of success against you. So winning this game and getting back on track is massive for our Protoss player Showtime. It will take us to a Game 3, tied up 1-1, and ready to determine just what this Game 3 is going to look like in a few moments' time, guys. We'll get that going. See you guys in a second. Not sure what the third map is. Not Tido. Winter. Right. 10k? No, 10k was vetoed. I hate trying to figure out what map it is. Ruby? No, Ruby was vetoed. Celestial vetoed. Old Republic. Ooh. Yeah, big one for this final game. It's a big one for this final game as we take a second. Host this up and get ready to go. Alright, players are ready. Let's do it, guys. Let's send it into a Game 3 here. Get this all started up. It's ready to go. Right. In terms of what match order we're going to do after this, we're going to see what the result is here. I'm kind of thinking because Creator 0-3, we maybe do the Creator Spirit matchup first, because that would maybe already eliminate Creator and kind of reduce some of the options of what could happen and so on. So that might be the plan in terms of the match order. But yeah, we're going to kind of probably play it a bit freely match order wise to kind of keep, well, going to end up being likely the exciting matches till the end, because this group obviously is in a position where that is very likely just to kind of be the case and to kind of come around. So Yakov in the bottom left, Showtime in the upper right. It is 1-1 in this PO3. Old Republic coming on through. And getting the similar coming up, hatching the gas coming through. Probe coming over as we just obviously block that hatchery initially, and we go from here, setting up for the next little step of this. At the moment, so far, so good. Third ace match in the group, all 3 of Yakov's matches. Come on, Yakov's just playing us some close StarCraft too, man. Gotta appreciate it, you know. Queen's coming up, Ling's on the way. Just gonna see the probe coming about. Couple Lings is going to chase after the probe, so probe going to get hunted down. Couple Queens, drones, Ling speed, all coming through. The Adept, the Stargate, coming online. I'm just going to have our Nexus. Finishing it very shortly. We'll see where this game goes. I just say, we just had a bunch of people join us, guys. I'm still on the tail end of being a little bit sick from my trip away, so if you do hear me go quiet all of a sudden, I probably just cleared my throat or so. And apologies if any of it comes through on the stream. Sometimes I just have to cough straight after talking. It's been a little bit better the last couple hours though, actually, so I just had to mute up to cough for a second there, so just thought I would mention it just in case, because we got a bunch of extra people just joining us recently during this matchup. Couple of Adepts will poke their way for a moment or two onto this hatchery, get a bit of damage done to start us off. 2 drones go down. It's going to be seeing the Lings. Going to be able to catch and kill the Adepts. The Adepts will go down. Adepts will fall. Cleaned up for the moment. Couple Lings coming through. Just going to be seeing the attempted pressure on the other side, but Showtime is immediately in position with the Oracle, so the Oracle is just going to be an answer to those units trying to poke on the other side. Again, Oracle and the Warp Gate still building through. Next is coming by, a couple of probes in production. We've got ourselves the Oracle still coming back over to the upper right side as well. And yeah, the Ling's going to get back towards the top of the map now also. Bring those back through for a little bit. We'll shoot a couple Lings, gonna go down. Just gonna see the Skullcatcher gonna get caught, but the Oracles will protect. So Yakov really trying to find something, but you know, you can look as much as you like for the needle in the haystack. If the needle's not in the haystack, you will never find it. So it's kind of the case here. Let's just have this Stalker able to get rid of the Overlord. That will go down. And Twilight Council Forge. The Gateway is still building through. The Nexus coming online as well. They nest there, continue to come through. The extra drones producing by the Overlord and the Lings coming up as well. A couple of the Adepts will gather, and we see the creep pushing through. The center as well. A little bit of a revelation coming down also. And yeah, just the Queens can be joined here as a couple of Adepts. Try for a little bit extra. Lair, Bailey Nest coming up. Extractor and the drones still coming through. The Oracle's back on that bottom side, charging the +1 upgrade coming about. Robotics facility will be producing as well, just for these couple of seconds. Get that up and online and into place next few moments. Green hits. Oracles will find a drone. At least I thought they were going to get a drone, but apparently not going to be able to. Not allowed just yet, so not finding that. Pretty good defensively kind of game from Yakov. Only 4 drones lost is very reasonable early on. Plus he did make a good feelings to keep units back on the other side as well. Bane speed will come through, the Groove Spine's coming in. Seeing that charge +1 and the extra gates coming about also, so all of that's still coming about here. Just have King Queen gathering on in together. A couple more Bane's gonna get a Morphin. Slow Bane's going to take a little waddle forward to try and get a connection here. A couple of Zealots will end up taking a few shots of damage. Going to get a cancel off. Temple Archives building through as well. And +1 missiles, Bane speed, Groove Spines, all of that coming through here. The Temple Archives and those couple of gates going to be a part of that as well. Continue to bring that up just for the moment as the couple of Oracles will throw some Stasis Wards down so they can get a little active. Storm coming through too. Also trying to get into play here just for the moment, see where we can go, see what we can find, see what we can maybe make happen for the next few moments. Prism is establishing a bit of control here as well. Ready to kind of stab in. Yakov on 80 drones, building a lot of Lingbane Hydra right now, and we'll probably be committed with some of the Lingbane Hydra. We'll definitely try, more than likely, to run out a little bit of this and see if we can find some value and so on. Would be kind of the expectation here. Bane's going to get shot up by Initial Archon. Zealot Stalker still gathering through. Again, joined up. Again, Storm and a couple extra Zealots coming by as well. So we bring a lot of that online here. Just for a couple moments. Next is finishing shortly. Again, a couple Stasis Swords coming about. Just going to see the Hydra Bane. Very much so, still producing through for now. Ready to send it. I mean, this is the map where you do have this kind of angled attack into this base. That's why there's so much stacked defense preemptively here from Showtime. He'll know what is kind of coming his way. It's still a matter of figuring out the defense for this. Prestige pick going through. The Lingbane Hydra running forward. Couple of Banes connecting. Not doing too much just yet. The Stasis Ward's catching nicely. The Banes still crashing forward. The couple of Archons taking hits. Zealots as well. One more Storm coming out. Ling Hydra still producing through. Hives on the way. And a couple of Overlords build into this as well for the moment. All Hydras get picked off. Showtime will continue to chase. This was just successful. I mean, that was just a good defense through and through at the moment. Very nicely done. The Lurk Identity with Chamber still building. The Hive on the way. 11 drones producing. Let's do attack. The Immortal, the Fleet Beacon, the Stargate. Continue to build up just for a couple moments. We are just waiting for the next step of this. The thing is, the next step for Showtime is a very confident Showtime into a very nice position. So it's around the top. Just going to be seeing the Stargate, the Fleet Beacon coming through. Like I say, Showtime is really set up for the later stage. So, as you see, Yakov kind of setting up into the... You will see Yakov already setting up into the... Why can't I talk? He's already setting up into the Spire and the Lurkers. Showtime is just going to be ready for all of this because of the fact he's got that Fleet Beacon available. So, again, it feels very comfortable for Showtime. His position in this game definitely feels pretty darn decent at the moment. Hydra Lurker moving through. A couple more Lurkers coming about. It's going to be seeing the Spire and the Lurker still building online there. It's going to see the Archons coming down to the bottom side. Hydra Bane Lurker still gathering together for a few moments, so we get that set up. Ready to resume. Archon Immortal gathers. Again, a couple of Tempests on the way through. That Mothership still building. +1 air weapon is going to be a part of this. The +3 attack comes along with it. We do see the Zealots getting a little cancel. Just trying to keep Yakov honest. And the Lingbane Hydra gathers together. A couple of Zealots move back. Not a lot going on because Showtime doesn't exactly want to kind of shove it and push it in himself. Like, he's very happy to just kind of let this chill and take a few moments to develop. Like, he's in no rush to kind of, like I say, force the issue or anything right now. As Overlord goes down, the Archons continue to move through for a couple moments. I see a couple Storms coming down. This is nice. Yakov actually getting aggressive. I like that Yakov's doing something, though, because it feels like his army is made to start attacking, and I guess with the upgrades of the Lurkers now, it really is just time for him to try and deliver on that a little bit. Otherwise, this game is not going to go very well for him if he just sits back and Showtime's army progresses the way it has been, and he's not going to do anything about it. That really is call for disaster. Lurker's going to unburrow and just retreat away. Showtime pretty well spread. Defends all of this pretty... a little bit messy because it was kind of everywhere, but at the same time, like, everything just gets pushed back from the Zerg, and Showtime doesn't honestly lose that much at the end of the day, so Showtime ends up in a pretty decent position. Archon Immortals out coming through. Adrenal Glands building up, +3 missiles, and the +2 melee coming about as well. The few Zealots trying to get on top of the Lurker there for a few moments as well. Not going to see too much success. As we now have the +3 attack upgrade. Battle complete from Showtime. Add the armor upgrade to that. Couple Zealots are going to swing their way onto this hatchery on the left. Pick our way through this. The Archons and the Tempest pushing through. A couple of Zealots going to turn onto the Zerglings already. Lurkers turn themselves away, and they're just going to go scarpering. So do these Hydras. They scarper backward as well. Trying to get the heck out of there just for now. Just going to see a few more Lurkers burrowing up. And again, the 2 cannons on the way. The robot facility coming by. couple of these lurkers from Burrow again here, and a couple of shots coming off from the lurkers. They're storming these banelings. A couple of storms. Banelings will not get close to doing anything. Good defense again. Showtime. Kind of in the game he likes to play, which is just the sort of game where he gets to be the defensive player and he just gets to sit back here and kind of play his, play his game out. So he's absolutely loving this at the moment. Almost no doubt about it. These Corruptors going to fly through. The lurkers want to chase on the ground. See how close we can maybe get here. Continue to retreat away. +3 missiles, +2 melee coming about as well. Corruptors and the lurkers still want to chase that mothership. Tempest will have to keep on being chased down. We are going to see the lurkers burrowing up. Zealots and Archons. We're going to turn onto this. I mean, the lurkers are just a bit spread right now. The Corruptors actually get rid of a lot of the Sky Army. Then a lot of the Corruptors die as well, man. Once those Archons start hitting, they hit hard. They hit real hard once they start hitting, as we now see the Archons going to finish up these last couple of lurkers. That's going to be a cleanup in this. It really does feel as though we are not far from seeing. I would say resolution. I think that's true. Like, Yakov does not really have the money to rebuild effectively. Counterattack is nice, but Showtime has an army that's right here and ready to push into someone who just lost everything pretty much. Still chasing forward. We'll continue to push through for a couple moments. Storms coming down on the Hydra Lurker. Oh, man, those storms are deadly. Yakov finally lunges out of them. Yakov had that 1-0 lead in this series, and we're talking about the possibility of maybe seeing a 3-0 score line for him in this group. It's not going to happen. He is going to lose to Showtime. This will effectively eliminate Creator from the tournament as well, I believe. I guess maybe he's not still. I think he will be eliminated. Maybe not yet officially still, actually. Maybe there still is some kind of crazy... No. It must do, because then Showtime goes to 2 wins. Yeah, so this would eliminate Creator from the tournament, which I think guarantees that our next matchup will be Creator versus Spirit, because if Creator eliminated, we may as well just get that one done. The Tempest firing through. Link High Lurk are going to jump onto these few High Templar. To be fair, this portion of the army for Showtime, maybe not the best set, especially because it's just mostly High Templar, but the Storms are still scary. I guess Yakov, his army is bleeding out. He just doesn't have the money to keep rebuilding it. And that's the biggest issue. Once these Lurkers go down, he's not going to have a lot to play with. And Showtime still has the money. He's still got the workers. He's still got the bases to mine this money from as well to be able to keep rebuilding. Yakov knows it. GG is called, and Showtime is going to take the 2-1 victory in this BO3 to put him up into a 2-1 scoreline himself. So Showtime not guaranteed to advance, but he is going to be 2-1. Cristiana is going to be 2-1. Yakov is going to be 2-1. So Yakov, Cristiana, Showtime, all 2-1. Whoever gets a win against Spirit is guaranteed to advance pretty much, right? I guess maybe not, because if they win against Spirit... no, because then Spirit would be beating the other guys. So I'm pretty sure it's a case of if you beat Spirit, you're just going to advance through the group. But yeah, obviously group is in a pretty darn interesting place overall. Because of the way that things have played out today. It's just been, like I say, a pretty fun group in terms of how things have been going. Alrighty, so yeah, we're going to start with Spirit versus Creator. I'm going to get that hosted up in a second, guys. Yeah, it just makes sense for us to start with Spirit Creator, obviously, because then, oh, man. Why are you doing this to me? Hang on. Hold up. Alright. It makes sense for us to start with Spirit Creator, because like I say, Creator is now eliminated, so we may as well just do the match with the guy who's already knocked out. To me, that makes the most sense. I think that just gives us... Because then we know where Spirit is at, we know what needs to happen for the rest of the guys without that match, because Creator's fate is pretty much sealed already. So, yeah. First map of this will be White Rabbit. Perfect. I'll run some ads where we get everyone invited in, and we'll get this hosted up and ready to go, guys. Thank you for joining us and your patience today. Appreciate you all. Like I said, it's been a bit of a crazy one. There's been a lot going on, a lot happening. But yeah, we'll start off with Spirit versus Creator, and then from Spirit Creator we can go into... Yeah, I mean, at that point we can kind of just pick and choose our matchups. I guess Spirit Creator... Yeah, I actually have no idea what order we do from there, to be honest. We can just kind of pick and choose a bit. We can just pick and choose a bit. Alright, let's get this ready to go. We'll give it about 30 seconds or so. We'll jump into this next match. Alright guys, thank you for joining us and hanging out with us today. It's been fun so far. Yeah, let's just keep it going. I think not enough time on the ads. We are golden. We're good. We can just resume. Get to this and get this started. Spirit didn't play at all yet? Yes. We had some scheduling changes. Basically, the way that this always works is that we play 2 matches at the same time. One match plays live, the other match plays on replays. Typically, within the first 5 matches, you see everybody at least once, but today we had the live matches go much faster than the offline matches. And because of that, we got very out of sync with each other, and so we had to redo the schedule. And the best way to fix it in the end was that all of Spirit's matches are going to be the 4 that we cast from replays at the end here. So... yeah, this was played, you know, these games were all played in the last couple of hours still. Just the way that it's turned out is that we just haven't had any of the Spirit games on stream just yet, but now we get to watch all of Spirit's games in a row. So I guess what we'll probably do is we'll probably do Spirit Creator, then we'll probably do Spirit versus another of the Protoss, and then we can do Spirit Yakov, and then Spirit versus the other Protoss, because that'll split some of the TVPs at least. So I just don't know what match we'll do after this. We'll have a look and see if anything in particular makes sense. We can have a look at it and see what happens. Alright, for now though, let's dive on in. Cast some StarCraft 2s in the form of the blue Terran in the bottom left corner of the map, Spirit, and the red Protoss on the top right side of the map, Creator, as we get into this BO3 Game 1, picking this off and seeing what is going to be good for us over the course of this. It's been a day. Say we I know for a fact we've got some long games coming up because, like I say, we're off schedule because of the games being played simultaneously taking so long. I don't know what happened. I just know that we were waiting for them for a significant amount of time. So there's bound to be some long matches in these next few games, it would seem. We'll see exactly how it goes. Probe checking about, seeing what's up early. Moving around for a few moments here. Next on the Cyber Core coming in. A Simulator and the Warp Gate coming about. The Adept producing through. And the Probe returns to the upper right-hand side. Barracks drops down from Spirit in the back. So he's going to build a second barracks. A little bit hidden away here from Creator. Again, unfortunately for Creator, he is eliminated. Now, him winning this series could still be impactful for himself because there's a prize money difference for 4th and 5th place in this group. So if you win this match, it might be the difference of you finishing 4th place. And if you finish 4th place, that might be a prize money bump. So there is still a reason for Creator to be looking to win this series. While it is, perhaps still a little bit out of his control. If he loses this, he's never going to get a money bump. If he wins this, there is a chance he gets his prize money doubled for finishing 4th instead of 5th. So there was genuinely, a reason to still participate here from Creator. This is not just a completely pointless match for him. So there is reason for him to try and try hard. And talking about trying hard, we are trying hard to obviously keep on producing these tournaments for you guys and keep on producing WardiTV events. We are telling you guys once more to check out the WardiTV Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of anything pledged on our Patreon page goes directly into tournament prize money. We even cover the transaction fees, so if you pledge $10, we will guarantee that $10 will go to the prize pool of the tournaments and ends up in the pockets of the players. So if you want to help us out with that, you can check out patreon.com/WardiTV. Everything helps, guys. We are pushing that number upwards, and we are trying our best to make sure that we have as much StarCraft 2 as possible by doing the most important thing, which is, of course, paying the players. That's what we're all about. So if you want to help us with that, again, there's patreon.com/WardiTV. The more money we get on Patreon, the higher kind of baseline prize pool we can run these events at. And because the Patreon's already been growing over the last year, you will already see the WardiTV events this year are more consistently towards $5,000 as a baseline prize pool, rather than last year they were more $2,000 and $3,000. So we are genuinely, keeping up. If you want to see proof of it, you can look at last year's prize pools versus this year's prize pools. As that Patreon number goes up, so does the prize money of the tournament. So again, check that out, patreon.com/WardiTV. We appreciate you guys taking a moment to listen and to consider supporting. I just went to cough and I had this horrifying realization. I did not press the mute button and I was like paused like mid-coughing action like We got there though, we saved it. As the Adept is going to take a little shade forward up this ramp. I'll look to see what's going on. Tank and a few Marines gather together. Robobay and the Blink coming up. Stim on the way, Marines on the way, SCVs, Barracks. Factory swings across to build a reactor. Barracks is throwing down the tech lab. Let's have the Stalker and the Adept in the middle of the map. Going to pull back toward the upper right-hand side. It's just going to pull back over there for a couple of moments. Marines pulling back over too. And this Robobay is still very much so coming online for a couple of moments as well. So bring that Robobay up and running here just for the moment. Get that set up, get that underway. See where things will continue to over the next few moments. Nothing really super crazy or anything just yet, just kind of, like I say, what we kind of expect to be happening for now. Stim in the +1. Definitely still building by as well, so... And these nice little bits and pieces coming through, upgrades coming in nicely from Spirit. Command Center very much so on the way as well. And a few Stalkers will begin to step forward onto the map. So 4 Stalkers stepping their way down toward the bottom side here. They're going to make an initial move, as we do have, obviously, just Blink done from Cred. Now, what's fun is that Robobay is going to be Disruptor production. That was not on my bingo card. So, Disruptors coming out from Creator, rather than something much more standard and typical, such as the Colossus straight away. Like, you never see anyone just open into Disruptors, right? And what's even crazy is if you do, then maybe they do go like Prism speed, so they have like a hyper-fast Prism kind of moving around. But there's no Prism on the way right now either. It's 2 Disruptors. 2 Disruptors into an Immortal. He actually very nearly caught a massive connection there, because the idea is, who expects the freaking Disruptor at this point in the game? Fortunately, Spirit does see it. He lifts up as a good, quick response and saves himself from an absolute disaster there, as this forward Disruptor now he had some opportunity. Kratos paying attention too. He blinks away. He might still get caught, because these units were already stimming. Looks as though we're going to be okay, though. Blink will be back in a second, and we are away from there for now. This one coming through. 1-1 upgrades in the charge coming online as well. Spirit's army looking pretty beefy. You know, the Bioforce is definitely looking good. Numbers looking reasonable. Army definitely looking kind of where it wants to be in general right now, as these couple of Disruptors will linger around and figure out what they would like to do next. Yep, that works. Through the line of sight blocker. What vision did Creator have there? Yeah, the Observer just sees the edge of this, wow. And just allows him to know where that is and just hits the Disruptor shots. That's actually nice, so it does get a connection. Those Disruptors pay a little bit for themselves right away there. As the medevac comes boosting through the top side. Trying to get in position, going to unload a couple of these mines into this mineral line. 1 mine, just for now. Going to burrow, go off onto the probe initially. Now we actually do catch the Stalkers in the middle of the map. It's not a great blink either, although I don't think any blink really saves you there, but that one definitely didn't. So nice timing from Spirit. Distracts with the mine drop, hits the Stalkers in the center, cleans those out, and gets a little bit of momentum back in his favor. Stalkers do clean up the medevac. Oh, Widow Mine's going to go off, though. Retargeting here is not smart, I think. I actually think he should have just let it fire, because I actually think there was going to be a decent connection. He ends up going onto a Stalker, so it does work, I guess. I felt like there was an opportunity for 5 probes, though, because it didn't look as though Creator was really responding to that mine at first. Now a couple DTs warping as Creator will be able to utilize those in this next phase of the game to continue setting up and seeing where else we're going to get to over the course of this. Bio and Medivacs just going to join together. It's going to be seeing the Disruptors. And the Zard's going to step through as well. Armory Engineering Bay coming up as well. A couple of Medivacs still joining up. We are going to see a good amount of units all making their way forward right now. A couple of units in the center there going down too. As you have the extra warp-ins. Only pushing to the south here. Pops the Guardian Shield, just going to go straight through for the bunker. Bunker's going to go down, Disruptor going to clean out the Widow Mine. I like that. Spirit's just running across the map, so we're going to go base trade. Now obviously Creator gets a big leg up on this base trade because he's just so quick to be base trading, because obviously Spirit is base trading as a response. I mean, don't like it initially for Creator. Would like it more if those probes ran array instead of running back through the bio. That's obviously not going to gain you anything scanning ahead. Obviously, we want to be very careful about how we're kind of running into this Spirit, especially with Disruptors available. There are a couple of DTs. I'm not sure how impactful they'll be. That's a nice EMP. Actually gets rid of the Disruptor and also hits the Sentry, so not too much extra can come from that. Disruptor's still there trying to push its way up. Just some defense back at home from Spirit. Going to hold this off in a pretty big way. New Immortal here from Creator just going to go down. Medivacs have a lot of energy on them, so they can do a lot of healing to keep this army healthy and kind of stimming across the map. Vikings going to try and go for the Prism. That's a little bit too adventurous considering how many Stalkers and so there are underneath. Maybe it would have been better to try and keep those alive. Looks as though Spirit's defense is finally going to fall short of the mark. 2 probes are going to get out. This is kind of wild because I actually think they might be the only 2 probes on the map. And they had absolutely no purpose getting out of here, right? Like, Spirit could have absolutely killed these. Maybe there are another couple of probes somewhere I'm just not seeing right now. But if those are the only 2 probes that get away, then that is completely on Spirit, because he had a chance to... It doesn't feel like this is 12, 13. Okay, there's 1 probe I'm not accounting for. Four probes remain, 3 probes remain. No, these 2 probes are literally the only probes on the map. Spirit had a chance to basically deny Creator from building any other structure. That probably wins him the base trade, no? I think there's a massive missed opportunity here from Spirit. I think he absolutely had the chance to stop those probes getting out. Then this Nexus isn't on the way, and then you don't have to think about fighting the army. The army has to come and fight you. Yeah, missed opportunity by Spirit, absolutely, because those probes were just... They were about to go down, then they realized they could get away, and they ran for it. You could have chased those down. You've got to prioritize the probes in these scenarios, because it's just so valuable to stop them from being able to kind of build structures around the map. And of course, maybe you just presume, well, maybe he already has a probe out there, but like, he actually didn't. You know, Creator actually didn't set up well for this base trade. We talked about this in the earlier base trade earlier on today as well. I forget the players, but we had a crazy base trade between Yakov and Cristiana. And if Cristiana had set up better for the base trade in the sense of he just moved his, some probes onto the map earlier, it's a much more winnable game. And in this case, Creator failed to do exactly that. And look at this, the only structures on the map have been built from these 2 freaking probes that Spirit did not need to let get away. Now, you could argue maybe if those probes don't get out, maybe Creator plays this differently. What does he do, though? Does he recall home? Does he walk back over here? The problem is, if you start doing that, you're playing against a bunch of bio and medivacs that can maneuver around and kind of play the game. And at least then you know you're leaving the probes on very little to work with. And if those probes still weren't up, he wouldn't have had a way to build any more probes because he would have at the very least already killed the Nexus. So even then your opponent is stuck, whereas you could sit back and play defense on an orbital and try and set up for, like, some more production and a win eventually. Mistake from Spirit for sure, as the bio and try and fight. There is, the 1 DT that's running around. There is an orbital still available, though, and there are, of course... Sorry, there's no ghost left, but there is the orbital still available, so there is a scan available at the right time. Spirit just fighting this. He feels the need to fight because I guess of the fact that there's the Nexus there that looks as though it's going to start mining. Kills this probe that was left to the top side. One of the 2 that escaped, not the one that's been influential here. 34 to 33 army supply. It's still close, obviously, but it's close, but I'm looking at Spirit's army and I'm still not in love with it. What it's going to come down to. If I'm going to stand up here. I obviously like the idea we can kind of pick away some units, but the Prism is very good because that's just, right away there. Saves the Archon that was about to die. sure that really benefited you at all. Some info maybe, but 2 medevacs are 2 medevacs still. There's only 1 probe. So in theory, if you kill the probe, you could argue that then there's no possible mining. The probe's just been seen, by the way. The mules have also just dropped down over here. Can Spirit just force a draw if he kills this probe? No. Because if he kills this probe, he can't force a draw because Creator could in theory kill some of his own units to unsupply block himself. I'm into the main, going to take the Immortals there. Stalker's Arc on the sentries, setting up the bio on the high ground with the medevacs. Try and take this fight. So Prey's going to be the one to try and fight this. Spirit, I mean, a lot of his supply is in medevacs, so you really need to just be kiting and just constantly healing. That's where the value of his army is. But those 2 Immortals can kill Marauders before they really even get healed, right? And that's going to be, I think, the biggest issue of all right now, that we have no real response to. Orbital goes down. Spirit just can't force a draw. I mean, like you say, with the Nexus up, there is a way to rebuild a probe. It would be weird because Creator would have to kill some of his own units to unsupply block himself, but it's absolutely doable, and that's why Spirit will say GG, because he knows he can't force the draw from this position. And that was a game. Obviously, that was a game, but like, it was such an interesting game. I really, really would have liked to see how this plays out if Spirit just kills the freaking 2 probes. Because I want mostly I just want to see what Creator does if he can't build the Nexus across the map. I think Spirit was that close to actually probably having this, because I think with that probes on the map, that was very difficult. That was a draw. It wasn't a draw, because Creator has the money to build a probe. And so all Creator has to do is to kill off his less useful units, like the Stalkers, unsupply block himself, build 1 probe, and you're free. You're fine. So it's not a draw. Creator has a way to build a probe, and he's not fully supply blocked. He can unsupply block himself. Yeah. He could have tried a draw, which would have been awkward for Creator, because you have to decide how much you kill, but like Creator can unsupply block himself and go. And I think Creator can unsupply block himself and still have enough to be safe. Because 2 Immortals, Micron, and a Prism alone is probably going to be okay against that Terran army. So he can kill a lot of stuff and just play defensive with the cannons, especially on the base. I don't think a draw is even slightly on the table. It's very close to being a draw. It's very close to being the draw, but having the Nexus and the money to build a probe, having the pylon alive as well as the Nexus gives you enough supply to absolutely do it safely, and having the cannons around it makes it even safer. And like I say, 2 Immortals plus a Prism, super safe. Like I say, it sounds crazy to kill your own stuff in that scenario, but I actually think it's one of the safest times you probably could have killed your stuff in that scenario. I think Creator has more than enough tools to make it happen if he needed to. It'd be a bit scary to make that judgment call, and he might not make it straight away. But I think eventually he can if Spirit just sits there and says draw. But then maybe Creator takes the draw, because maybe Creator takes the draw because he's afraid of losing if he kills his own stuff. But I think he knows, man. Like 4 or 5 more orders was just not going to do it. The army supply for Spirit was truly just in the medevacs, so yeah. Maybe he should have asked, perhaps. He should have asked, I think, is probably the correct call. But I can understand that he didn't, because I think he understands that it's possible for his opponent. And he just wanted to get into the next game already. Access EV, Gateway and a Probe, all coming up here. Settling down into our next game. Game number 2 here from Spirit and Creator. WardiTV Winter Championship Group B. Seeing where we get to, seeing what happens. SCV and a Probe chase each other for a couple moments. Bringing and spinning around. Trying to see what's up. See if it drops into place. We just have the Cybercore and the Nexus continue to build through. So we get that up and running. We get this on the way. With this beginning right now. Yeah, the probe comes down to the bottom right-hand side. Just for a moment or two. So we get set up. Take a couple moments. This will be finishing kind of soon. Early on, looking pretty reasonable. That's SCV of Spirit coming to the bottom side, though. Maybe a starport. Very likely a starport if you're going to proxy something at this stage. Maybe look for an early Hellion drop or so, try and get some damage done. Spirit looking for early damage then. In this one, try and get off to a bit of an aggressive starting point for himself. Seeing how well that may go. Facility halfway done, a couple of probes, the Adept and the Warp Gate all coming through as well, so we will bring a lot of that up and online. Yeah, both those Hellions just on the way in. Again, the starport going to finish up very shortly. We have the orbital building in, the medevac will produce. And we just have ourselves a couple of Hellions building through because they're going to jump into the medevac over here and try and dive in for some early damage. At some point early in this game is the plan. Try that council, a couple of gates come by, there's the Hellions loading into the medevac, so let's see what Spirit can do as he jumps into the base. 3-4 probes. Gonna go for a couple workers straight away. Sorry, 3-4 Hellions, then a couple workers straight away. Now 4 workers. Looking for the stack, and obviously you can one-shot through the battery, so 6 workers killed. Not terrible for Critter. Could have been better and worse at the same time, honestly. I see 9 workers killed, 2 Hellions still alive. Because I don't think Critter is going to be upset about it, but I don't think he's necessarily going to be loving it either. To be plain and simple with this. Engineering Bay coming up at the same time now, so just going to get that underway. Bring that through. And yeah, the starport is going to make its way around. A couple moments as well, just heading back to the upper left side, retreating. I think in the end you're pretty happy with this as Spirit, right? You killed a bunch of workers, put yourself in a worker lead. Only cost you 2 of the Hellions, so you still have 2 left for some map control. They're not going to do a lot at this stage of the game, but hey, the medevac can still linger and maybe threaten with them. And if not, they can just be, like I say, a little bit of map control. That at this point doesn't cost you anything. So yeah, I think you're pretty happy here as Spirit overall. The extra couple of workers really makes it feel a bit better. There was obviously some lost mine time there as well. And, you know, you even set up into like a battery early on that did not actually save your workers, so that early investment there is also going to be something that kind of adds up against you. Spirit, of course, back at home, Stimpack on the way, ready to build Combat Shield as well, it would seem. Starport will build the reactor also. Spirit is just going to go straight into Temple Archives. No messing around here, just going to go straight towards Storm. Something a lot more regular than what we saw from him in game number 1. That Disruptor opening really kind of stays in my mind as like, whoa, what were we really aiming for there as creator? Like, what was really the plan? It's very interesting choice as the Prism of Creator pulls back over to the right side and up to the top. Williams will unload, Marines in good numbers in the right position. Obviously the Prism is essentially just given this free damage, so we got a few shots off, and the tank just sieging, getting underway as well for now. Stim, combat, and +1 all building through. Storm on the charge coming up, a couple extra gateways coming down. Again, a lot of this preparation being made at the moment. The Prism heading to the bottom. Stalkers will just settle here with that Prism. The Observer going up top. Stimpack, Combat Shield, and that attack upgrade. Again, everything just building in for a few moments right now. We are going to see the Marines moving across the map, so Spirit looking to get a little bit feisty. This is where the Storm is going to become very important, likely to dictate where this game goes, whether the Storms are good or not. Spirit is fully upgraded on these units. No +1, but Stim and Combat Shield available at least. Obviously a couple tanks to back it up puts you into a pretty powerful army. If it gets in the right place, Force Field's important here. Storm not done yet, so buying a bit of time and just keeping this army away for a moment or two so you can really kind of attack into it correctly rather than being rushed to kind of position yourself and, you know, take the fight in an incorrect manner. So just being very cautious and sensible for it for now. Making a lot of sense just for the moment. So yeah, so far so good. Force Field coming down. Also going to put some work in. Gonna see a couple more storms coming into play as well. Just going to help push this back. The Immortals trying to step forward to get rid of the siege tank. Doesn't quite get rid of it. Okay, I mean, one tank surviving. Bio on low HP coming up here. Batteries are there, but the fight is not really happening near the batteries, so he did actually clean up the tank with a couple units from the back side in the end, so that does become a factor as well. And kind of messy and dangerous kind of battle. All said and done. Just going to see the rest of the Zealot Stalker Archon coming back through. Another couple units coming around as well. Just for a couple moments, and again, just retreating all the way back in. A couple extra Zealots will set up too for now. Post Academy building. Widow Mines on the route. Let's see, a bunch of Zealots going to go charging into this Bioforce. The couple of SCVs getting picked away at also. Put down being done across the board. A few of the SCVs going down. I like Creator kind of counterattacking. There's not an obvious army that's like just typically like, oh yeah, clearly I can counterattack with this, right? Like this actually feels like a kind of scary army to be on the map with, because it feels they can be very fragile. You're really reliant on just having enough Zealots all the time and having a couple of storms that are going to help to zone things out. The Templar drops down, died, just about got a storm off. It was pretty good actually in the end, man. The Bio made it good by walking back through it a couple of times, so Bio army definitely helping the Protoss find efficiency from that High Templar. It's tough though, because you're storming in the position the Bio wants to walk in, and you know, if you don't move forward there, it feels very bad for you as the Terran, because then Creator is obviously just going to sit and hit your base. I think that's just a cost you have to take. You know, a way that things work right now is that is just how it goes, so you can't really do anything else about that, really. One Mortals warp in. You can see the army Bioforce heading to the bottom right hand side. So making a bit of a push. Widow Mines setting up to get some shots off. Will get a few connections initially, so a few hits coming through. You can see this Bioforce actually going to find a fresh Colossus here, and Creator going to lose that immediately. Loses the Prism, loses the High Templar, at least got a Storm off. Going to go for the Robobay. Wouldn't hate it if he just went for the few Zealots that were warping in there, because now the Zealots actually get to collapse in on two sides. This could have maybe been minimized a little bit. Stalkers, can they kill off any more of these units? Not just yet, they can't, but there's definitely a bit of danger there for Spirit. He loses a lot, while, don't get me wrong, he gets quite a fair bit as well, but definitely didn't come without its costs attached to it, so a little scary as the scan comes down. We keep an eye on things. Medivac stay poised over in the right-hand side, little pocket for the moment, waiting for that chance to pop back through and to be maybe able to be influential once again. This drops down to the low ground. Again, we have a fourth command says just going to drop in position as well. Just going to get that placed. Ready to go. Spirit gets towards the fourth. Obviously, fifth base starts up from Creator. He's staying that one base ahead or so that he wants to be. Robobay now coming down, so he's looking for a switch away from the High Templar to Colossus as he replaces that Robobay. He already had it up before. Got killed in that attack. He wants to get back to Colossus production. Obviously, he was actually on a Colossus that died as well. Spirit picked up a lot to delay Colossus tech. Most importantly, the Colossus don't have range yet, so he starts that up. I was going to say, needs to remember to get that, because otherwise that could be an issue building Colossus when they're not going to be that effective. Is obviously not great, but the range is going to be what we need to see to make sure that that's not the case. Stalker Zelda Immortal gathering through. The Sense Tower gets picked off here. Bio trying to jump onto a couple of those Stalkers, not quite able to still. Zealot Stalker still moving over. 7 more Zealots building. 2 Colossus at a time now, so making a big switch. Force Spirit into a lot of the Vikings. They're not really out just yet as Kratos sits over on this left-hand side and pressures this position. Stalkers will take a blink away. Force field coming down. The Zealots looking to try and chase through. Let's do attack coming up. Bio unloading. One Stalker going to get caught pretty quickly. I'm going to see the pylon is going to shut down the warp in. So again, this drop actually finds a way to get more damage done here now after it was first used a while ago. Spirit's running across the map and Kratos is going to intercept him. So Spirit's going to get caught in a position. I mean, half his army's running, half the army gets caught fighting. Spirit is not going to love the start of that, at least. The few Immortals and the Colossus are going to try and come through as well. See if they can make something significant happen. In the end, we back it up a little. Now, the thing is, though, Creator has the chance because Spirit's army is completely out of position. So Creator absolutely has the chance to make things work for himself here. And that's exactly what he starts to do. Runs up in towards the natural and third base area. Now you're going to have to run up a ramp into Colossus to deal with this. This Bio army hurting. 3 Colossus against no Vikings as well. These Marines are going to get absolutely laser beamed. A few units on the top side looking at these Marauders to try and save the day. Disruptor zones the army to the right side, so the top left army is not doing a lot for Spirit, dying very quickly. Now it becomes this right side force, which was already kind of bruised from losing so many of its Marines earlier. And Spirit's army is just not holding up at all. Creator is going to take a 2-0. It's kind of a big win for Creator because... yeah, 2-0 for him over Spirit, and Spirit just going to take a massive hit to map score. Obviously, Spirit's not necessarily in a tiebreaker situation or anything just yet, but it really puts Spirit at a point now where winning out becomes more and more and more important. So, yeah, pressure is going to be on for Spirit. He'll be 0-1 against a bunch of guys who are 2-1 in the group. We will see Kratos' final score of the day will be 1-3. So that will be that as we ready ourselves in for... our next matchup, guys. I'm going to keep things rolling quickly. We've got lots of games to get through, but I do want to grab a drink. So I'll just take 1 second to grab a drink, and then we'll get resumed ASAP and get back into action. I'll see you guys in 1 sec. I'll just leave you guys with my camera. I'll be right back. Howdy, guys. Welcome back. We're gonna go Cristiana vs Spirit. Why not? No real logic. It was gonna be one of the Pros games. I may as well do Cristiana Spirit first. It was the first out of the Pros games in the schedule originally, so we'll do it. So we're gonna do Cristiana Spirit, then Yakov Spirit, then Showtime Spirit. It's gonna be the order of our final 3 best of 3s today, guys. Do this. Off in at the bottom left-hand side. Just took a loss to Creator. A loss here wouldn't eliminate him, but it puts him in a very bad and very difficult spot. It is Spirit, our red Terran, against the blue Protoss on the top right. Cristiana. A win here guarantees he will advance from this group. Big game. Lose this. Yeah, lose this, and you're 2-2. In terms of tiebreakers, Cristiana is in the best position because he's +3 at 2-1, with Showtime and Young Yakov both being at +1. Also, with the guys he could likely tie break with, Showtime Yakov, he does have the head-to-head over Showtime, but not over Yakov. So, yeah. Gonna be interesting. See how this plays out. Maybe Cristiana is safe because of the +3 map score. I might actually make it so that he's safe, honestly. Not sure. Obviously, Spirit losing 0-2 to the guy that everyone else beat in Creator is pretty rough for him, but if he can perform well against the other guys, he could maybe kind of affect their map score heavily as well, and that could be his way forward, kind of back into this too, so... Lots to be said, lots to be seen. Best thing to do is just to see what actually happens as we get into this series. Like I say, as we go kind of match by match, we'll kind of learn a lot about where the players are at, and kind of who is where, and who's feeling good, and kind of what the situation's on, who is maybe looking to advance in first place as well, because it's not just about who's advancing, but first place gets a big seeding advantage as well, for example, so, yeah. Rated Showtime is the favorite in this group, kind of said that anyone else can make it out, but didn't expect Rated to go down 0-3. Yeah, my statement, I said this, but not a lot of people were here earlier at the start of the stream, but I was saying, most results wouldn't shock me in this group. Like, I think anyone could advance. And I was like, honestly, in most orders as well. But the one thing that would shock me was going to be if Showtime was like... It was Showtime not advancing, maybe. But then Creator being 0-3, I guess I also really didn't expect. So, I think I was kind of on point with the group. In terms of, like, I could really expect anything. I just didn't really stop to realize what anything could be. It's just been one of them days. It's going to be fascinating to see what the final score is. See who is going to get the better seed and so on. It's going to be really interesting as we work through this Winter Championship. Again, first event of the WardiTV 2026 series this year. First major event, I should say. Obviously, the WardiTV Mondays build into the 2026 series. The WardiTV Winter Cup built into this Winter Championship as well. We have a bunch of events that build into what will be our run towards the 2026 Championship at the end of the year. The winner of this Winter Championship will get themselves a guaranteed seed into the seeding matches for the 2026 Championship. That's an amazing place to be. Of course, everyone else that performs well will be earning them Wardy points, so they can help qualify themselves to the end of year championship as well. This year, we're putting a lot of kind of pressure on the idea of everything builds into everything else, and that generally, you know, if you perform well in some events, you're going to get into next events, and that kind of continuation, and you get rewarded. You know, for example, the guys that played in the Winter Cup and got top 4 got seeded into the playoffs of this tournament, so then you don't even have to play the group stage. So Classic, Cure, Bjorn, MaxPax don't even have to play the group stage of the Winter Championship. They're just already in the Winter Championship playoffs because they performed well in the Winter Cup. So again, everything kind of building into each other and mattering a whole lot in this 2026 series. Resident Enclaves coming through. A couple of probes going down because Spirit has just walked Marines across the map into this main. That was not what I had on my bingo card either. It's been a day of non-bingo card kind of games, honestly. We actually yesterday as well, Mana played some really ridiculous stuff in yesterday's games too. So there's been a couple of days of expecting the unexpected basically in this tournament series. These Hellions are now going to run, and this is terrible for Cristiana. He already lost 8 probes. He's now going to lose 10. Hellions are going to pull back away. They can go to the third base. We're just forced to warp in the main base. There's going to be 1 Adept on the third, and that's all. So we're almost definitely going to get some more probes here. They are already going down. 12 workers killed, 14 workers killed. One more one-shot, available 15. And now it's difficult to one-shot because of the battery, but yeah, pretty darn good damage from Spirit. He's going to take an absolute stellar lead at the start of this. A Banshee will be consistent damage output against these Adepts. They cannot shoot upwards, and hence the Banshee will go unharmed while playing cleanup against these Adepts, which is not ideal. Going to target down the low one as well and just start guaranteeing kills. And just making sure that Cristiana does nothing more than kill a little bit of mining time, which, yeah, he does. You know, he definitely does stop some mining time, sure, but how excited are we about him stopping some mining time? Probably, honestly, not very at the end of the day. Adept's going to try and threaten the Shade through once again. Tank will take a couple shots. Banshee going to shoot after the Adepts once more. We do lose about 5 SCVs, but when your opponent is just massing themselves into Glaved Adepts, and you know, they're going to get some worker damage. Okay, these SCVs shouldn't have returned to the mineral line. We lose 11 workers in the end. About 6 of those were completely unnecessary, I think, but still hard to really criticize Spirit, who's in an amazing spot here. 17-5 army supply. Worker count just could have been a 10-worker lead instead of a 5-worker lead, right? So we could have just had a more comfortable position in that regard. Otherwise, yeah, I mean, now obviously Spirit has the Banshees to go harass with. There is going to be at least a observer on the way, but there's no blink, so the Banshees are going to have to be well positioned against, because if you let these Stalkers be out of position, then the Banshees are going to absolutely find a whole bunch of damage here. And they're going to start by finding a couple of workers right off the bat. 6, 7 workers going down initially, now the Banshees fly up into the main base. Just hasn't really been Cristiana's game. Fortunately, he doesn't lose a couple extra workers there as they get saved just about. Banshee shot slightly out of sync. Yeah, I think really is just fair to say it's just not been Cristiana's game. One of those games where it goes a little wrong, you're a bit out of position, things just start falling apart, and then just that kind of knock-on effect, the domino effect. As one falls, they all come tumbling down. It feels like it's been like that for Cristiana. Out of position for one thing early, and everything else he's just been continuously out of position for, unable to deal with, unable to answer, you know? Stalkers will run to the bottom left. A couple depots will be placed. Impact, combat shield, and +1 upgrade all coming through as well, so continue to bring a lot of that into place already. As we get the extra barracks building through. People are taking some hits. We've seen that going down. Again, all the upgrades continuing through as well here currently. The upgrades. Stim combat +1 building by for the moment. And that's set up. As we try and get a tank, we do get a tank. It's going to cost you some Stalkers though. Unfortunately, it starts off well, but only 3 Stalkers exit this alive. And again, Cristiana's position in this game is left in a very questionable state right now. Marine Marauder, Medevac, Combat Shield on Conquest Shells now coming through. And Cristiana's just in trouble, man. Cristiana is just in trouble. Charge gates in the Temple Archives continue to build up for the moment, so bringing all of that online. Stalker's hanging about again. You're really kind of waiting for Spirit to move out. I think he's got enough to go. He'll take a third base behind this. If he goes now, he might get that just before Storm is done, or before there's enough High Templar to be a lot of Storms as well. It's like a very reasonable position to be working toward as just see the Stalkers pulling back. A little bit of bio, going to take the chance to stem to the bottom. Get rid of this pylon in the gateway. Probably going to be a good denial as well, something that just removes Cristiana's opportunity in the game. He even gets supply blocked on the back of it as well. You know, the Banshee just not even doing damage, just making your opponent pay attention. We blink one way, it goes the other. It's still alive. You still have to kind of half think about it. Not that it's really going to do much. Also, Scout, there's no natural still, so maybe that's why Spirit's in no rush to move across the map, because he also knows that Cristiana is just a 2-base Protoss, and as long as he's a 2-base Protoss, Spirit's like, well, maybe I just need to defend against the 2-base all-in. Spirit eventually just says, I think, he's like, man, you're just not attacking because you're just doomed. Maybe Cristiana wants Spirit to attack into him. I think, honestly, Spirit attacking into Cristiana is the only way that Cristiana wins. I also think Spirit sitting back and doing nothing is kind of silly when he's so significantly far ahead. You've got to have some belief in yourself that you're not going to be an absolute royal screw-up of a fight here, and that you're actually going to be able to take a reasonable engagement. You know, you're a good player. You've got to have a bit of confidence in yourself. That was actually a very good preemptive split. Wow, the Storms hit nothing. Wow, Jesus. Those Storms hit absolutely 0. That was brutal. Just Spirit kind of ran through from where the first one was going to be, and he continued it for the second one. I mean, Cristiana was kind of dead. I think Cristiana was like trying to find the perfect Storm, and so when he threw it down, it just wasn't there anymore, you know? Rough. Rough. Alright, we'll go into game number 2, which will be on Tourmaline. Spirit gets a big map win, guys. I mean, if Spirit beats Cristiana, this group really does get flung around all over the place. I've got no idea what is going to end up happening. Alright, I think our players are ready. Just give it 30 seconds. We'll kick off into this game too, guys. I have some ads running, so just let those play for a little bit. Make sure we're clear of them. Just a little bit clear of them. Get into this next one. Thanks for again joining us. Appreciate you all. Yeah, let's send it. Let's send it. Bam. The game is sent. Alright, jump into Tourmaline. And so we're going to have in the bottom left-hand side, the blue Protoss player here who is down a game is going to be Cristiana, looking to bring back his chances in this series. In the top right, our red Terran is going to be Spirit. Alright, Spirit. Lost a creator who no one else lost to so far in the group, and hence in a bad spot, but he could still create a 2-2 tiebreaker for himself. And then, like I say, we start talking a lot about map scores, and so a 2-0 here would be massive for Spirit. Because a 2-0 would put him in the kind of position where he not only slows Cristiana's map score down and maybe make Cristiana more passable, but he also boosts his own map score up in a big way. You lose 0-2 to Creator, so 2-0 in Cristiana would put you at 0 map score. Cristiana would get pulled down to +1, and then if you like win 2-0 and lose 2-1, you would actually be ahead of Cristiana no matter what because of map score and head-to-head. So absolutely important game here because, like I say, a 2-0 would be massive for Spirit and actually really could make the difference. So yeah, things to think on, guys. Like, every single map matters. Obviously, Cristiana could come back and win this series and Spirit's in a whole world of trouble already, but like I say, there's a world of possibility in terms of what can happen, I think. It's going to be very interesting to play out. STV goes after the probe for a couple moments. When the center drops down, gets put in place initially. Again, CC in the orbital coming through, reactor building up. Cybercore and the Nexus continue to come through. We'll just take a moment to, of course, say we already mentioned the Patreon page earlier on. Obviously, a couple other ways you guys can support the stream here today. If you're on the YouTube, do not forget to stop by and give us a little like and subscribe. Easy to do. Scroll down for a couple seconds, hit those buttons. Helps us out massively. We really appreciate it if you take a chance to do that. Obviously, if you're on Twitch, you can follow the channel. And of course, don't forget, if you got a cheeky little Prime sub available, we can give it a home and help put it towards more StarCraft 2 content. So if you want to Prime us up, feel free. Or if you just want to sub regularly, we're on the attempted rebuild of subs. We did very well in December and January on subs, and we're seeing the drop-off hit as hard now here in February. So yeah, if you got a Prime sub, it goes a long way, trying to get that sub count back a little bit. Or if you just want to sub regularly, that works just as well. Allows us to keep on running more StarCraft 2 content as regularly as possible. That is always our goal. And like I say, any support obviously helps us to keep on doing that. So appreciate it if you have any of that support in you, like Hans Lolo. Thank you so much for the Prime for the 2 months. And Atlas in Flannel coming in with the 4 month resub on the Prime. And Nahan SC2 on the fresh new Prime. That is one of the best Prime sellouts we've ever seen. Bam! 3 in a row, just like that. Thank you so much for the Primes, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Keep it going. Keep the support coming. We, like I say, turn it all into StarCraft 2 content, so thank you very much. Glad you guys are enjoying the tournament enough to support it. Adepts, gather here. As the first couple of minutes have passed us by, it's time to maybe talk about what these guys are about to get up to. So do have the first Adepts going to take themselves up to the top. Shade in and begin to threaten a little bit. Oracle going to join in as well, so a lot of damage output available. Love Spirit instantly targets the Oracle. It tries to come back in. It gets turned around a second time, which is good because you can't really let this Oracle kind of die really as Cristiana. You're playing this Oracle into Blink style. It's such a fragile style. It's so easy for it to all come tumbling down and fall apart. So you've got to be really, really cautious with how you kind of do things, and losing the Oracle just immediately opens you to more counterattacks than you'd be open to otherwise. Spirit here is going to get a Cyclone from the factory before we go anywhere else, so you'll have a little bit of extra defense. He is a triple CC player, actually, so Spirit on that triple command center, triple barracks. He's actually in a pretty powerful spot. Losing a few units and SCVs here is not too bad for him because he has a good eco right now. Engineering Bay, Tech Lab, Refinery's coming up. Those gas are coming through, the Stalker's coming to the front. Again, this game was played a little bit earlier, guys. Again, we run 2 matches at the same time usually to keep the players from having to participate for too long. These the players are done in 3 hours or so, whereas we obviously like to try and get the stream going for 6 hours. So this is the replay segment of the stream today, and hence we don't have to sit through the pause. Beautiful. Keeps us moving along nicely as the Stalkers threaten, and not just threaten, they will kill a Cyclone there. So it's going to be a nice, quick, confident grab. Kind of annoying because you did kind of go out your way a little bit to build this Cyclone. You kept this factory on the Tech Lab. You built the Cyclone. You genuinely did want to have that as like an anti-air option against the Oracle, for example. Now these Stalkers blink in. They're going to get the Tech Lab, which is building Combat Shield first. It's less important. It's also not that far along. However, it does open the Tech Lab that's building Stim into trouble. SCVs look for the repair. They're going to be good for it. Man, he left that a little long. I would have liked to see those SCVs pull just a little tad bit sooner. As these Stalkers kind of got very committed here as well. Cristiana is just going to try and save them, but now Stim finishes. He shows the Stim by stimming already. Reveals a bit of info. One Stalker actually gets out alive. But man, they got so committed there. Kind of surprised how committed they ended up. Gather. Oracle just going to be there. Just going to be seeing the +1 on the combat shield still coming through as well, so continue to sell that down. Bit of bio here will fight those Stalkers off. Tanks will begin to siege. Holding that position a little bit as well. Yeah, what's up, Ulith? Thank you so much for the 2-month resub on the Prime. Keep it rolling. Oh my god, we're about to have a Prime hype train, guys. 4 in a row. We make it 5 in 5 minutes. No pressure. But if you're sat on a Prime and you don't use it now, you are the reason that the hype train died. Just saying. If you want that on your shoulders, if you can bear that weight, so be it. I would succumb if I could. I didn't realize this when I gifted someone a sub in December and it didn't count to the hype train because it was my own channel. Apparently, I can't help start my own hype trains. How unbelievable is that? The hype has to come from the community. Oh yeah. It's not easy being a streamer, man. Try and fabricate some hype and then Twitch just says no. Actually unbelievable. Actually unbelievable. Well, fairly believable actually. Also probably pretty reasonable too, to be honest. Storm and Charge coming up as yo, 1000-fold thought. Thank you so much for the 3-month resub on the Prime. It really was a Prime train because that's 5 Primes in a row. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it. And the hype train begins, in case anyone cares. I don't know. My voice is not there to hype the hype train as much as usual. And try and keep talking about the game instead, as we do have Stalkers. We'll try and challenge the Bioforce to the front. Cristiana keeping a little bit of pressure out over here for the moment. Coming about, Stalkers and the Zealot's going to be there for a couple of moments as well. Just going to be seeing the Oracle. We'll take a chance to throw down a little Revelation for a moment or two and just keep track of that Bio Army as well. So just keeping our eyes on all of that as popping off in the Twitch chat. Are we going to get a chance to talk about it, or is Cristiana going to attack? Looks like Cristiana's going to attack, to be honest. Alright, I'll sneak in the thank you to Zalbags for the Prime. And also Non-Imber from 31 bits. Appreciate you guys. I got more to shout out, but that's going to have to come down after these storms. The Marauders step forward. Then they pull back into the storm, which I still don't exactly love for them. Storm going to stick about a little bit. Marauders going to do their thing. Zal's going to try and chase on forward as well. Big push in from Cristiana. Another storm coming down. The Zal's going to keep on trying to chase the Ghost. Production coming through would be massive here. Honestly, there's only one storm left. Where are we going to drop it? Here. This right here would have been the spot. But that opportunity has now passed us. Cristiana's still right here on the front doorstep. Going to keep this attack going. Now some ghosts available. Definitely going to be useful. Thank you, by the way, Zergburger. 5 gifted subs. It's actually going to push us to the level 2 hype train. Okay, maybe the hype really is there. Black Bear with a gifted sub as well. Going to go out to Morgan 3rd. I'll shout out the 5 gifted properly right now because we actually back away. Zergburger's gifted subs going out to Chromawa, Game Jinx, Waffle Stomper, Infesta X, and Defi. Thank you so much, Zergburger, for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, Black Bear, for the 1. Thank you, everyone else, for your primes. Super appreciate you all. Thank you for supporting. And we snuck it in before this got any more dangerous. The Prism tried to get in but doesn't go anywhere. And this Prism will hence just fall back for a couple of moments right now. So Prism falling away. G2 upgrades on the way up from Spirit. 1-1 on the way in from Cristiana. Robobay, Robo Facility. Next on the Stalkers, still building through. Continue to build that about at the moment. Here's the Zard Stalker gathering together. A couple more Stalkers warping in. The Command Center going to drop into location here. It's going to drop that CC down. The Zard Stalker going to keep pushing forward as well. We are going to see a couple more of these Zards being picked away at. A Storm going down. A few Marines being killed. G2 upgrades, the Marauders, the Siege Tank, the SCVs, and the Planetary continue to come through. We're going to see a little Revelation going down on some of this Bio Army as well. And Spirit, for now at least, is going to maintain himself in this 4th base. Cristiana will try and step towards his own 5th base, while also relocating to maybe come from a different angle. Look to see if there's any opportunity from this right side onto the 3rd, but Spirit sees the movement because he's got a sensor tower, so he's going to be well prepped. Don't think Cristiana's going to be catching him off guard or doing much else here that he wasn't doing on the other side. As Klaus Twitch as well. Thank you so much for the 9-month resub on the Prime. Man, one little hype train and bam, we just generate so much love, so much hype, so much support. Thank you so much, guys. Like I say, really appreciate it. We are rebuilding off of me kind of traveling a little bit the last 2-3 weeks with Home Story and a couple of other things I did for my own personal life. Nice catch on a Colossus from Spirit. And obviously just coming off a couple big months to December and January. So appreciate the support, appreciate the subs. Appreciate you helping us keep things going here on the channel. As the Marines that killed a Colossus, they get away. Man, Marines killing a Colossus as well. I guess it just wasn't attacking back. I guess it was just rallying out onto the map initially, and that was what happened. Not bad. Because, yeah, 7 Marines ain't probably meant to kill a Colossus realistically. So not a bad drop from Spirit as Viking. Oh, there's only one Viking. I thought there was a bunch of Vikings in amongst the medevacs there, but not actually the case. Just the one, and so I thought it was going to be a pretty quick death for the. I really thought it was going to be a quick death for the poor old Oracle, but it took a couple of volleys and took a little bit of a chase as well. Yeah, Marines actually end up getting a whole bunch more probes. They just unload on this base, and eventually they go down, but not before taking a whole bunch of probes with them. So that drop really was successful. A Colossus, a ton of probes. Spirit getting so much damage done here against Cristiana, who Cristiana looks so sharp and so powerful in a lot of his earlier matches. This PvT is really not quite going his way. I feel like he's struggling a fair amount at the moment to kind of get back on track and to get things kind of back in his favor. Deep Beacon coming up. We are going to see the 3-3 upgrades on the way out. Cloaking, ship weapons all coming through. The army of Cristiana still sat here in the center. Going to pull out to the right side a little bit as well. So Black Bear, thank you for another gifted sub. Going out to y'all boots. Thank you so much. Appreciate the generosity, mate. And another one going out to Eminent999. Thank you so much for even more generosity. Thank you so much. 2-2 upgrades are building in from Cristiana, so his upgrades trying to play catch up. I mean, there is going to be 3-3 on the side of Spirit, so we're not far from seeing him kind of getting the 3-3 upgrades, and obviously, you know, retaking an upgrade lead and being good in the fights as well. The medevac that apparently just grabbed a couple of probes over here, so again, a little bit more drop-in action that finds a little bit of success here initially. The Colossus and the Stalkers and the Zealots get back up to the top. And again, CC staying up for a couple moments. Can this Planetary Fortress help us to hold? We try to snipe down, what, a Zealot or so, I think? Interesting. So we've seen a couple of Vikings going to step forward, going to go after the Colossus straight away here. The Storm coming down as well. Another shot just for the moment. Army still collecting and gathering +3 attack, +3 armor, +1 air weapons. All that good stuff coming through. That mothership about to finish as well. As yo, Void Quicksilver, also thank you for the 17-month resub on the Prime. Thank you so much. Bio Ghost, chilling middle of the map. Bottom right side, a few Marines. The drop that was on the minimap before that we were not watching initially, but it's just going to try and go through a little bit of this and that. Bio actually going to take a jump forward here. The Vikings getting rid of a couple Colossus quickly thanks to the EMPs as well. These Colossus are not being protected well enough. It's going to be all 4 of them going down. It's a little terrifying because that's a lot of your splash damage from Cristiana. He just took a massive hit to the army, so not ideal for Cristiana in the slightest right now as the Bioforce comes back the other way. Jumps onto some of the Zeldstalker Archon, a Storm onto a few Vikings as well. I like the Disruptors because the Disruptors right now, they're going to build quick. And they're the kind of thing that might just buy you a bit of time, buy you a little bit of distance in a couple of these fights that you perhaps need. It's great to see that Storm still ticking along. Bio stepping up, the Assimilator. And take a few more shots as well. Nexus also dropping down, so Nexus falls, Pylon in trouble. Marauders there will clean that up. We continue to scan about into these bases. Oh, nice Disruptor actually hits pretty central on the units. They're pretty high HP, so the Marauders and the Ghost don't die, but a couple did. Trying to step forward, a couple of Marauders on the left-hand side will show up as well. Another Disruptor shot. Actually going to spin away to try and not friendly fire. There's the Mothership now from Cristiana as well. Spirit is rich, by the way. 4K, 3K. And I love the setup he's getting behind this. Advanced Ballistics, triple Starport in production. Start Move and Deliberate is something which we're not really set to deal with right now as Cristiana. He's not really rich enough to kind of deal with a transition to kind of help you in that direction either. So it's only a good thing that we're seeing him kind of set up for kind of success here, essentially, in terms of the libs, because I just don't think Cristiana's going to have much of an answer to that. So that does seem to be the way of things at the moment as the Zeldstalker, the Disruptor, moves around, figuring out where we want to go to, what we're going to start making happen here for a couple of moments. Probe's going down, rest of the army in the center still gathering up. I will step through, just going to see a couple of DTs, already scanned, so not exactly going to do much. The Disruptor does nothing, and Cristiana is so out of position, his entire natural is going to be dead before he gets back over here. And even worse is there's going to be tanks and libs set up to kind of stop him from coming back into his natural. You don't have to send a lot up to the high ground here as Spirit either. You can just send a few units to the high ground and we're going to pop the cloaking on the Mothership. We're going to try and make something of this. Cristiana looking for something shy of a miracle as he is in a horrible position in this game. Can he take a miraculous fight? Not really. His supply is plummeting, and as his supply plummets, his chances in this game kind of feel like they plummet a little bit as well. As, yeah, this game is definitely going the wrong direction for Cristiana through and through. Not even going to see much more of it. GG just gets called, and that will get it done. Spirit 2, Cristiana 0. Wow. What a shakeup that puts us in this group. Cristiana, I still think Cristiana is in an okay position because he will be +1. He'll be the same map score as Showtime and Yakov. Is Cristiana through no matter what? Because he's ahead of Showtime and Yakov. If Showtime or Yakov lose to Spirit, he stays ahead of one of them. And Spirit would have to beat only one of them. Spirit has to beat one of them to get to 2 wins. I'm pretty sure Cristiana's safe because I think he's in the best position in terms of tiebreakers. I think. So I think Cristiana is still safe. But yeah, I mean, kind of a crazy little situation that's coming about. Right, we're going to go our next matchup in a few moments, guys. It's going to be Spirit versus Yakov. So we'll get this started in a second. We'll just run some ads because this TVZ, like I say, I don't know what happens in it, but this TVZ took the entirety, the entire time it took us to play 3 PvPs to be finished. So in the time that we played 3 PvPs on the mainstream, this TVZ was still not done. So, and they weren't super quick PvPs, don't get me wrong, they weren't super long, but this was a lengthy TVZ. So like I say, I don't know what happens, I don't know why it's lengthy, apart from the fact it's Spirit and Yakov. I don't know what happens, I just know it was lengthy because it causes a bunch of scheduling issues today. It's one of the few times I actually know roughly maybe what happened on the replay games because it had such a significant impact on everything else that we were doing. Usually the game just passed by, I don't pay any attention, I just join the lobby, leave the lobby, etc., collect the replays. Today it obviously had an impact and I had to fix the schedule a bit because this TVZ was long. So strap in, buckle up. What's up, Fiskers? Thank you for the 11-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Black Bear, did you just change the color of your Twitch name to match your new, to match your gift sub badge? Love it. Thank you for the support, guys. Thank you, Zerg Bear. Thank you, Black Bear, for the gifted. Thank you, everyone who just dropped the Prime as well. We appreciate you. Like I say, you guys help keep the tournaments going. Obviously, there's the Patreon page as well. We mention the Patreon page a lot because it's your direct line to supporting the prize pools of these tournaments. So again, check it out, patreon.com/WardiTV. We are trying to push for $2,500 on the Patreon, which is not easy. That's not easily done at all, obviously, but that's what we're pushing for. We broke $2,000 a month, which mostly because we actually switched some of our Monday sponsorship, was usually getting paid to me otherwise. Now comes in on the Patreon. Thank you, Winter. He also sponsors some of the other stuff now. So that's coming through on the Patreon as well. So our goal for the Patreon is to try and push $2,500, which, like I say, is not an easy push. That's why we're going to say it a lot when we can, when we get the chance. Encourage you guys to support the tournament prize pools, because if we don't have tournaments and the players don't get paid, we don't have StarCraft, is what it comes down to. So, all right, White Rabbit coming up here. Good. Yep, let's send it. White Rabbit, Yakov versus Spirit. I have no idea what we're getting into. The series that ruined the entire schedule today. This was meant to be Series 6 in terms of casting. But, yeah, like I said, we had to shift everything around because of what else happened. So, let's see what goes down. Let's see what takes place. Alright, let's do it. In the bottom left-hand side is going to be the red Terran player. This is going to be Spirit. While in the upper right side, our blue Zerg is going to be Yakov. Best of 3, game 1. Let me have a drink. Throat's hurting a bit. Can you post the Patreon as a sellout attempt on the SC2 Reddit, or do I think it would get taken down? I think someone actually did post the Patreon on the Reddit recently, and it was really funny because I think whoever posted just had good intentions, but they basically posted it with saying all the things that I say, like, hey, helps the players, 100% goes in. You know, they basically took all of my selling points to the Patreon, and they posted to Reddit. The entire Reddit thread was basically like, is this Wardy's alt? So yeah, I don't know. You can post it if you want, but I mean, it does no harm, but I don't think our StarCraft really likes me, to be honest. Every time I get brought up on our StarCraft, I get, like, the hate comes in thick and heavy, to be honest, so. Yeah. Our StarCraft doesn't like anybody. That's true. Honestly, if you guys want to post anything to our StarCraft, just post that the tournaments are happening. Would actually be kind of cool as well. That'd actually be, you know, more eyes on the tournaments and people knowing it's taking place and stuff is cool too. Or you can post the little hype videos that are on YouTube and stuff for the tournament and stuff. Like, I think that's just better than just selling out on our StarCraft, because people don't read Reddit with the intention of, like, supporting stuff necessarily. People read Reddit as, like, an entertainment thing. So asking for support on Reddit doesn't really make sense, whereas, like, if people are watching the stream, you guys are more likely to support on the stream because you're already consuming the content that you might then want to support, you know? So, I think more people watching the tournament is more important than anything else. What's not to like about Wardy's tournaments? I don't know, like... Last time someone mentioned my tournament... So, the mods actually deleted someone telling people to check out my events one time. Like, recently as well. They were like... I think it was in an RSL thread. Someone was like, RSL's awesome. And then someone was like, yeah, so is Wardy stuff. And then it got deleted by the moderators. I'm just like, cool. Like, I don't know, man. Our StarCraft's kind of a dismal place, sadly. It's funny, if you search Wardy on our StarCraft, actually, someone put up a freaking... Like someone, put up a post called Wardy B, and it was my face. It was a Wardy/Cardi B crossover image. I'm not going to explain it. You guys can search that out if you do so desire. What's so depressing is that this post, while it didn't exactly get big numbers, this post got more upvotes than any attempt I've ever had to promote any of my tournaments on Reddit in the last years. So, at this point, it kind of shows you our StarCraft might not be the place to try and appeal to the StarCraft fans, you know? So, yeah. Ay. Yeah, it's miserable. Reddit's weird as someone that uses Reddit. Yeah, it is weird. I mean, I read Reddit stuff all the time. I don't go on our StarCraft though very much because there's nothing useful on our StarCraft. Our StarCraft is like the most anti-community place that we have anymore. It's kind of sad, but like if you actually try and post community stuff and events and so on, it just genuinely no one cares, you know? Hellions will gather. Stem and cloaking coming up. Just gonna see the bench and the Hellions coming through. Armory on the way. Spirit building that up in the background. The few Hellions coming through. Just gonna see the lair and the spores coming up. The drones coming by. And yeah, the Banshee and the Hellions still coming in for a few moments. The SCVs will continue to produce. Stim pack and the cloaking coming up as well. Need a Wardy B channel. Ay. Me and Cats used to be Wardy Z. That used to be our caster duo. When we were doing some of the ESR regionals, we named ourselves Wardy Z. See, that was a fun name. And people didn't make weird photoshops of things, so... Hellbats from Spirit, a little bit off beat, a little bit off tempo, a little bit just off meta. This just isn't going to do anything because Queens look good. Queens are good and Bane's available. The Banes just do enough splash to kind of get through those Hellbats pretty comfortably at the end of the day, and if you're kind of getting through the Hellbats pretty comfortably, then everything else is pretty manageable in the grand scheme of things there. And that's more or less just what goes down, so... Pretty easy cleanup from Yakov. And like I said, you had to be prepared for it. He needed the Banelings ready, but we were good to go. Spirit's not overly committed to this. This one wasn't like Marauder Hellbats. It wasn't like a Medivac supporting it. He still has... Oh, he only has one of the Banshees. So one of the Banshees died. So he still has a Banshee. I don't love it for Spirit because, like I say, he lost a Banshee, actually. Like, if he still has two Banshees, I feel a bit better about him. I mean, you look at resources lost here. It's negative for Spirit. He didn't kill any economy. Lings are just going to run across the map right now, and this is hilarious because these Marines, actually, they do stop to kill the Overlord. We just killed a siege tank here, and that's a very successful move in from those Zerglings, so they're going to love what they just managed to achieve. And Yakov just gets a bit of value from some Lings that were kind of just the tail end of what he was kind of building as like a bit of protection for himself after the early stages there, so... Couple of moments as we see 1-1 upgrades. Combat shield continue to come through. See what comes next. Just having the extra barracks coming down. Again, the Hydras, the Banes coming up as well. The melee upgrades, Bane speed, Hydra speed continue to come online for the moment. Banshee will shoot. Couple of Lings going down. Hydra's still coming up, the extra Lings and the Banes coming about, Infestation Pit coming over. It's going to be seeing the command center dropping into the front here. It's just going to get that in position. The few Marines will stem forward with the medevac. And a couple of these creep teamers will begin to go down. Overlord will get picked off as well, so the Overlord will be picked. The Marines load back up. Just going to be seeing the Lingbane Hydra coming back through. And the medevac pulling back over. Command center wants to go land down to the low ground. The Lingbane Hydra still gathering here for a couple of moments. Get set up for a few moments. We'll just settle a little bit. Again, look, Den Hive coming up. You'll see the burrow coming through. The creep tumors coming online as well. We'll see the Ling's going to run at the bunker. A few Lings and Hydras in the center. So Yakov trying to be aggressive right now. Spirit. He's going to defend this pretty well. Currently, the repair is actually enough because there's only 2 Hydras left. So Yakov kind of just flings a few units at his opponent and it goes absolutely nowhere for him, unfortunately. So, not ideal. Hive, look, then continue to come through. That Lingbane Hydra still coming up. 2-2 upgrades on the way. I'm just going to have ourselves the 7 additional SCVs that have fallen. It was something at least then from, it was something at least coming by. The rest of these Marines still gathering together with those medevacs, continuing to zap up some health. Things continue to morph in. The few Hydras step over, the Lings as well. Army comes around the bottom right. Just going to see the Lingbane Hydra will make a step forward. Seismic Spine's coming through. The Banelings and the Zerglings will continue up. We are going to see Marines in the center. Pulling back a second or two. The Lingbane still pushing in. Hydra's turning back the other way. We're going to see the Lingbane Hydra on the bottom side now, trying to make their way through. The bunker goes down. Depot's going down. Banshee also gets picked away at here. Just going to see the rest of the bio coming across as well. 2 SCVs falling just for the moment. Couple of Vipers. The Adrenal Gland still coming up. A few Lings. Trying to get in toward a few of those Marines. The rest of the army still settling down in the center of the map currently. Again, the bio army will gather. Medevacs join up. Creeping Queens will continue to sit in the center here. A few moments holding their own for now. And the creep is just going everywhere. Yakov absolutely overtaking this map at the moment. And one Ling just burrows on the right side. It's going to get burrowed up over there. A couple of SCVs will return some resources back to the planetary fortress. Hatcher on the far left will set up as well. I'm just going to see the rest of this Lingbane Lurker gathering up for the moment. Again, bio gathering. Lingbane Hydra coming to the bottom side. An army over to the left as well. Got these Zerglings ready to make something of a play in, but they kind of get shut down and pushed back pretty comfortably so far. Lingbane looking to come through too. It's a nice catch. Spirit just losing some units, and Yakov will continue to push in. Problem is, I feel like Spirit is getting up to the base camp where defenses are going to get strong. And generally speaking, you're going to have to start doing some other things and just kind of hitting the front doors, Yakov. You know, if the 5th base comes up and online here and the defenses get made, that's where Knights are going to have to be a bigger factor. Maybe a lot more spellcasters are going to have to become a bigger factor. I mean, there's just a lot of things that have to come through here if this game continues the way that it's currently going, which definitely seems to be a thing. And Ghost and the tanks still building through. A couple command centers building up as well. Bane's popping. We'll run ourselves around a couple different directions here initially. Yesterday's group was stacked. Today's not so much. Or the groups draw randomly. So the main thing that we do when we make the groups is we work with the players' schedules. So players give us the days. So we say, hey, these are the group days. Are there any days that are bad for you, basically? And some players are like, hey, I can't play this day. Some players are like, hey, I can only play this day or this day. Some players are like, hey, I really want to play this day. So the majority of the time, the groups are just made up based on the player schedule, and then me balancing it out in terms of racial balance, so we don't have like 5 Protoss in a group. you know, in this event we have a Zerg in every group, we have at least a Terran in every group, so that's the goal. And sometimes the strength of groups do differ just a little bit because of that. But the most important thing to us, it's not like the players are kind of picking these days knowing that certain groups are going to be weaker. You know, none of the groups are announced until all the players have given us their preferences for days and stuff, so yeah, this is very much so just a case of sometimes players accidentally get themselves an easier group because they could only play certain days. I don't know if this group is that stacked. I mean, there's no clan, but I actually think any of these guys would have had a good chance in yesterday's group as well, to be honest. I don't think... I think the worst group is like Hero. The Hero, Solar, Percival group is a little bit harder than the other groups, actually. Group C. But, yeah, there's a little bit of variance, but I don't think it's super terrible. Obviously, I try and keep, like, big favorites away from each other as well. Like, for example, like, you know, try and keep Hero and Clem away from the same group as each other, too. Right? But, you know, stuff like that, so... It is mostly just a case of just trying to keep the players as happy as possible, though. If we can get them to play on the day they want to play, I'm going to prioritize that. So, in a way, that is kind of making it random, because like I say, if certain players can only play certain days, like, it is still kind of randomized what days they can play, what days they combine to make the group, so, yeah. It's got a little bit of randomness to it. Basically saves me from RNGing it up, so... What's up, Fireball, by the way? 68 months on the Prime on the Twitch. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thank you very much indeed for the support. Thank you, thank you, thank you for keeping it going. Ling Bane gonna roll on through here. The Bio gonna try and turn around and fight against a bunch of these Banes. There's big push through. We're gonna get rid of the Planetary. Yakov supply plummets. He doesn't have a ton of money banked up just yet, which is maybe a little scary. +2 missiles, +3 melee coming in. The Spire and the Hydra is still building on up as well, so we get that coming online. We're just going to be seeing the Libs, the Command Centers, the Starport, and the Fusion Core continue to build through as well, so a lot of that coming online here. A couple more structures going down on the other side. Get that set up too. And yeah, the CC are ready to relocate and replace the base that just got taken down. Yakov is doing the right things in my eyes, which is, you know, to knock down these bases again and again and again, basically. He's doing the right things, but there is always the danger of, like, you've got to make sure you're not throwing away too much with each and every one of these denials, right? So, it's something to kind of keep our eyes on a little, as you are going to see a dive in on this left side. It's going to go straight through for this base and try and deny base 6 from being a thing. Yakov on his way to the Great Spire. Like I say, I think eventually you need something more than just kind of pure aggression. And yeah, Niduses are one thing. These Lurkers actually get in a not bad position. We do cancel a couple of those snipes. Some of those ghosts are very low. Unfortunately, we can't quite... Okay, we kill a couple at the very end there. Still lose most of the Lurkers. Going to push on the left side as well. I don't think these Hydras should be here on their own. A couple snipes coming down. Hydra Bane getting pushed away. The Ling's also getting pushed back. Again, Ghost coming up. Marine Marauder, Tank Liberator coming through. Bio stepping through, the Ghost as well. Just going to be seeing the Ghost coming back over to the top side. Just relocating there for a couple of moments. Liberators will siege. Command Center floats over to the left side. Going to put down in position. Hatchery sits up on the left side as well. The changelings coming through. A lot of banelings in the center. Continue to set up. Liberator range is over halfway done, so Liberator range obviously a big factor kind of toward the later stages of this as well. Gonna see some changes going down. Bio will even take a chance to stem forward, move onto the map here and try and deny some of this creep that's just right in the front, but as we do that, the Zerg army shows up on the right side already, so comes straight in over here, diving through. Planetary Fortress in trouble. Going down. I mean, this base has been denied multiple times. Still expensive for Yakov and still doesn't have the money banked to just instantly rebuild and go again. It's 90 drones, so he has a lot of income, but usually the Zerg do this when they have a bigger bank set up, so they can just instantly rebuild, go again, and try and capitalize on kind of wave after wave of pressure. Yakov not quite doing that so much on this one. So, yeah, a little bit of intrigue there as the Lurkers and the Hydras, the Lings and the Banes still build through. Marine Marauder coming up as well. Tanks and the Command Centers also in production for the moment. A bunch more Banes wolfing in as the army rallies to the left-hand side for a little bit of time. Settle down here. Just a couple seconds. Hydra Bane will move about. Just going to be seeing the Nidus coming up on the bottom right side as well, so setting up down in that direction. We will see the Liberator is going to hit a few of those changes that are stepping through as well. And I like these lurkers. I mean, just hitting elsewhere. Yakov keeping the pressure up in, you know, a good few different locations for now. So Orbital's going to lift off, go elsewhere. Push forward, Blinding Cloud, couple of abducts coming in pretty much immediately. Siege Tank in the front goes down, the Ling Bane trying to jump into the planetary. If you really want to take a base down here, if nothing else, you want to try and slow the economy of your opponent. If you're not slowing the economy of your opponent, you end up in a pretty rough place where they are just able to keep on rebuilding out of this all of the time, and that becomes tough. Nice fungal at least. Yeah, that base doesn't go down, doesn't force a CC to replace it or anything, so like I say, that's a little tough. Fire's still pushing through, seeing what else we can do here, jumping onto this hatchery. It's going to go down as well in the next couple seconds, so won't do much else about that. Base is going to fall. Workers going to hit the planter on the bottom right side, so at least we are going to again still have some pressure over here. Stopping some of the mining. Spirit's also not exactly being allowed to build up like a massive bank or anything throughout this game, so there is that kind of a benefit to everything that's going on as well. There's a few lurkers still putting their work in and absolutely chipping their way through this planetary forest. Ghosts will show up, and they will start to kill the lurkers. At the same time, we're pushing into the front again. Yakov coming in with a chunk of units. Ghosts still going to be chased down by the Banelings. A lot of damage being done here. The Banes keep on connecting. Hydras have to boost away, lunging out of there, trying to recover themselves from some trouble. Hydra Ling coming up, +3 flag attack upgrade coming in also. Swole going to try and relocate to deal with the Liberator as well. It's just going to push itself back over there. Liberator will take some damage. And cleaned up for the moment. Hydra's regathering as well. A couple of ghosts joining up together. Seven more lurkers producing right now, so those coming up. That hatchery on its way in. Marauders, tanks, +3 vehicle weapons, all building. Siege tank over here, positioned nicely. Got to keep this defense in this bottom right side up and operational. Lurker's going to burrow. Sunstar goes down. Planetary already taking some shots. You go step through, looking for the snipes. Going to get a couple of the lurkers right off the bat, so goes off pretty swiftly, and now having cleanup making, but then there's going to be more Niduses over here too. I mean, Yakov just keeps showing up with more and more aggression at this point in time. Liberators will begin siege for the moment. Again, 4 drones dropping, rest of the army pulling back. Infestors and drones coming in, tanks and the ghosts coming up. Bio getting rid of a little bit of the creep spread here. Just going to be seeing the nuke on the way as well from Spirits. Big nuke lining up right now. Get a nuke into play. A couple tanks and the ghosts still coming in as well. Bio army spreading itself. The tanks as well, especially trying to get themselves in a good place here as Spirit pushes up. Yakov trying to deal with this game. Developing to a later stage. Just going to see that nuke still coming online. 36 lings, 18 banelings. Reducing for the moment. Bane Hydra trying to make its way down over here, and we just have, like I say, a lot more Ling Bane still coming out. Liberator shot at 2 coming in also. She's currently a couple of hits coming by. Ghost coming up. A lot more of this still just settling. I will step over. Here we go. Ling Bane Hydra going to start to move out. A couple libs are sieging the position to try and hold this. We are going to see some of the units wrapping around the right side. There's a nuke at the same time in the central base. See if Yakov recognizes that, or maybe it's one that's going to get away and land. Spirit just pushing forward aggressively. Yeah, Yakov does find the nuke, deals with that well. We'll watch it explode, but only gets a couple drones that were left in the extractors. We're going to try and dive forward here with a fungal or 2. Just feel like Spirit's consistently finding good trades. This game has been all about Spirit's trades. 25k resources in his favor. even when Yakov was the one kind of being the aggressor, it's just been Spirit trading so well again and again. I just feel like Yakov's never been overly comfortable to kind of, like I say, missing the ability to kind of run in, rebuild, and run in again has kind of really been a factor. And that really was a big factor of this, because he's never had enough money just to do that. And I do think that's kind of taken away from his chance to kind of maybe take advantage of some of the better fights he had. In the end, Spirit just overwhelms him and just trades well enough that you can't really keep up with that long-term as Yakov. GG's, and Spirit is going to take game number 1 of this BO3. We'll set up for game 2 here in just a second as I throw invites out and we get that ready to go. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 casters. Watch. Ain't got time to mess around, guys. Got lots of games to get through still. We've got to finish this best of 3, and then Spirit and Showtime will be our last series of the day. So Spirit taking the map here. Yakov, win this series and you're through. Lose this series and Spirit would be in a better position than you in the tiebreaker right now. You're also behind Cristiana on the tiebreaker if you lose this. So Yakov does not look good if he loses this game, actually, or loses this series. So this is kind of a bring it back kind of moment for Yakov. I'm scared for him if it goes late, because I think if it goes late, Spirit is in his element and just kind of in the state of the game he really wants to be in the first place as well, so... yeah, let's see what happens. I'm gonna get going into this, we get this ready to go. Alright, bottom right. Hi, Red Terran. This is going to be Spirit. And the top left, our blue Zerg, is going to be Yakov. Game 2 of this BO3. Get this up and running and see what will happen. Game 2 of this series. Spirit. Up 1. Like I say, I think for Yakov, you have to try and stop this from going too long. The Spirit drawing that game out is so freaking dangerous. So frustrating to play against as well. Hold this over for a couple of seconds. Take a few moments. As it moves down the map just for a couple of seconds. Nothing much going on for a couple moments. A little getting chill here. Reaper is not getting too excited either, just hanging back for a little bit. Staying towards this side of the map for a few moments. Let's see what comes next. Couple CCs going about, factoring the reactor coming through. Link speed, drones, continue to build up just for now. And the Queen and the Hatchery building as well. And yeah, refinery coming about, factory building in. Reactor going to finish up on the barracks very shortly. In fact, we're going to swap over to land onto the reactor. So we'll see the starport they're put in place as well, and start with that. No surprises realistically on the first few moments here. Everything looking kind of on script from the Terran side and from the Zerg side as well, to be fair. Everything really does look pretty natural for the moment. To get this ready to go. Do I get casted bias when I'm watching these replays and know how many are left based on the current score? I'm not sure if that makes sense. No, because I don't know how many are left. Like, okay, in this series, I know it's a long series, but I actually don't know if it's 2 or 3 games. So, like, for all I know, this could have been a 45-minute game, because I just don't pay attention when I'm collecting the replays. I very mindlessly join lobby when I need to join lobby, and stuff like that, so, yeah, I don't know. And then when I come through, I just click from the bottom replay upwards. So, I don't know if there's 2, I don't know if the next 2 replays from, you know, the starting one are both, or the next 3 are. Yeah, I don't know. The only thing I know, and this is, like I say, a rare occurrence, is I know this is a long series because, for once, it actually disrupted the games happening on stream. Usually that doesn't happen, but today I actually had to pay attention to the fact that this was long, because I had to reschedule stuff on the, you know, on the original schedule, based on the fact that this series was taking forever. So, yeah, it's like one of the few times I know anything about it, but, yeah. Usually I'm pretty good at just ignoring what's going on and being distracted with the game that I'm casting, so... It's not perfect, but it works well enough for me. I don't feel like I'm biased casting it or anything, or in the know when others aren't, or something like that. Submarine's gonna hit that Overlord, mid damage being dealt. Just gonna see the Hellions pulling back over for a couple moments. Carapace coming through, the drones and the Queen coming out, a couple barracks in the engineering base coming around as well. Banshee, Marine, and Stim continue to come through, the Queens and Lings will gather. A couple extractors onto the 3rd base, and a 4th hatchery. Over on the left-hand side as well. 2 Banshees will make their way from Spirit up to the top. See where we're gonna go. Chilling out. Do you have the Hellions will make their way kind of onto the creep for a couple moments, then going to step back. Heli upgrades early, just very kind of a greedier style from Yakov, and now into the Spire. Interesting to see Lingbane Muta with like melee upgrades being the real focus. We've seen so much Lingbane Muta lately be kind of the Spire focus and then into the Lingbane and hence the melee upgrades a bit later on. So yeah, not rushing the Spire this time, rushing those melee upgrades, and then he's getting away with it for now. And he looks as though he'll get to the Spire somewhat unhindered as well, so... In that regard, looking pretty reasonable as the Banshees fire through for a creep tumor. Now there's Queen in trouble as well. Bye-bye. See you later. One Queen goes down. The 1-1 upgrades on the combat shield still building. A couple of medevacs coming up on the starport. As we continue through. Again, Armory still building. Just going to have the SCVs and the medevacs still building up. Marines in the tank will gather. We'll take a few moments to see where we go in the next few moments. A couple more shots. Actually getting some more damage done just for now. Seeing what else we can do. Again, a few Hellions going about, the melee upgrade and the Bane speed coming through also. Green tank will poise itself with the Hellions to push a little bit here. Spirity's ahead in supply right now, but there's a lot of kind of like army like commitment. While obviously from Yakov, you're seeing him invest into the mutas and the melee upgrades, and that's great, I guess, as long as you survive, but I guess the question is, will we survive? Well, we're going to find out in the next moment or two. There's a couple of Marines in the Reaper. We'll put some damage out. Queen's taking a few shots. Marines still stepping forward here. A couple of Queens going to have to back it up a little bit. The Banes and the drones coming around as well. Seeing the Marines gathering still is... Well, it's basically Yakov in a little bit of trouble. He's got a lot of units in the center of the map. Can he find a wraparound that maybe plays cleanup on this fight? Right now, it seems as though Spirit's in a pretty good position. He did stop for a second or two, though. Upgrades even right now. Are the mutas out yet? Just one, so we've not had a chance to build many mutas. So no meters built yet. Spirit hasn't lost a unit in this game yet. Jesus. It's not exactly ideal for Yakov. Definitely going well so far. Now these Banshees find these Bailings, so Yakov is in a world of trouble. He's going to commit through. He's going to go for the wraparound now. I mean, at least the Marines are kind of stacked in the corner. Just needs to lift up on afford the Bailings connect onto those low HP units. That just would not have been good. So we do lift up. We protect ourselves from that. Queens are going to push the creep back toward the middle of the map. Go from there for the moment. Drones, Corruptors on the way in. +2 melee. Carapace upgrade coming up as well. The rest of that Ling Bane moving around just for now. It's going up top. Marine's going to get some damage done. Nothing too amazing. Banes will threaten and force this army to have to lift up and retract itself for the moment. The Marines and the Medivacs again just going to hang around. Still got the infestation big coming up as well here with a couple more Corruptors in production. So Yakov is attacking nicely. In the end, he does clean up enough of this. Terran army that the game gets a lot more comfortable for him, and especially with a run by like this, that's going to help. Running straight through over here is only going to be a major benefit. As you'll get some SCVs. There's a lot of Banes available, a lot of Lings still going, and just chaos all of a sudden as Spirit is getting swept away. This really happened out of nowhere, no? Like, run by comes through. I mean, a couple of units on the map got cleaned up as well, and now full focus on just sending this through and dealing absolute, utter, extreme damage. I mean, like, this is just masses of damage. I mean, Yakov just won this game. He killed the natural. What just happened? Spirit just fell apart. What the hell actually just happened? This was, this caught me off guard. I'm completely flabbergasted. Yeah, I think Spirit just took a bad couple of fights in a row, and then just obviously just not in position, so the run-by is extremely effective, and the next thing you know, bam, Yakov is killing it. Damn. I can't say that enough, but like, that really just caught me off guard, because that was genuinely felt very unexpected. Yeah, Corruptors coming out instead of Mutas. I wonder if he just saw kind of the sieginess and the kind of commitment that his opponent's going for, and so he's like, okay, Corruptors to deal with these libs. Because he never built a bunch of Mutas before it kind of got to that point, right? Like, he set up for the Spire early, but never really, made use of it. Looked away with 30 seconds, very different game. Man, I watched it for 30 seconds, and it's a very different game. Yeah, no, this really happened in the blink of an eye, and all of a sudden, Yakov looking good to tie this series up at least. Which is great for his map score. We are, threatening the idea of a 2-2 tiebreaker scenario, and map score is likely going to become a pretty huge factor of it. Bing Bang, Corruptor, Infestor gathers in. Only pulling back at this point feels as though Spirit is probably... Okay, well, that's an amazing fungal. It's going to catch all of these units, and we can't get away with the Medivac because obviously the Corruptors are there, so that's actually a great combo. What a fantastic fungal that was for Yakov. Banes roll into this mineral line at the same time. Ultra Cavern coming up, extra Corruptors coming through. And, yeah, Adrenal Glands are 3-3 upgrades. With Ultras especially, I imagine Yakov's going to throw himself kind of headfirst into this army to try and end this game a few times over. It makes sense. And a game like this, you're going to have an extreme economic advantage. So rolling yourself into your opponent a few times over is absolutely an effective way to try and close things out. Tank shot a couple of times. Ling's taking damage. A few more Banes moving in off onto the side. A couple of changes will step forward. The creep spreading through. As the bio will take down one more creep teamer here. And Bane going to step up. Corruptors still overhead. At this point, Yakov's just waiting for the Ultras. Like, why not just wait for the Ultras? They're so close to being here. They're only going to help you. Obviously, just makes a whole ton of sense. So, I'm just waiting on that. 3-3 upgrades, concussive shells, Marine Marauder tank, all building by. Advance transfer off to the sides. We are going to be having Ultras coming through. The Banes making their dive forward as well. These tanks are not going to last long. There's nothing great against these Ultras. There's a few Marauders, to be fair. The Marauders are doing their work. Spirit is some borrowed pains even. There's actually a couple more where they came from. But, yeah, the problem is the Spirit doesn't have the money to rebuild, so even if this is something of a cleanup, it's not necessarily enough of a cleanup, and bam, Yakov ties the series 1-1 in this BO3. So we're going to get tied up just like that. And we get ourselves ready for a third map as... Big game. I mean, again, you win this game right now and you're guaranteed through this group as Yakov. If you lose this game, then it really depends on the final result and where things maybe go in terms of tiebreakers. It's scary because it might even be like completely out of your hands. And like, for example, if you lose this game and you end up 0 map score and Spirit would be +2, and Showtime has the head-to-head over you, like there's a way that like you're already maybe even out. I don't think there's a way you're already out guaranteed. But yeah, it's like I say, it's tense right here. It's a big game. It means a lot, honestly. Big game means a lot. Get ready to send this in a couple moments. Ooh. All right, where are we at? 5 casters. Let's do it. Let's just go straight in game, guys. Game 3 of this series. Let's get this going between Yakov and Spirit, deciding game. And then after this, we have our 10th best of 3 of the day. We're 5.5 hours deep. If you're enjoying the stream, do consider hitting the follow button, liking and subscribing if you're on the YouTube as well. It's also greatly appreciated. It does so much for us, helps us out. So do check out all of those options. We greatly appreciate you if you do. And yeah, let's with that said, just jump on in and keep it going. As we got game 3 here in the top right-hand side, the red Terran player is Spirit. While in the bottom left, the blue Zerg is going to be Yakov. Getting into game 3 of this series. Celestial Enclave. What a map for game 3. Oh, this was a long series, was it? Well, yeah, Celestial Enclave was played. That's probably why. As the SCV comes over, I'm just going to be seeing the hatch and a couple drones on the way through. And, yeah, commands an first from Spirit, because it's that kind of a map. Shock horror. Macro Man goes macro build on macro map. If Spirit wins, Yakov needs Showtime to 2-0 Spirit. So, I mean, yeah, it's out of your hands. And if Yakov wins, Spirit needs to beat Showtime. It's crazy. Showtime Spirit's going to have a lot of meaning no matter what. Which is very cool. It's very, very cool. Alright, we have an Overlord coming across. Obviously CC first will not have much to watch early, especially. We're going to notably have a lack of a Reaper or so to follow early game initially, so let's settle for this Overlord. There's a Reaper on the way now. Just takes an extra minute or so to come out than if it was going to be, well, not quite a minute, extra 30-40 seconds to come out than if it was not a command center first. Let's just take a few moments on that and chill for a few moments. Coming about, hatch coming through onto the bottom side. Just going to get that set up for a couple moments here. Factory coming about, orbital on the way. The Reaper is a building. Get that all settled for now. Couple drones, hatch and the queen. Building as well, getting that going. Just going to be seeing the game developing for a few moments here. So we take a couple seconds. Again, the SCVs, the factory, the reactor. All building up, we take a little bit of time. And this up and running. No rush, no pressure. Factory going to come across, drop down onto the reactor. Get a couple Hellions on the way. The barracks going to move off the reactor and pull off over to the side instead. Those Hellions will start up immediately. Command center building in the main base, get that underway as well. Away we go. Keeper drops down. Hatchery, wing speed. Coming up at the moment. Just going to be seeing the Overlord in the main base still cruising through. And yeah, the couple Hellions going to come down and move out onto the map just for a couple of seconds. They're going to make their way over. Right now, down to the bottom side. So two Hellions and the Reaper will make their move. Creep Demon gets picked off initially. Take that down. Aliens, Reaper, gathering about, take a moment or so. You can see the engineering base coming up from Spirit. I mean, no surprise, team playing 3cc, double engineering bay, kind of as greedy as you can get in this TVZ at the moment. I kind of like what Yakov's doing too. To me, he's kind of matching that greed. Double Evo Chamber himself before the Bane Nest, right? Like, he's focusing on the things that are going to set him up better for kind of a longer game rather than feeling the need to defend right now. So I think he's reading into this well. It's going to be a tough map to kind of break through on and kind of see aggression like you did last game, but I don't hate that the setup is kind of feeling a similar vibe as to what we had last game as well, to be fair. So let's see how it continues as we just have those Hellions and the Reaper moving back over. Rally upgrades, Baneling Nest, the drones, all the good stuff continuing through for the moment, and on we go. Yeah, Hellions gather, Bane Nest coming in, just got that lair building, spores, drones, etc. Melee upgrades. Yada yada yada, all of it coming through. Got a lot of this setting up. Got a lot of this rolling out very shortly. Couple of these SCVs. Finding away cozily as well. Just gonna see the rest of the Hellions and the Reaper gathering also. So we push forward. A little bit of creep being cleaned out. And 1-1 upgrades, the combat shield coming through. Melee upgrades in the lair building as well. The Queen's just settling as the few Hellions sit out the front. Also, is just going to hang around over there, not be in any rush just yet to make too much happen too quickly. Ripper is going to make a little dive in. Going down, and the Reaper actually gets caught by the couple Zerglings as well. It's a nice catch. Still got the melee upgrade coming through. Add the Baneling speed on as well. The Bane Nest coming straight into action. And 1-1 upgrades, combat shield producing. We have ourselves 3 additional barracks coming down onto the low ground. So 3 barracks onto the low ground here. Again, Marines in the tank will make a move. Set up to defend across these bases. I like the Spire again. We never ended up building the Mutas last game, but it's a big map. Mutas love big maps. You know, loads of room to work with, loads of time to pull back and defend after harassing while the Terran crosses the map. There's loads of opportunity to take advantage of a map like this with the Mutalisks, so I do love that that is already now on its way in. I do think that Spire is kind of awesome once again. Alright, 2-2 upgrades coming about. Marine Medevac tank coming in. Spire is about to finish. We do see the Medevac of Marines on a little bit of a journey over the right side. A few Hellions moving to Hellbats, a couple tanks, the Marines setting up as well. We push down through the center. The Queen's gathering up. A couple creep tumors being gathered together there as well. The Marines will be good for the Overlord kill. And a few Lings showing up to play defense. Creep is pushing out rapidly on the map right now. This is the negatives of... Well, I mean, we had Hellions on the map. I guess just a big map and a lot of places to spread the creep to. 8 minutes in, the creep is already approaching halfway. That's not super crazy on some maps, but on a big map like this, it does feel kind of wild. These first Lings are actually going to dive in for this fight. The Banes need to stay away. We do kill that siege tank off. Yeah, Banes just had no reason to get involved there because they just weren't going to get close enough. Now, Reinforcements of Spirit already rallying through. He's on his way to 2-2. Most notably, he's on the 8 rack, so... He is just going to set up for a very aggressive game 3 here, just looking to push. It's Corruptors from Yakov again. Corruptors will be good at kind of being sturdy and kind of living through the fights to hit the Medevacs. Seems to be a priority of his then, so yeah, going into the Corruptors. I was absolutely convinced we were trying to play Mutas again, but not the case right now. Raptors once more. Like I say, good at getting rid of the medevacs and stopping that from being a thing. And also, maybe if you feel as though this is eventually going to be some Liberators backing it up, already having the Corruptors can be very nice there as well. Because then the Liberators are something you actually have an answer to more, reliably. Because, like I say, they're more sustainable, they're more sturdy than the Mutalisks are cleaning up Liberators, right? So, Corruptors can actually fly in and kill Liberators without just dying instantly. Makes a big difference. Push coming through, a couple Queens taking shots, a couple scans, keeping an eye on things. Bane on the upper right already setting up for the flank on this army. What's all good about Araxon on this map is, like, where do you go to? Like, the Zerg expands down the bottom of the map, just across the bottom. So it isn't really expanding forward for anywhere that's easy for you to push into, so you're not being given an easy push for the 8-racks. And especially when the creep is being so good, you get stalled a bit. Now the Corruptors showcasing their ability to kind of fly over Marines and not instantly die like the Mutalisks would, so it's kind of one of the benefits of them right now. Plus 3 attacks starting from Spirit. It is 2-2 though. On the side of the Zerg, there's going to be a run by up on the top side. The army pushing in on the bottom as well. A couple Fungals available. Going to lock down some of these Marines, and Yakov, considering he's going to be able to get rid of pretty much all these medevacs, is looking absolutely golden. Clean this up and push this away. There's a few Marines still left on the ground. Reinforcement wave on its way through already. Lings out more from the Banes. And then obviously more Lings in production. Ultra Cabinet and Adrenal Glands behind this. Right now is a little scary because these Marines are still in numbers high enough to push forward. I think the Lings can fight this. It's only really a bunch of low HP Marines. If the Corruptors get after the medevacs, yeah, we are not going to have the healing to maintain that. Now a tank sieges forward. That's going to get killed off very quickly here, so that's going to be a shutdown. Now the Corruptors go on top of the medevacs too. Looks scary for a second maybe for Yakov. Overall, it felt great for him. Just had to get through that moment of scariness, and now he is through it. He is looking golden once again as the Ling's still pushing up. The Bane's still pushing through. Corruptor's going to be there also. Ultra Cavern about to finish. So we're going to get Ultras behind this. Spirit starts a 4th command center, recognizing that the 8-racks is not working out for him. Not ideal at all as the Ling Bane continues through here. You can see the Kindness Plane coming up, plus 3 melee, plus 3 carapace, all building in for the moment. Corruptors will take a shot into Cossack spraying the main base for a little bit of harassment. Nothing really comes of that. That's a pretty easy shutdown and cleanup, so that gets pushed back the other way. And we see another hatchery coming down here as well. The Ling Bane Corruptor still joining together. Figuring out where we are going to go. Ultra's coming up, Ling's on the way, 3-3 upgrades with the concussive shells building as well. A few Marines and a couple medevacs stepping into the map at the moment. Yakov's max with Ultras popping out. Spirit has the right idea. He's building a few Marauders, so he's going to get himself something to help, but I actually feel like he needs to stop building medevacs and build... That's the thing. Liberators are such a good stepping stone to Ghosts, usually, in this scenario, and like I'd say, Liberators are usually good, but then if Corruptors are already out, do we like Liberators? I don't know if I do. That's why I hesitated. That's why I stopped, because I was about to go on about getting some Liberators, and I'm like, actually, because of the Corruptors, I don't know if I really like Libs. So then what do you do? Just more bio, more tanks? Maybe you do just throw down the Ghost Academy, try and take the 4th base and play it late. I don't think you want to be out on the map, honestly. We're going to be on plus 3 attack at least. There's a small upgrade lead for Spirit as this fight happens. We're going to commit straight in. The Ultras are still going to be a big issue. Few Marines on the left side going down. Bane's connecting. The Corruptors making their way through the healing medevacs in the sky. Spirit's supply is not good. Down by 50. The Ultra will go down, but it's an extra tank kill in before it fell. And again, I mean, I just think Yakov is going to rebuild plentiful enough that he's going to be able to deal with the scraps of what Spirit has after this. He's going to try and land a base top left. Still doesn't have the 4th down. So trying to get the 4th in position. Not able to yet still. Corruptors flying through. Medevac's getting jumped on. GG being called. Yakov takes down Spirit. And what a day from Yakov. He was an upper game against Showtime. Ended up losing that series. We were sad because it was like, well, he's about to be 3-0 in this group. Then he gets to 2-1, loses the first map against Spirit, but bam, he brings it back. 3-1 for Yakov. Right now will lead this group. Spirit will go 1-2. Showtime 2-1. I'm pretty sure that Showtime Spirit is just winner moves on. And Cristiana is already safe. Because I'm pretty sure Cristiana is going to be... Because Cristiana, if Spirit 2-0s, Cristiana wins the tiebreaker. So that's one extreme. If Showtime 2-0s, Cristiana wins the tie. There's no tiebreaker. So Cristiana always moves through, which means it's basically either Showtime or Spirit. I'm pretty sure Showtime Spirit is a straight up best of 3 to determine elimination and advancing. Damn. Alright, well that's what we're going into then, guys. Showtime Spirit coming up. Funnily enough, we're going to go back to back on Celestial Enclave. We'll have to run some ads though, just in case it goes long. Sneak a round of ads in here just to make sure they don't come up during the game, because that would be the worst case scenario. Don't want you guys to get added while the game is on. Yo, Fnatic SC2, thank you so much for the 64-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you, thank you so much. So Yakov, so what's also interesting is if Spirit beats Showtime, not only is Showtime out, but Yakov would be first place. That would be really crazy. Yakov would be first place, that's a great seed to have. Gives him a much more winnable kind of first round matchup, man. If Showtime beats Spirit, he's always ahead of Yakov for first place though. So Showtime wins, he gets first. Man, it's crazy when it's like you win and you're first and you lose and you're out. But that is the situation that I'm pretty sure we're in. Because Spirit would always have the head-to-head over Showtime, and he'll always have a worse map score than Cristiana. Yeah. Well, it's just one of those groups that's gotten to be very close. We mentioned sometimes every single map matters, and it is one of those days where every single map is mattering. As we get ready to go into a best-of-3 deciding series for this group, Showtime and Spirit. Winner to the playoffs, loser eliminated in the WardiTV Winter Championship this year. See what happens. We are getting ready to load in, guys. Countdown is on. Yakov got first in that tough group. He's not first place yet. He can be knocked down by Showtime. It's already greened in on Liquipedia because first place and second place on Liquipedia are the same kind of seed, essentially. They kind of... I mean, they shouldn't really be the same seed because they're different seeds, but he's greened in because he's either first or second. But yeah, he can still be second place to Showtime. But either way, advancing through is obviously sick. Awesome to see. Great to witness. Very, very exciting. Showtime top right is our Red Prolos player taking on the Blue Terran. In the bottom left, it is going to be Spirit. As we get this up and ready to go into game 1 of this BO3 and figure out how our final series of the day is going to go, what it's going to look like, and just see, in general, what is going to be happening the next few moments. That's the Cake Machine. Thank you so much for the 21-month resub on the Prime. Probe nibbling at the SCV for a couple seconds. Get some damage done. Moving in over there, having some fun, getting some work done. Just for the moment. Thank you for that Prime sub. Appreciate you guys. Again, the rebuild from the sub drop-off is live. We're going for it. We're sending it. So I appreciate you all, as we do have a couple of SCVs chasing over. Can we go after that probe for a moment or two? Archer drops down. I'm just going to be seeing the Nexus dropping into place. Hey, what's up, Mendy? Thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. Appreciate you. Thank you for supporting the StarCraft 2 today. I guess I'll say it one more time because we're at the last match of the day, last best of 3. Obviously, if you guys are enjoying the tournament, do consider checking out the WardiTV Patreon page. Patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of anything pledged on Patreon goes directly into WardiTV tournament prize pools. Allows us to keep on running events like this one and others. Allows us to keep raising the prize pools up so we have a better foundation to create these events from. So do check that out. Greatly appreciate it. And yeah, the support goes a long way. Like I say, the most important thing is we keep the players playing. And this definitely gives us the chance to keep the players playing, the more prize money that we can put into it and so on. So check it out. Appreciate it if you do. Appreciate the support. The Adept shows up to play Denial on this command center a few moments. And, yeah, it's been a little bit of a nuisance in the first couple moments here. Seems to be the plan around. Be annoying. Check. Hey, what's up, Muku? 122-month resub. Oof. Crazy, as per usual. Thank you for the, 122, something, 10 plus years old. Yeah. Actually kind of wild. We've been doing this for a hot second or two now, haven't we? This caster lifestyle seems to suit us. Ain't giving it up. Ain't giving it up. Crazy. Actually, it's kind of wild to kind of think of all the highs and the lows and the ups and the downs that we've been through and everything. Like, we've been on some journeys together, guys. We really have been. We're still here giving you guys more StarCraft. Big matchup right now. Last match of the day in the Winter Championship Group B. Who will take a playoff spot? Will it be Showtime? Will it be Spirit? All coming down to this right now. There's a few Marines and the Cyclone move to the upper side of the map. Nexus Blink on the way in. Just going to see the Viking and a couple of Marines coming out. The extra barracks coming through. Depot's on the way. Cyclone attempting to lock on. In the end, it's just going to be a lift up and a back away. So just going to run out of there for a couple of moments too. It's going to be seeing this medevac pulling back down to the bottom. And, like I say, escaping out of there for the moment. So the medevac gets out. The gateway still producing. Take a couple of seconds here. And have our Twilight Council continue to come through as well. Forge is going to start building as well. So again, something else we can kind of get on into. Just now going to be seeing the Marines, the tank, the Cyclone, and one little Viking. A group of units that will make their way towards the top of the map here. Just currently. A little bit of excitement. You know, what's up? Boonelbrack34, thank you also for the Prime sub. Got all the Primes coming in the last last hour of the stream. It's been Prime Central. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate you choosing us to use your Prime sub on. And there's a lot of awesome streamers out there. Appreciate you guys helping these events happen. Thank you so much. Stalkers, Adepts in the Sentry. They're just going to be hanging out for a moment. Charging the +1 coming through. The Viking, the Marines coming up. Extra gates in production as well. Stalker's going to take a little bit of a shot. Getting whacked by that siege tank hit immediately. Just going to hit that straight away. Let's see who's going to pull. So we're going to send this as Spirit. Big aggressive shove with the boys. It's not all of the boys, but it's a few. Showtime not close to any sort of splash damage right now. Uh-oh. Showtime's army supply is not pretty in this scenario, so actually in a little bit of trouble with the tanks getting sieged. Immediately you see Showtime going into basically prevent mode, kind of just preventing more units, reinforcing here, looking to stop those from joining up with everything else. The bio and the tanks. Up to the high. I mean, his natural's just going to die, so Showtime's not going to try and defend the natural. He doesn't have the units to straight away. He's going to hope he can maybe get charge up and some extra gates and maybe a whole bunch of zealots. Doesn't really have much other choice, does he? Like I say, he definitely can't just kind of run in and fight this just yet. The Stalker's going all the way over here, chasing that siege tank down. Now the units commit into the main base, Showtime, but the Stalker is so far away, I'm not sure you can actually stop this attack in the main base either. Charge at least will finish. Yeah, I mean, we've got like 7 zealots in total. We're going to warp in 4 more. But obviously now you're losing power to your gateways, so your continued production is now being denied. That ain't exactly going to keep you in a healthy position right now. As the Marines and the tanks keep firing, the zealots come through. I love the depots, why not? You've got some extra minerals, wall off, try and make this even more awkward for Showtime. He comes in looking for the defense here on Celestial Enclave, game at number 1. In we go, making the move. A few zealots, actually a few extra zealots looking good in the end. Showtime lost 27 probes here. 9 SCVs dead for Spirit, but we're going to clean this up. The last couple of Vikings will get shot down. Spirit loses everything. Showtime actually makes a defense, albeit in a very rough position. Down 20 workers, not great. Yeah, economy obviously in an absolute pit of despair, quite frankly. So, really still not in a great position overall. I mean, hard to really say that we're loving what we're seeing right now. There's the Marines and the tank join together, and we're going to try and figure a couple things out, maybe. Zealot, Stalker, Adept will gather up. A few probes joining up there as well. The Temple Archives also going to begin. A few more barracks. Building from Spirit, who apparently just says, yeah, I'm just going to 5 racks 2 base all in, which makes perfect sense. You've done a ton of damage here. An aggressive all in kind of follow-up is going to be a pretty huge factor to follow up with as the tanks will get rid of one Stalker, looking for another. Barracks is going to come over, move to the tech lab, and get combat shield ready in a moment or two. Plus 1 building as well. Temple Archives is about to complete on the side of Showtime. Still got that Temple Archives done. Storm will begin. Well, Barracks about to finish. Just going to see the 3rd CC. I don't know if we need a 3rd CC, but I guess it's a safe way to play this. Showtime does have the in-base expand out of position. It's 1 hex too far downwards, as you can see. So, a little bit of a mistake there, but he is, in theory, back up to 4 bases. He's re-establishing the economy. If Spirit sits back and doesn't do much, and Storm comes online, there might be a way for Showtime to kind of just about squeeze his way back into this. I'm not going to say we love it. I'm not going to say it's going to be easy or beautiful, but it's doable, I think, is maybe the most important thing to take note of there. Like, it's possible that it could happen, you know? So, guess we'll see. Like I say, it really kind of relies on Spirit also giving him room, but I think Spirit with +1 combat shield and taking a 3rd base probably, I want to say probably looks towards... Yeah, probably looks towards attacking though, right? At the very least, we're going to have some medevacs coming around. We'll see what these drops can do. I mean, hey, a good defense on the drops could be obviously kind of a big deal as well, to be fair, so... Like I say, nothing's fully determined just yet. As the Marines will make their way through that pylon. It's going to go down in a moment or so. Couple feedbacks, bang bang, medevacs. Getting caught there pretty swiftly. Not much love on those. First Academy coming up, Marine Marauder medevac still coming through. The Bioforce will take a little bit of a chance to move up for a few moments as well. It's just going to come across with that for now. Get that underway. Again, this Biotank Force regathering for a few moments. Ghost Academy coming up. Marine Marauder on the way through. Tanks in a siege. Oh, Showtime didn't see the army up there. The tanks get all of the High Templar. Oh, that's so brutal. That's absolutely killer. Jesus. That is, that's so rough. That's so bad. That's so freaking painful, man. Oh... Yeah, that's painful. I don't know how else to really say that. That's just pain. Pure, straight pain. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Yep. This game might just end here because now we don't really have the Storm. I think the Storm was absolutely necessary to have half a chance of playing defense. And Showtime gets caught. Not seeing where that army was. Not seeing the tank siege. Walking straight in. The tanks just say, bye-bye, Storm. Spirit looking good for this game 1, man. A few more Zealots charging in. The Prism going to be there to help support this. We are going to see the tanks keep on dropping the Bio Army. We'll try and fight back the other direction. Stalker's still falling. High Templar trying to hold their own, but just, like I say, unrealistic with the current state of things. That's going to be GG. Spirit takes a 1 map advantage, and he's a map away from the playoffs of this Winter Championship. So Spirit sits 1 map away. Head into game 2 here in a second will be Tourmaline. Get this ready to go. If Spirit wins this, guys, this would be 2 groups in a row where 2 Protoss players get eliminated from the tournament. I'm just saying, like, this doesn't happen a lot. Actually getting rid of the Protoss players and reducing the count down, so it's a bit more of an evenly raced affair in the playoffs. Kind of wild, guys. Kind of wild. What would we be at, actually? So we'd have 2 Protoss, 2 Terran, 4 Terran, 2 Protoss, 2 Zerg, 4 Terran, 3 Protoss because of Cristiana, 5 Terran, 3 Protoss, 2 Zerg. Oh my goodness. It's actually kind of crazy. I mean, there's some Protoss that are going to advance from the other groups almost guaranteed, but kind of crazy. This really has been a wild group, man. In a wild first couple of days of the tournament. Obviously, again, Group C and D will play next week, guys, 24th and 25th of February, before we come in with the playoffs the week after that over the weekend, so... Yeah, that is all continuing to come up. As we have ourselves... Everybody here. ads well underway already, so we can just kick off into this next map. Let's do it. Send it. Spirit, one map away. Showtime needs to go 2-0 from here to survive and make playoffs. Man, it was a terrible prediction. Showtime was my favorite to make it through, and now he's hanging on by the skin of his teeth. He started so well as well. That 2 over creator was super clean. He looked very convincing against Yakov, but he did not have it in the PvP against Cristiana. Cristiana looked very good there, to be fair. Fun to see how kind of players can change so much from kind of playing one guy to the next in the same matchup even. In the top right-hand corner, the red Protoss player is Showtime, taking on this game 2 with a 1-0 deficit, trying to bring the series back and keep our day alive. If Showtime loses here, we're done, obviously. If he wins, we get one final map. Very exciting. Bottom left, Spirit will be the Blue Terran for game 2 of this BO3. Gate and a gas. Coming online. Racks and a gas also coming online. Everyone just taking a moment to get set up, and ready to play. Very fun so far. As again, we just have some bits and pieces coming through. Stand up for a moment, just going to see the probe nibbles up for a second or so. Just going to force the SCV to come and chase it down. Be a little bit annoying for a few moments, of course. SCV chases after the probe. Cybercore coming up, Orbital Command and the Reaper both coming up as well. Again, a lot of that brought straight into play. Follow the probe back home. Not a lot going on. Let's see if the Reaper wants to move across the map for some info gathering. Again, the Warp Gate and the Adept continue to come through. Next is on the way out. Continue to bring that by for, like I say, just a couple of moments here. Get this all settled. Get ourselves started up. Adept going to try pull the Reaper then. Reaper going to take a couple of shots. That will shade alone. Just going to be seeing the grenade going down. Not going to do too much straight away, but a little bit of work being found. For the moment, at least. The Reaper retreats back down to the bottom side. Adept is going to move over to. It's going to take a shade toward the natural, up in toward the main. Reaper raises, gets itself a little out of trouble there. And Twilight Council still building by as well. Continue to get that up and running. And the Reaper really does want to try and go after the Adept for a couple of moments as well. So just trying to find a little extra right now on that as well. Blink, Warp Gate coming through. Just going to see the gateway and the robot facility coming about also right now. Hey, what's up, Negrenko? Thank you so much for the 10-month resub on the Prime. It is Prime Day, man. Like, we've said, the last couple of hours has honestly been wild. We've seen so many Prime subs. Thank you so much for supporting, guys. Thank you for dropping all the Primes. It's great to see. It's been an explosive couple of hours. A little bit of the sub count. Appreciate you, Goal. I see Blink still over halfway done. The Robo Facility and the Nexus coming up as well. Marines, Stimpack, a couple SCVs coming through. A little bit of the extra bits and pieces here coming about right now. Tech Lab finishing the racks. A few Marines going to go get rid of the Adept for a moment or two. So just going to knock that down. And the few Marines gather up. The Blink is going to finish in a moment. Nexus, probes, battery. Building through at the moment here. SCVs and the Marines all coming about. The Stalkers are gathering together. They're going to start pushing through as well as they head down to the bottom left-hand side. Stim in the +1. Continuing to build in for a couple of moments. Just going to see that bunker taking some damage. Well, the SCVs will take some hits. A couple SCVs going down. Again, the gates, the probe coming up. A few Marines around the top side looking to make their way in here as well. So they're going up around the top. The Stalker's going to hit the bunker, and SCV goes down as well. Impact, Combat Shield, and +1 all continue to come up. The charges on the way through. Gates and the Forges coming up as well. The Marines are going to step over the right-hand side. A stem at the sentry. For the first time today, Spirit's kind of shown up with a few Marines at a weird time. This was something that happened in one of the earlier TVPs as well. A couple of probes end up dropping. The Marines really being hunted. A lot of probes had to go running. Stalkers on the other side may make a blink into the main. I don't think that's going to be good for Showtime. There's a few Marauders nearby. I think that's a bit of a bait if he actually tries to go for it. I don't think it will, like I say, really end well at all. Only 2 probes lost on this side of the map, though, so Showtime gets a cleanup. Some mining time, of course, adds up, but yeah, obviously not actually losing any probes is very noteworthy as well when it felt like a bit of a weird position, felt like you weren't quite sure where things were going to go. Tourmaline will develop onwards as upgrades finish for the Bio Army and Mendivacs pop out. You would expect Spirit to probably take a chance at moving to the other side of the map and take a chance at going and trying to make something happen. A few Marines stem forward, the Stalkers will blink back, they will say no. And for the moment, at least, Spirit just going to hang back for a few seconds as well. It gets a scan on Observer, at least. Nice little grab. A few more Stalkers coming back over once again. Marines, Marauders coming back through. Just going to see the Stalkers pulling back again here. Robo Bay, the gateways, one of upgrades in the charge. Also producing straight through. More Zealots being warped in, bringing those straight up. Numbers continue to look pretty good here. We do have ourselves the extra Zealots going by. Stalkers, Sentries, Zealots, all gathering. Just going to be seeing the 1-1 upgrades, the Nexus and the probes building by. The refineries are on the way out. Again, the refinery building up here, and we just take a few moments to see where we're going. Probe steps through, Marine Marauder coming on over. Armory in the engineering bay, building as well. All this continuing to just go. The setup is real at this point in time. Passive game, don't think that's something you're going to be necessarily upset about here as Spirit. You do not mind a game that kind of goes a bit longer, I think. I mean, Showtime's great in longer games, but TVP does naturally trend towards Terran's favor in longer games right now, and Spirit is also someone who has in the past also very much so embraced the longer, kind of more turtly playstyles, right? So I think this is pretty reasonable for the moment. I don't think we're going to see anyone be, like I say, overly worried or concerned just yet in terms of where we currently sit. Army gathers up. Just going to be seeing again the upgrades coming through. Get ready to go shortly. Nexus drops down. A few of the other units coming over to the side as well. Just going to hang about there for a couple of seconds, see where we go. Just going to see a few Stalkers poking at a depot. Showtime stepping forward. Obviously, first Colossus on the map, trying to make something of this, but not sure there's really going to be too much opportunity. 2-2 and Thermal Lines will make it a bit easier for him to maybe keep poking, and he will have an upgrade lead on the 2-2, so that's one thing we can kind of take note of and keep an eye on. We'll be pulling back to the middle. Showtime just takes a 5th base. If he wants to succeed in a longer game here, you do want to keep on poking and prodding. You don't want to just let the Terran set up freely. Even if you're just picking off a couple units, even if you're just applying a bit of light pressure, it can create so much more freedom for yourself. It can create a lot more concern for the Terran. He's constantly under the duress of like, oh, your army is right there. It's ready to fight. It means I can't move on the map for a drop or two because then I'm giving away units that are maybe needed to be here in case this fight goes full commitment mode. So Showtime kind of staying forward is why you see so many of the pros players with these couple Colossus out committing to this kind of point of aggression where it's like, okay, we're just going to go at this point and see what we can kind of do in this situation. Fire will stim up Zealotstalker Colossus. Should just be able to fight this. Like, the Colossus are not in danger at all. There's no Vikings. So as long as you've got a good amount of Zealots in front, you can pretty much just fight this as Showtime. Obviously, you don't want to go running into maybe the tanks and, you know, push too far forward. But if he comes stimming into you, let those Zealots tank, let the Colossus start dealing damage. You know, like I say, you are on the map for a reason here, and it's because you believe in what your Colossus can do. Actually going to commit to the fight this time. I still don't hate it, as long as these Colossus are fairly safe, and there's a ton of Zealots in front of them, then I kind of like it. There's a few more Vikings now. The Stalkers start to get after the Vikings. You'll see as the Zealots go down, Showtime will have to back this up. He does have the Prism to help him out. Disruptor shots, but maybe a bit too far away to be impactful. You can see behind this, Showtime was building the Dark Shrine as well, so you'll have DTs adding on to his harassment in the near future. That will just add to his game state, add to his position, and put him in an even better and cleaner place in the next state of this game. Having DTs give him so much, you know, so many options, especially as you get the Shadow Stride, aka the Blink on them. They're going to be able to move around, harass everywhere. They're going to be expensive, but you're going to probably have a bunch of them on the map, and it's going to be one of your ways of keeping the Terran player pinned back and keeping the Terran player very honest about where this game is going to, because otherwise, Terran can absolutely start running away with this in a few different ways at times. Zealots coming down, Gateway Forces coming over. Plus, and the Disruptors moving through as well. Bio, Ghost, Tank, and Viking gathering up as well at the moment. A couple of these Stalkers will warp in on that bottom right-hand side. Getting ready to take a chase forward. EMP is going to come down. Vikings looking for an opportunity here. A couple of Disruptor shots. Actually, that one's going to land. Oh, wow. A lot of the Marauders I thought were going to go down, but they had just enough HP to hang on in there, so they're not going to fall apart just yet. And Showtime, good connection. Still nice. It drains some Medevac energy. Medevac's very healthy in terms of energy right now. They've got a good amount pooled up, so there's a lot of healing available. Disruptors in a dangerous position, taking some tank shots, hence able to connect onto the tank. Nice blink, actually instantly grabs a Viking, gonna grab two, and that's the problem. These Vikings can't just kind of go trying to pick, get pick shots off on the Colossus immediately, because every time you do right now, it's currently costing you a whole bunch of Vikings, so it's not exactly ideal. 3-3 on the way up again. Just if you joined us right now, this is a must-win series for both of these players. Winner advances to the playoffs, loser is eliminated with the way that this group has turned out. So this is a do-or-die matchup, and Showtime trails by a game. Probably the favorite for the group today for a lot of people. Is on the verge of elimination from the Winter Championship 2026. First major event of this year's WardiTV 2026 series. Again, the winner of this event gets a direct seed into the 2026 Championship, where they will be able to play seeding matches for a very strong start in the Championship bracket. Everyone else playing for the prize money as well. There's obviously points too to help you qualify for the end of year championship and more events throughout this calendar year. Sorry about it going on into an epic play-by-play, but then had to cough instead. You know. It was very, very nearly very epic. Not quite in the end, though. A bunch more Zealots will go warping in. Storm and the +1 air weapons will be coming up as well. A few command centers coming through. The fusion core is producing on the left-hand side. The one Zealot goes swinging away onto the planetary fortress. That planetary takes a bunch of damage. A couple of EMPs coming down. A bunch of units taking damage there. Vikings chasing through. A couple of Colossus still taking some hits. We are going to see the rest of that bio army continue to come across right now. Just going to see the Colossus turning around. A couple of lifts going in. The Zealots are going to charge forward. We are going to see the Stalkers continue to come and chase this as well. The Medevacs still being pushed backwards, getting pushed the other way. A couple Stargates coming up. The Storm on the way through. The air weapons building as well. Siege tank will fire for a little bit more damage. Another Zealot taking some shots. It's going to run into the planetary fortress in the end. It's not exactly going to be a happy ending for said Zealot, but not much you can do about that. Showtime trying to keep Spirit pressured on these bases. 5 base setup though. A lot of units there. These DTs cannot commit to that just yet. There is now a missile turret building as well, so preparation against these DTs comes online. We're going to go for it. The planetary is low. It's going to die. We can probably get the missile turret here as well. At least force a scan. Nothing just yet. Showtime at the same time pushes in on the bottom side. 13, 15 SCVs go down. This is a big play because you're going to keep Spirit on a 4-base setup rather than becoming the 5-base Terran that begins to be a very terrifying Terran player. So I think that's actually a pretty big deal right here, as the rest of this army at the bottom is going to come around once again, looking for a little extra. But just a couple moments. A couple Marauders still trying to chase through. 16 SCVs going down. The DTs again are going to come up over here, and they're going to start jumping onto the siege tanks. 1 tank, 2 tank, planetary fortress in trouble. Maybe? No, planetary fortress not in trouble. The DTs did not get onto it before the SCVs wrapped around. Showtime has to back away on the bottom again, trading decently here. 14.2 to 16.8k. It's trading well while having a lot of the map and a lot of the bases and a lot of the economy in this game. Stalkers again protecting the Colossus. These Colossus have been kept alive for so long, by the way. 17 kills, 11 kills, and 9 kills. And they're all in the red hit points, and that is dangerous because then the tank gets a shot off and one Colossus goes down. Now the Bio Army might be able to chase. We can micro the Colossus back. We save one, but not the other. And Showtime maybe does step a bit too far forward in the end there because, yeah, lost a little bit that he maybe could have kept himself alive on. I like the DTs. They walk in this time, just get a few shots, and then blink out. Just trying to capitalize on what is a Terran army that is still not quite fully relocated to play defense against the Dark Templar. Yeah, Showtime doing so much. I mean, I mentioned the Colossus kills, and obviously 2 of them go down now, but the thing is, these Colossus, they may not always get the finishing blows, but they're always dealing so much damage to this army as well, right? Every single time a laser beam goes off, if nothing else, it's so much medevac energy that gets drained, and that's something that wrestles control into your favor over a long period of time. This matchup in a state like this is not one that's won in a single fight, so whenever those Colossus are kept alive for so long and they deal so much damage over that duration, the value of them is obviously just through the roof there from Showtime. Obviously a shame to lose a couple, but he rebuilds 3 new ones, and like I said, I think the first ones had already very much so paid for themselves in a pretty major way, so I don't think we can be too upset about that. My army settling down to the bottom side, the medevac's gathering up. Tectonic destabilizes, plus 3 shields, the plus 2 air weapons is coming online as well, so continue in with a lot more of this right now. Bio is going to have to come in to defend against this too. Storm coming down, a couple of Storms coming down onto the Bio Ghost Army. 4 SCVs dropping here. Storm's obviously great at zoning, it's a very choked up area with all this SimCity. This Colossus, no, buddy, we're talking about how good the Colossus have been, and this one just walks in, does nothing at all. Yeah, that was a little bit of a misplay there. Liberator is going to even try and siege. Do we have the damage for the orbital? We do. So we knock the orbital down. Guess who's back? It's the Dark Templar. They blink past the Liberator sieges, and they're going to be able to take down this planetary fortress as well, as Showtime goes for 2 bases with 2 hits on the map. Beautiful stuff from Showtime. The DT is still going to stay active as the scan comes down. His army retreats with the safety of the storm dropping down to keep it going. Army pulls back for a couple of seconds there as Showtime is able to maintain control on the bottom side. Shield upgrade coming through, plus 2 air weapons also coming through here still. Gonna recommit in. The Zealots and the Colossus gonna get to business. Vikings and the Liberators putting the work in as well. It's gonna be seeing a couple of those units going back the other direction. Colossus still being chased out of here, for now at least. A lot of units moving about here just for a second. Try and see what else is going on. Showtime will reset off because Showtime has just bases after bases, so he's got so much economy. Doesn't mean the Terran army at any point in time is large, and that's still a pretty major factor right now, is that Spirit has actually kind of a bunch of units. So Showtime can't just end the game, but keeping Spirit on just 5 bases seems kind of weird, but he's also making it difficult to stay on these bases. He's killing orbitals, he's killing planetaries, right? He's making it, you know, he's making Spirit pay to have these bases at the very least, which is a pretty big factor. EMPs here, man, that's a lot of Archons. I will not lie, I do not currently love the army of Showtime, because right now a chunk of EMPs just does so much to this, and I think this is probably going to be one of the worst fights you'll see from Showtime in the next few minutes. I guess he just has so much gas, he's just trying to figure out a way to utilize that effectively, but I just don't think the Archons are it. I think you just need to get more minerals, because Archons kind of just melt in this state of the game, especially when it's that many Archons. Like, you have a couple, they can be good, especially if they hang back and hit like Vikings that are trying to chase your Colossus. You know, if you have so many where it's just like there's no wrongdoing in terms of, like, if you can't do wrong by just mass EMPing a clump of Archons, like, they're just gonna die, you know? So that was a lot of Archons that were maybe a little bit of overkill. Tempest production is on the way. Of course, Tempest is going to do a lot in this game as well, to do a lot of zoning and everything else, so definitely keeping that in mind as well. Nexus in this bottom right is a factor. A few Zealots still gathering up together as well right now. The Colossus still building. I mean, I like the Tempest because they're also going to be able to chip away at the Liberators from afar, so that's also a pretty big deal here. Something else that can be a big positive as the army settles down to the front. We're now going to see a forward cannon and battery line. And I love this. Showtime has actually every single base on the map that the Terran does not currently own. So every moment he mines off bases like this is minerals he's taken away from what probably would be the Terran's economy. So that's a big deal when you're playing, you know, basically playing like a drawn-out kind of game. that's going to come down to every single resource available to the Terran. This is scary, though. Again, you're going to see the size and power of this Terran army. A couple of storms came down, didn't completely dissuade this army from chasing. Another nice storm here. Now you really cannot chase into that. The Zealots going to get a chance to warp in and actually maybe come into this fight. Still scary, though. I mean, Spirit's losing a lot, don't get me wrong. He's losing out on the bottom side as a couple of Zealots get through. But he's killed a lot of Showtime here. The EMP will... Oh, sorry, that Snipe will come down, deny that High Templar. We're going to lose the top left base. We're going to recall these probes. Where to? Bottom? Okay, bottom right. That works as well. I honestly wouldn't mind him just mining this base for a little bit. Anything you take off this base feels so freaking valuable, to be honest. So, well, a couple of Zealots going to swing their way through the depot. That was one of the worst fights from Showtime as well. Just last couple of moments, you're seeing kind of the value of the Terran army. 40k to 34k. Showtime's starting to trade a bit worse than the Terran. But like I say, that's what having every other base on the map allows you to kind of do and to kind of get through without actually just falling down and dying. So, still think it's been a very well played game from Showtime. Only 4 Vikings on the map as well. Tempest are going to have pretty much free reign. As are the Colossus for a little bit. Well, not against missile turrets, but they shouldn't exactly last long, as you see that. They will also get blasted by Tempest. This forward base might go down. It's an issue, right? Because if this forward base goes down, it's just one less position you have to kind of hit in. But at the same time, like, this base isn't mined out, so it's weird because this is the easy base to attack into for Showtime, but at the same time, it's not really going to benefit him attacking into this base for the foreseeable future as well. So it's kind of a little bit of a weird scenario. As we are going to see Spirit coming in from 2 angles. Funnily enough, the stack defense and the Sim City in the center is going to give Showtime a little bit more of a chance to back this up and get away. Again, using the Tempest to kind of chip through during this. There's so much army supply available from Spirit at any point in time. So Showtime doesn't really want the straight-up fights. He wants the fights where the Tempest get an extended period to shoot during. And kind of, you know, anything that's drawn out at all is generally good for him. The more stims the Terran army puts in, the less damage he has to do to finally kill this off. These are definitely all factors, and I do think the Tempests are a major part of this. They're the only thing that's been shooting for a while here. And Spirit does get forward, denies that forward base. Showtime still has bases for days. 84 to 41 workers, replenishing and rebuilding instantly. He's going to get 9 DTs now. Not a lot of money banked from Showtime, but with the amount of workers he has, he is going to have a lot of like instantaneous warp-ins still. And DTs hitting this base right now are just such a big factor. It's not a planetary yet, so we can just cancel and lift it up, but we do not find the opportunity to. The Spirit's not exactly rich enough to just build bases for days at this point. Cannons over here will get a couple units as well. That's going to be effective. The DTs just pull away, so they will live through this. They're expensive units. Again, if you preserve them, then fantastic. And that's exactly what we've been able to do here this time around. Orbital moves down. It's going to see the Viking, the Marines coming up. Refinery still building. Nexus coming through. Colossus taking some damage. Planetary Forge taking hits. Storms onto the bio units. Another couple storms coming down. The Marauders taking big hits as well, taking some extra damage. Colossus still coming through. Another couple of storms coming about here. Bio is going to chase forward. The Colossus being hunted a little bit. High Templar's looking for some more storms. Vikings still getting chased away. Colossus still firing through. The Bio still pushing. Colossus will be there to hold this back. No, it's going to be good enough. In the end, Showtime just has plenty. He's going to get the GG out of Spirit, and Showtime will take it to a Game 3, one final map coming up today, guys. We will have one final map between Showtime and Spirit to see who advances to the playoffs. I feel like we deserve it, honestly. It's been a great day of games. It's been a long day of games, but yesterday we had a very quick day of games. Today's been a very long day of games in comparison. Still not super long, 6 hours is sometimes what we expect for these kind of groups. Of course, we've got one final map, so we'll see how long this turns out to be, but it's been a good day. Thank you so much for joining us, guys. It's the WardiTV Winter Championship. Group B, Group C and D resume next week. The playoffs the weekend after. And, yeah, as everyone joins us here, I'm just going to give it 30 seconds for some of the ads that are playing, and then we are going to go and send this into our final map of the day. It's going to be played on Mothership to determine whether it's Showtime or Spirit to advance to the playoffs alongside yesterday's Clem, Rogue, and Nigguract advances, as well as the players who already qualified into the playoffs from the Winter Cup, Classic, Bjorn, Maxpax, and Cure. Very exciting. Very, very exciting, in fact. quick watch. Get this underway, and we will get ready to go into Mothership, guys. The bottom of the map. Our red Protoss player is going to be Showtime, as he is tied up 1-1 with the blue Terran in the top left corner. We are going to have Spirit. Game 3 of this best of 3. As we get this going on Mothership, we get this started off. Look to see what will happen. See what will take place in this one. Game 3 of the series. So, very exciting. Exciting map. Final game. Very, very exciting, actually. Gateway, barracks, SCV coming up. It's going to be seeing the SCV coming down the low ground. You can see our gateway setting up. I'm tense, man. Like, I feel like Spirit's played well enough to deserve to get through. I feel like it'd be crazy if Showtime didn't. The racial balance is going to be significantly less amount of Protoss players than expected as well, with the way that things are currently going. That's also kind of a low-key, little bit of a crazy factor too, you know? Yeah, it's a little wild. It's a little wild for sure. Once they're coming about, we get set up over here and get that on the go, and we just have Orbital in the CC. Nexus coming down, nothing too crazy. Again, apologies as well, guys. Again, I'm a little bit sick still, so my voice has been a little bit dying, especially a longer stream today, so apologies on that. Just doing our best to kind of power through where we can. Alright. So yeah, I'm gonna take a couple seconds, see what we can do. See what the setup is gonna look like here. CC, barracks, bunker, all building straight in. Just gonna have that CC about to finish up for a couple seconds too, so again, we get that underway. And wait to see what is next. Stalker popping out, sentry gonna chrono boost. Two more barracks from Spirits. He's gonna go triple racks to start us off here. It's gonna be a big 3 racks kind of opening to begin with. Hallucination to go across the map. It's going to take that straight away to the other side. We're just going to have ourselves the Hallucination making a journey. The Twilight Council and the Gateway coming up as well. The bunker gets a little bit of damage done. Yeah, the Twilight Council not too unexpected from Showtime. Very standard blink play in a Game 3 deciding map. Could be the feature of his tournament here. Well, it is going to be the feature of his tournament here. You got to play it a bit standard, right? You can't get too crazy or anything right now. Again, Stem is coming through. Marines are building extra gates in production. The Stalker will settle. Moving towards the upper left-hand side just for the moment. Get that underway. As the Stalker going to shoot a couple of Marines go down. Again, Blink, Gate, Probes, Nexus. Coming through for the moment. Coming through, Stim and Combat Shield on the way up, factoring the Marines coming about. A couple of those Stalkers will hang about here. Couple of moments. Just gonna see the Sentry, the Stalkers together moving through. And the Stalkers and that sentry just going to gather then, so we'll take a second and take a moment, wait to see what sort of excitement maybe awaits us here against him. Combat Shield +1, building through initially, going to get all of that on the go. So we're just going to poke onto the bunker, nothing too serious, right? Just force some SCVs off the line, you're not going to take anything major damage-wise on these Stalkers, just some shields that regenerate. Didn't quite get the SCV he went for, which is a shame, but it was a nice idea. Like I say, Showtime already kind of clearly aware of what he's trying to get done in these early stages. Start building, getting a couple of Marines taking damage. Ourselves the medevacs. Nicely in production right now, so bringing those straight through as well. The +1 and the concussor shells coming also. Stalkers and that sentry also gathering up just for the moment. Bringing that straight into play. The bunker will fire up. More shots. Nice that we have this bunker, otherwise we would have been in more trouble. But that's just kind of an expectation here from Spirit. We just have the +1 attack upgrade coming from Showtime. The bio is going to unload from these medevacs. Hallucination just got a full scout of this. As Stalker's in a bit of an odd spot. Yeah, have to tuck themselves in the corner and run there actually. So they find themselves out of there in the end. A little scary though for sure. It could have been a bit awkward. Not awkward in the end though. Made it okay. Still lost a Stalker or so, but like I say, that could have been a whole lot worse, let's be honest. And it wasn't that bad at the end of the day. +1 charge still building through. Nexus Robo Facility battery coming up. Stalker's getting a couple more units here. And the Bio Army coming over, chasing after those Stalkers. A battery going to finish up on that right-hand side. The Stalker's still retreating. Bio wants to get those Stalkers. Looking for one. The others get away with the recall, and we do warp in a few more Stalkers to go alongside that as well, so we continue to bring that up, get that online. Showtime has a base upper right side for his 4th, so he's going to take the upper right for his 4th base. Hiding a base on this map has become such a popular occurrence. We don't see this map a lot, but man, like Bjorn loves doing it, pros players love doing it a lot actually, Hero loves doing it as well. It's the sort of thing which you can kind of get away with sometimes. It kind of stops you from taking an awkward 4th straight away as well, which is kind of weird. That's like, you take a base that's in the middle of nowhere, but it kind of saves you from taking what would have been a weirder base to actually defend. And now Showtime needs to be careful. The benefit of not taking that 4th over here is that you don't have to defend a forward position right now. So let's not get too ahead of ourselves trying to fight too far forward. But now Spirit backs away, and Showtime is going to be all good just for the moment. Fire coming back over, medevacs overhead, again ready to boost through and try unload or so. A couple of tanks will unsiege. Sorry, a couple of tanks will unload, and then they will siege. Try to be accurate. Try to be accurate. Plus is going to charge through. Planetary 4 just takes a couple of hits, nothing too major. Just yet still. Robo Bay, Robo Facility, probes in the Prism. All coming up. The Stalkers will settle with some Zealots walking forward too, ready to set this up, ready to make something happen as we push to the top side and see. I mean, does Showtime really want to commit in? Robo Bay is a ways off, so no splash damage yet. I don't think you can commit in because you're going to have to run around a corner into a stack of tanks. I don't think there's realistically a way for you to do too much in this. So I think you probably just have to hold back for a little bit. I don't think there's really a better approach to this right now. So yeah, I think you probably have to just hang back and hold back for the moment. The Stalkers actually will go after a medevac. I mean, this is fine. Bio on the way to the upper right is actually going to see the Prism as well, so that Prism gets spotted. That's not going to go and do as much as it maybe would have liked to at first, so not ideal, to say the least. Prism very nearly going down, in fact, so definitely not ideal so far. Zealots coming over. Just going to be seeing again a couple Colossus coming through. Continue with that for a couple moments. Marine Marauder medevac still building up. Again, the couple Colossus continue to come through as well, so we just build all of those into play. He's just going to split apart. Showtime has a few units up over here, ready to kind of dive in at a moment's notice as well. So, kind of waiting for that opportunity if it arises. We really do just kind of sit for a couple seconds, couple units coming over as well, trying to see what's going on. Answer, not a lot right now. Well, force fields go down, just going to try to make something happen. Still not really finding much at the moment here, though. Big amount of bio. I mean, there's the counterattack in. But just SCVs will go down pretty quickly, to be fair, so that part will go pretty decently, as we do see 13, 14 workers going down. Big push forwards here from Spirit, though. His army is massive. 47 workers only from Spirit right now. Obviously, a lot of those just die, but Showtime is going to try and fight this. These Colossus are going to die way too quickly to those siege tanks. Oh, yeah, you can't really fight into the tanks is the problem. The Colossus get absolutely shredded. Showtime loses a ton of units, and Spirit is going to be tripling the army supply of Showtime right now. Uh-oh. Disruptor Shot going to try and buy you some time. 6 new gates coming up. Showtime has the upper right base, funnily enough, which might help him in a kind of scenario where he has to maybe give up some space, but I mean, it's not exactly the right kind of space to be given up, right? Like, this is terrible right now. Disruptor in the background. Going to get picked away at. It's going to go down, and this entire natural is just falling apart. Showtime's going to send a few Stalkers and Zealots across the map. Not really, honestly, going to be convinced that that is going to be the kind of thing that we need right now. Not convinced that that's going to do what we need it to. I mean, we're going to lose the entire main base plus 3 attack. I mean, this game, I think this game is just over, man. Showtime is in an absolute world of trouble. Like I say, he's going to rebuild in the upper right, but maybe if you kill off a bunch, you gotta kill so much out of nowhere, though. Like, this is so unreasonable, so unrealistic, plain and simple. Zealots still going after the SCVs. More Zealots showing back up. Orbital Command going to be in some trouble too, getting shot at. The Stalkers making some work on that. The Bio Army coming over. Gates, Cybercore, etc. being picked away at as well. Just going to be seeing the Vikings, Medivacs, and the Bio units gather. The tanks as well. I'm just going to scan the right-hand side. A little bit of an eye on what's going on there. Extra gates, Nexus and the Zealot coming through too. Marine Marauder Medivac also producing along, and the probes will get into the natural for a couple of moments. More Zealots and Stalkers still gathering. A couple of Zealots joining in for a few moments. Bio Army, Ghosts, tanks will work their way through the Nexus. It's going to be seeing the Nexus going down. A couple of pylons getting picked away out here. Again, a couple of Nexus, the gates and so coming through the Foundry Fortress building. Showtime just gonna run around, man. He's trying to. Funnily enough, he's on 3 bases in the upper right of the map. If Spirit sees these bases, he might have like a moment of like a uh-oh, like is this actually bad for me? I think the reality is no. Obviously, like we can see that, but I definitely could imagine Spirit being like a little bit like, oh god, like am I actually in some sort of trouble when he finds there's 3 bases over there? But he's just never gonna find that there's 3 bases over there. Showtime just says GG because he knows there is no saving this situation, and Spirit is going to take the series down, and he's going to advance, and that is going to mean that Showtime is eliminated. The one thing I was so sure of in this group does not happen. Yakov first, Cristiana second, and Spirit in 3rd place of this group. What a crazy Group B it's been, guys. Absolutely bonkers stuff. As that is going to round us out in today's WardiTV Winter Championship. Damn, like I say, what a day. What a what a bit of action. It has been an absolutely wild one. Creator and Showtime eliminated. Yeah, I think maybe both the favorites, arguably. I mean, Creator I was a little bit less certain on. I think he could lose these games, and then he did. But yeah, kind of both of our favorites eliminated here is really some wild stuff, guys. What a day of action, guys. You've been watching the WardiTV Winter Championship. If you've enjoyed, I once again urge you guys to check out the WardiTV Patreon at patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of everything on Patreon goes directly into the WardiTV tournament prize pools. You can get yourself access to replay packs and more as well. There was a replay pack that went up recently. 400 plus replays of amazing players, all available on the Patreon. Those are also available to Twitch subs. They are available on the Discord server if you want to check that out if you're a subscriber. Obviously, thank you so much to everyone throwing us in with the subs today. We had a bunch of primes that came through. Greatly appreciate all of that, guys. Thank you so much for the support and making today another awesome day. So this is the outcome of the group. So it goes Yakov in 1st place, the only player to win 3 matches today. And then Cristiana Spirit and Showtime at the 2-2 tie. Cristiana advances because of the +1 map score. Spirit and Showtime, a tied map score, but it is going to be the head-to-head of Spirit that gets him through. So, yeah. Kind of crazy. If Spirit had 2-0 Showtime, he would have been +1 as well. And then he would have been second place over Cristiana because he had his 2 wins were Cristiana and Showtime. He lost to Kreda and he lost to Yakov, so... Man, what a crazy day. 4 Protoss eliminated over the first 2 group stages, guys. We ended this tournament with 13 Protoss, 7 Terran, 4 Zerg. Now it's 9-7-4. Oh my goodness. We might eliminate all the Protoss if we keep it going. There's a very good chance 2 pros get eliminated here. Like, to me, Solar, Hero, Percival are favorites. I think Geralt and Shinless have their work cut out for them, but I can absolutely see these guys also making upsets. Like, they're underdogs, but they could absolutely upset like we've seen in these groups. 2 pros could go out of Group D as well. It's very easy for 2 pros to drop out when there's 3 pros in every group, I think, is what it comes down to. It's not necessarily that I think the players are the underdogs or whatever, or not the favorites. It's just there is more Protoss to get knocked out as well, to be fair, so... Crazy. Alrighty, guys, that is going to be Group B of the WardiTV Winter Championship. Again, this is part of the WardiTV 2026 series, our first major event of the year. $5,000 on the line, qualification directly to the seeding matches of the 2026 Championship as well. Loads going on this year in WardiTV as we continue to push the tournaments to a higher level. Again, that is all thanks to your guys' support on the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV, where 100% of your pledges go directly in. We have passed the $2,000 mark on there, and we continue to push for more. So continue to check that out. So, yeah. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you all. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. I'm going to leave you guys with our 2026 series hype video, and then some ads, which will obviously go towards supporting the channel. So if you can stick around a couple minutes, it's appreciated. The ads help. We're actually going to have some sponsored stuff I need to set up on the stream as well over the next day or two. We'll set that up later. I should be back tomorrow. Tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday, all 3 days, I'm doing replays of last week's Leo League Cup. I didn't get a chance to cast that live, so I'm going to cast a bunch of that over the weekend. Hopefully most of it. We'll see how much we get done. But we'll cast a bunch of that over the weekend. That's the plan. And I will see you guys tomorrow for more StarCraft 2 with those Leo League Cup replays starting in the group stages. I'll see you guys there. Bye. Welcome to the WardiTV 2025 Championship. It's Championship Weekend. Oh, massive fungal growth comes down and this Bioforce gets caught. That's not the trade Clem can really afford at the moment. Blaze, just going to be seeing the fungal growth come through as well. Oh my god, those parasitic bombs have just killed absolutely everything. Oh my god. Here we go, Reynolds going to dive in. He does drop a mega fungal on everything. He's going to refungal as well, as this commitment will happen. It's going to be on the way already. We're going to get this Colossus quickly. We dive on it. The Stalk is blink through for the siege time that leaves the Colossus unprotected. Units from the other side, SCVs. Clem is now picking up individual Marines to dodge Stalker shots because that's the level that we're playing at. On the high ground, so the tank will go down. These Banelings are going to get massacred though as Clem just says no. And you're ready to blow up on the Adept. Oh, the worst Adept shade of all time. Classic is your WardiTV 2025 champion. Four, 0.